It's time to say hello, goodbye, fade away. That I'll never know, I devise my own demise. Hell's tonight, the life I'm losing.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Jake Spawn Tiberian. We have some huge matches for you coming up today, as everything seems a little bit ahead of schedule so far, which is definitely fantastic. Our first match of the day is actually going to be between Snake and Energy Pacemaker. Promises to be a big one.
Yeah, it certainly does. Then we have Edward Gaming versus Gamty, which should also be fairly interesting.
Yeah, we'll see how that one goes as OMG then take on a newly reconciled IG.
Yeah, and to round out the game is Starhorn Royal Club versus World Elite.
Yeah, and Royal Club actually coming out looking pretty strong against Vici last night, and we'll see whether they can continue that as they head into this one. Of course, getting a tie on that with a brand new 80 carry is definitely something to talk about. But first, let's talk about Energy Pacemaker taking on Snake, because Snake has been a big name at the moment because Crystal has just been a monster. That guy's Draven is out of control. 36 and 29 in 4 Draven games.
Yeah, and I think the most impressive thing is we've seen him play it in a variety of compositions. This isn't a guy that just wants to take Draven in safe lanes. He will play it against aggressive lanes. He'll play it against a Vi, Lissandra, and I think it was a Nara even or something, with a Braum in there. They went absolutely berserk last week and played that champion so well, going the double Mikhail's comp. These guys have shown that they're not only great on the Rift and a really good team, they think about the game and they're showing up big at the moment.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And utilizing like 2 Mikhails and a QSS in a way that actually works is really, really difficult. Knowing exactly whose turn it is to use that item, because if you all just blow it at once, I mean, it's just like you've got one. So their communication in making sure that they kept Crystal safe was immaculate in that game. And we'll see what they do here against Energy Pacemaker, who had a rough tie, but they've come off a couple of ties now, sort of not looking like that complete bottom-rung team. They've managed to get a couple of wins on the board, and they're looking to try and get back into this one, but it's going to be a really tough match for these guys.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, they've got some similar strengths in the top lane. They rely a lot on Amazing J to be able to impact the bottom lane through ganks, but Snake do the exact same thing with Flandro. So a lot of pressure on Energy Pacemaker's top lane. Drizzle needs to get up there and maybe try and get Amazing J ahead so that he can get into those ganks early.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And looking at that jungle matchup as well, I mean, you did mention Drizzle, but Beast has been an absolute monster. His Nunu just out of control. And Drizzle, I mean, he's had a few issues as far as that champion pool is concerned. I mean, he goes back to the likes of, you know, Rengar and these bottom-tier junglers. As soon as he's off that Lee Sin or that Jarvan 4, things are looking a little bit more iffy, when Beast seems to be able to pick up anything and decimate with it.
Yeah, he certainly can, but we are actually into champion select, so we see straight away Energy Pacemaker taking Draven, Rumble, and Kassadin off the board.
And that Draven ban sticking out just a little bit. They do not want to have to deal with Crystal's Draven, and we saw it happen before, and Invictus Gaming, they picked everything to keep him down and couldn't manage to. So an intelligent ban coming through. Flandre not going to have that Kassadin or Rumble. Barker, of course, could be on that Kassadin as well, but the answer is going to be Gnar, Corki, and Rek'Sai, and the Corki is the odd one to come out here, and Kane going to insta-lock that Tristana.
Yeah, so obviously straight away going for a late game composition, you show your hand if you're going to go with Tristana, means that they might be forced into a lane swap as well, so we'll have to keep an eye on how the composition evolves. But I like the response here. Straight away going for that Janna, making sure there's not the peel for that hyper carry in the late game. And also setting up for maybe a little bit of a power play to come out with something like a Caitlyn to try and bully her around.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you pair a Caitlyn with an incredible range, plus Barker taking this Xerath into the mid lane. And we know Barker's Xerath. This guy has a magnet on champions with that ultimate. It's one of his most scary champions that we've seen him on so far. Drizzle is going to lock away that Lee Sin, though, and Jarvan going to be picked up by Amazing J in the top lane. This is a bit of a staple for him now.
Yeah, and I was going to touch on it pre-game, but Amazing J and Drizzle have that shared champion pool, which means that Jarvan is that flex pick, but it looks like Drizzle will be taking Lee Sin. Very smart to go with that. The Xerath is the one champion that I'm surprised escaped pick ban.
Yeah, well, exactly.
He is... Barker has shown such good proficiency, and then you throw in a potential Nunu jungle that's now being picked up. There's just all the slows, allow all the skill shots to come through. He lanes it extremely well, so look for that one to be a massive turning point. And wow, Crystal is actually just locked in.
The Kalista.
The Kalista.
We're going to see the Kalistal for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, and if he can't get Draven, may as well lock in another one of these really technically, mechanically heavy champions in this bottom side of the map. Ella now with a chance to lock in the round-out champion for their pool. But let's have a look back over the other side, because Shu, he's got that Nami. He's going to have that Nami Tristana lane to really help Tristana through this early stage, you could imagine. And Raphael on a very comfort champion here in Syndra.
Yeah, but the danger with running Syndra into these long-range mages is we talk about it a lot. Unless you're in range to follow up on your Scatter the Weak, you take a lot of damage walking into the long-range poke mage of Xerath. So definitely can work if you can get your jungle involved in these pick compositions that it looks like they are running. However, walking into a Xerath is never a good prospect.
Most definitely not. And considering everything that this team can do now that Flandre's locked in that Aurelia in the top lane as well, I mean, having Blood Boil to be used on so many targets here, I mean, Crystal's really going to love it, of course, able to dash around these fights a whole lot more. But you put a Blood Boil on an Aurelia, and especially Flandre's Aurelia, it's going to be decimating people in these fights.
Yeah, and I like the Aurelia as a response because it means Kayn isn't going to be able to sit back at the max range in these fights with Tristana and not have to worry with anyone. Aurelia and Nunu are going to be in his face a lot of this and trying to, I guess, put a lot of pressure on him, because when you've got Janna, you don't really have to peel as much for your AD carry. And of course, Kalista, fantastic at self-healing, able to hop around these fights.
Yeah, that's true. And now that you've got Janna on top of that, as you mentioned, with that Howling Gale, with the Monsoon as well, to get everyone away from this Kalista, you can imagine Crystal has another opportunity to go off in this AD carry position yet again.
Yeah, it certainly does. But I think that what we can't underestimate is that on the side of Energy Pacemaker, they have a fantastic early mid-game composition on the top half of the map, and then that really big scaling monster of an AD. So if they can get Kayn through a lot of this early game pressure, it looks like they're in good stead.
Now, we also saw the Tristana-Kalista matchup come through last night as well with Vasily on that Tristana, and he really put silly into his name with the 18-1-7 scoreline that he picked up.
Yeah, he certainly did perform extremely well on that, and I'd like to think that a lot of Tristana matchups early games actually go pretty well if you have a good support.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But let's get on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. And here we are in-game with Energy Pacemaker taking on Snake. Energy Pacemaker picking up our blue side for the first match, Snake on the red. And so far, not too much funny business. Everyone just defensively starting. Raphael doing a few swivels around his Raptor camp. And we'll see whether anything fancy comes off in the early stages of this game. Looks like no lane swaps to come in. So Tristana looking pretty happy here, potentially, against Crystal's Kalista.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has to do with the Nami. We mentioned how good it is to have a sustained support on these hyper carries, ensures that it can get to the late game relatively well. So looks like we'll have standard lanes coming in unless something funny goes down, but I think both teams will be pretty happy with just going head-to-head, especially when you have teleport top laners like Flandre and Amazing J. I don't think they want to force anything unorthodox.
Yeah, and I want to take this slight downtime just to talk about this Kalista and how she works in lane. Whether Crystal's going to take sort of that the W early on to really get that percentage health harass down with the auto attacks coming through from Ella as well to proc that one out.
Yeah, I definitely think that is the way to go. Get it early on. Make sure that you can both auto attack. Ella's going with that Spell Thief, so she wants to be up there in the face as well. So after that, you obviously take a point in Q, then max out the Ren. Just pretty basic coming through from Kalista. I think the variety in item builds is what we need to look for. We've seen everything from Bloodthirster Rushes to Runar's Hurricanes to maybe even a Blade of the Ruined King in there. So I think that's what we need to watch and what kind of build Crystal will go for here. Yeah,
and we saw yesterday a whole lot of the Infinity Edge into Static Shiv builds, just sort of standard AD carry movements here as Crystal going to be starting off at this Gromp here, trying to get that early level 2. Going to be answered in kind on the bottom side of the map with these Krugs. Shu actually taking a lot of damage there, but of course that Ebb and Flow really going to help him get back up to level. You can see Raphael taking a few Qs here from Barker. Going to dodge that one out of the way quite nicely.
Yeah, BUCKR just looking to get as much damage down on those minions. If he gets some harass at the same time, that's fantastic. But just wants level 2 first. And looks like they gave all the experience over to Crystal, and they're trying to use it to bully Kane out in this lane already. Yeah,
getting that level 2 as soon as you enter lane is so incredibly difficult to deal with. Of course, having that extra spell and a few extra stats there as well. And Energy Pacemaker getting pushed back. Kane does hit level 2 here, but going to take a cue from Ella, and look at the shield doing work as well. That rend is going to come down, and Kane almost forced to get out of this lane, and Shu, Crystal's not done.
Yeah, had to use the Ignite as well in that trade on the side of Shu, so that's definitely in the favor of Snake's bottom lane, and just using the minions to be able to hop forward and continue the harass halfway through. Very well played by Crystal, so favorable trade, and this is why Tristana struggles in 2v2s.
Yeah, and struggles in the early game as well. I mean, level 3 going to have a fair bit of damage with her spells, you might think, but just doesn't have the range that she has late game in order to put the pressure on.
Yeah, and just able to shrug off a lot of the harass from Explosive Shot early because of Janna's shield. So allowing Janna to only have 1 point being that shield was definitely a smart move, and they made Kane pay for it.
Yeah. See if they continue this pressure. Of course, Crystal known for playing very, very aggressively, and that might mean Drizzle wants to pay a visit to this bottom side relatively early on. At this point, is hanging around that top side of the map, and you can see Flandre and Amazing J. Flandre with a slight lead as he clears out these minions under the tower, but both of these top laners probably not going to be doing too much in a 1v1 setting. Both very seasoned players up here. Yeah,
Jarvan definitely has a very good 1-4. As we see Drizzle actually looking for a gank on BUCKR here in the mid lane.
Yeah, level 4 has been hit. Oh, not going to land the stun here, does Raphael. BUCKR immediately going to flash, blows that barrier as well, gets a nice stun, but BUCKR takes so much damage, and Drizzle picks up first blood.
Really nice gank coming from Drizzle there, understanding BUCKR's movements towards that side. Actually got himself trapped against the wall, didn't have a good flash option, so very well played coming out of Energy Peacemaker, able to pick up first blood.
Yeah, beautifully played, and Drizzle now going to be going back and possibly able to finish off a very early Sightstone as well and really solidify vision on this map. We'll see what he does decide to go with, whether it is going to be going for that upgrade, which is, by the looks of things, what he's going to try and do, but has a lot of wards in that back pocket as well.
Yeah, ensures he picks up that wards, going to have to now keep pressure around this mid lane. Sure, you got the first blood, but we've seen Xerath Nunu go off in the past, so needs to make sure he has the vision to support getting this Syndra ahead in the mid lane.
Yeah, and the thing as well is getting Syndra ahead before that level 6 mark hits now has a decent CS advantage with that Fiendish Codex on top as well, based on that assist money, and the 100-0 potential is there with that unleashed power.
Yeah, it's more the experience value at the moment as opposed to the CS. Being able to push that huge wave in means that he will hit level 6 quite a bit before BUCKR, as we see some nice deep wards coming through from Drizzle. So looking to strangle out Beast, but hey, Beast isn't too concerned. He's actually in the other side of the jungle.
Yeah, if Drizzle's actually looking for Beast, he should be looking in his own jungle, you could imagine, as Beast is going to come around, try and get some harass down onto Raphael. Hasn't hit level 6 just yet. Just going to throw an Ice Blast and head back on out. Of course, the gank's not so strong, as Beast is actually caught here by Drizzle just a little bit.
Yeah, and for those watching, Beast is actually maxing his Ice Blast at this point in the game.
BUCKR getting caught by a stun.
3 points in that one. We've seen a whole host of crazy things coming out of Nunu's, even up to the Blood Boil max first. So looks like a little bit more of a standard ganking route, being able to take those extra points in the Ice Blast.
Yeah, and as we head back down to the bottom side of the map, haven't seen too much action coming through, but Beast is paying a visit down here. Kane just going to get the heck out with the rocket jump. Takes a few spells for his trouble, but he's going to be okay.
Yeah, wants absolutely nothing to do with the initial gank. Able to get out of there with the rocket jump. Tristana, of course, that very safe AD carry.
Yeah, not going to have too much trouble, of course. The extra movement speed coming through from Shu's passive there on Nami as well, going to really help him out as the Tycall's Blessing came through for a little bit more movement.
So an actual slower start to the game. Neither top lane are actually burning the teleport yet, so looking for an opportunity to do so. Crystal looked like he wanted to go aggressive there, but quite happy to farm up. He has got a massive CS lead at this point from that early trade.
Yeah, 60 CS to 49. Drizzle is waiting here in the wings. Does get spotted by Ward, but lands the Sonic Wave. It's a nice shield from Ella to stop the damage coming through, and Crystal definitely punishing him for going a little bit too far forward. And the bottom lane from Energy Pacemaker just unable to offer too much at this stage with this sort of unskilled up Kane here on Tristana.
Yeah, just has no items, and he's at the point where after you get to about level 4, you just start falling away for a little bit as Tristana. So that's fine. He's just looking to farm up. I think he would even take a CS discrepancy as the ultimate comes out.
Yep, that is Barker conceding the lane, you must admit. That ultimate being used just to clear the creeps and get a bit of harass down.
Actually looks like Beast has set up camp around this blue buff, looking to steal that one away. He has been pinged out, so does need to be careful.
Needs to be very careful. Does have the consume smite, so he's going to be able to take that one away. Drizzle just not entering that blue buff area, and Beast going to be able to steal that quite nicely. Drizzle now heading around to try and pick up this red buff.
Has been spotted out. Beast will close on him.
Yeah, he's only level 4. Level 6 onto Beast here, so the level discrepancy is huge. Drizzle taking quite a bit of damage here from this red buff, and Beast just going to wander in, hit him with an Ice Blast and keep attacking. Nice safeguard from Drizzle to try and get out of the way. Does smite it for a little bit of extra health, but there is the ultimate coming through from Beast as well. Gets stunned up, but the stun not even necessary coming from Bucker as Flandre picks up that kill with a nice rotation. Amazing J coming around here as well, and look at the deletion from Raphael. Amazing J picks up the kill. That's a double now. Barker with a follow-up, 2 for 2, and the red buff wasn't even taken.
Yeah, really good play coming out of Energy Pacemaker to collapse as fast as they did. Barker was actually quite scared of Raphael in the mid lane, had to walk the long way around, and that's why they were able to trade 2v2, even though they had a 2-level disadvantage on their jungler. So overall, probably the best Energy Pacemaker could have hoped for out of that, and it does give Amazing J, who is behind 20 CS, an extra kill.
Yeah, and that is terrifying for Flandre because they need to use him to really create the difference here, as he's found Amazing J backing here. The hidden style doing a lot of work because, of course, has a bit of an item advantage considering the two proponents of that Trinity Force have been finished up. So you can imagine Amazing J now able to go back and buy a fair few items.
Yeah, and I don't think you'll even have to use the teleport to get back into the lane. We'll just be able to roam back up there. So that's a win. Comes back with actually a tankier build than we're used to seeing on this Jarvan.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's normally wanting to go for that Tiamat very early on. This time going for much more of a defensive option. We'll see whether that's respect for Flandre or just knowing that this is what he needs to do in order to help him in this matchup particularly. Yeah,
a little bit of a strange pickup going straight away into that. Of course, if he picks up the Randuin's Omen early, it does mitigate a lot of the attack speed that comes out. However, Flandre going for that Equilibrium Strike max with the Sheen proc does a lot of magic damage.
Oh yeah, Crystal actually with the Hurricane early on, so we're seeing a little bit of North American flavor coming through from this particular Kalista. Wanted to get a lot more wave clear up on this one and a lot more sort of AoE damage within those team fights.
Yeah, and the thing I love about Kalista is how heavily contentious the build paths are at the moment. Lots of people are very vocal that Blade of the Ruined King is the correct path now into the Hurricane and then into the Bloodthirster, because the thing about Kalista, if you survive the upfront damage, you are so hard to pin down, and Blade of the Ruined King definitely gives you that option. However, the more hops you have coming out of the Hurricane, the more of those spears you're throwing around, the bigger the Rens can get in these team fights. Very, very greedy build, but when it pays off, boy, does she do some damage.
Oh, most definitely. You can see dancing around now with that shield as well. The Ren's going to proc, and the slow is so devastating onto Kayn. Did do a decent amount of follow-up damage, but used that Buster Shot as well.
Yeah, so was able to trade back, and he does have the sustained support. So we have to keep that in mind. Wow, good stun.
Yeah, Barker actually getting caught up there just a little bit. Not going to take too much of his health pool as another Arcano Pulse going to come down. Go a little bit wide there onto Raphael.
And this is what we... Oh, wow.
Yeah, Flandre taking a lot of damage here on the top side. It's a beautiful Equilibrium Strike. Gets the Blade Surge as well. Forces a flash out of Amazing J. Flandre not opting to finish off that kill. Wants to hold on to his summoner, but here's right of the Arcane. He's fishing for it. But Amazing J, he's not there.
Yeah, he's not there yet. Didn't opt to go straight over the wall. And in the bottom lane, we have some more action.
Yeah, Crystal actually finishing off Shu here down on the bottom side. And I think that wasn't even the Fate's call. So just bad positioning coming through from Shu.
Yeah, they were fighting over the wards in the Tri-Brush for quite some time now. And Ella actually had better position and kept baiting Raphael down there. Not Raphael, sorry, Drizzle down there to try and get control over that ward. As soon as Drizzle left, however, able to get the 2v2 and pick up the kill.
Yeah, it does pick up the outer turret there as well because Kayn was forced out of that lane, couldn't stay there in a 1v2 situation, and now Crystal with even more of a CS advantage. And this guy's really stepped up to the forefront of AD carries here in China. And when the AD carries there include the likes of Imp and Deft and Uzi and Name to potentially come back, Crystal is looking amazing.
Yeah, we go through and we said that at the start, maybe this was a Flandre team built around being carried from the top lane. That's definitely what we'd seen in the past. However, putting a lot of pressure and I guess respect into their AD carry, now it's coming up really big. Crystal's delivered in the last couple of weeks, and once again, 20 CS lead, he's definitely leading the charge for his team.
Yeah, definitely looking fantastic on these sort of really heavy snowball champions. Kalista able to do that as well. Not maybe quite as much of a Draven, but certainly able to offer a lot of power and a lot of lane control as well if you get ahead. Does have now a BF sword on top of that Hurricane, so going to be doing just so much damage.
He's a full Hurricane ahead of his lane opponent at the moment. That is ridiculous at this point of the game. He's just going to be pumping out so much consistent damage in these fights. Sure, he's not going to have the big crits that come out of an early IE, but when you have an ability like Rend and you can stack up so many spears, in a region that is very teamfight heavy, it's just going to mean so much damage.
Yeah, and I really like the answer coming through from Kane, going straight for that static Shiv after that BF sword purchase. But man, Flandre's in trouble. Oh, some sneaky movements using that Blade Surge. Nice equilibrium strike into the flash. Drizzle, he wants to land it, but Amazing J, the spear in the head, is going to secure the kill.
Yeah, able to pick that one up. Actually went for a Sunfire Cape, so going for some very early game pressure in that top lane, looking to sway the balance. Down 20 CS, but now he's 3-0-0, so he needs to get some work done on the bottom side of the map if Energy Pacemaker have any chance.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite difficult for Crystal to maneuver out of that Cataclysm as well. It's almost one of the only ways to hold this Kalista down in any sort of consistent sense, as Barker's actually come down to the bottom side, forcing the flash right of the Arcane to come through as well, but not going to find the targets. Hasn't quite got his eye in just yet as Barker, but they're going to take the inner turret down as well.
Yeah, so able to get another turret. Will lose 2 in response, so that is 2 turrets for 1. So overall, actually very good map movement coming through from Energy Pacemaker. If they had lost a kill in the bottom lane, completely different story, but managed to survive and in the end open up the top side of this map.
Yeah, and Energy Pacemaker's early game rotations are fantastic, as Snake may have found them in one of those, as the flash is going to be blown here by Drizzle. Raphael now left on his own. He could be in trouble, does have that flash available, but there's the Ice Blast flashing out of the way of the stun, and he is going to be okay as Snake back off.
Yeah, we're running a little bit low on mana there on Barker. Didn't have his ultimate, so not electing to force anything. The AD and top laner weren't there, so they really had 2 support champions following around a Xerath that was running so good decision there, but in the end they got a lot for it. A couple of flashes really put them in control over the next 5 minutes of this game, and they can start sieging mid-turret at will now because of how far pushed that bottom lane is.
Yeah, and you have to think Flandre now in a fair bit of trouble in this lane. The Brutalizer's been finished off by Amazing J, using those Transcendent Blades just to clear out this wave, but the Flag and Drag to come through. A lot of damage now onto Amazing J as he tanks up a few minions here as well. And looks like the Equilibrium Max is working out here for Flandre.
Yeah, it definitely is a good way to play the lane. I like the mid-game spike that Amazing J's. Wow.
Oh, the Flag and Drag gets the knock up here as well. Another stun to come out from Flandre, but there's going to be the Cataclysm waiting for the Blade Surge. Flandre escapes that, but he is on the wrong side of the rift. The Equilibrium Strike is back up again, and Flandre, knew that the spear was going to come through, but seems to me like only a matter of time. Oh my goodness, another Equilibrium Strike, and dodges out of the way of the Flag and Drag. Sonic Wave snags him though, and Energy Pacemaker find another couple of members up there.
Yeah, but draw 3 members top. They might even be able to pick up a mid lane turret for this, so fantastic work for Flandre. He's definitely struggling in that lane, but able to turn something on for his team.
Yeah, making the most of it, most definitely. Stun's going to go wide here from Raphael, get hits by his own man. Look at that damage right of the Arcane, secures the kill, continues to throw them down. Drizzle takes a whole bunch of damage from Beast Ultimate as well. As Shu comes down, Crystal gets kicked over the wall, picks up the kill as well. Snake turn it straight back on.
And that is why you never walk at a Xerath. Just so much upfront burst comes out of this mage. Sure, he does consistent damage as well, but just wandering directly into him takes a full combo and gets absolutely wiped off the map.
Oh, yeah, and now Crystal is 3-0-1 on this Kalista as well, and how he managed to not die from Drizzle there is ridiculous. The shields coming through from Ella as well. This guy, more needs to be said about Ella's performance because he's what's helping Crystal get so far ahead.
Yeah, Ella definitely is coming through as a very good support. 0-0-5. And you just look at the vision control over they have over the bottom side of the map. That has to be attributed to Bucker and Beast and Ella. And we'll see it again. misses a stun, and then just continues to walk forward, gets knocked up, and just so much instant damage comes out of FLICKR. And then the full channel of Nunu nearly comes through. Gets kicked over the wall, which was a very good move out of Drizzle. Nearly picks himself up a kill, but the heal was too much.
Yeah, heal was too much, as well as the shield coming through from Ella as well. So Drizzle a little bit baited there, maybe.
Didn't really have many other choices.
Yeah, that is true. It was either die or die over there.
Yep.
Yep, and he decided to die over there, so that's fine.
Bloodthirster actually finished up now by Crystal, so at 18 minutes through, he's got 2 completed items as well as those boots, so he's at the point of the game where he's an absolute monster.
Just a complete beast, you have to say. 3-1 and 2 now for Barker as well, who was playing so far back in his lane and now really capitalized on the movements of Snake and getting himself ahead in these rotational ganks to come through. Of course, coming down to that bottom side of the map, and then that last skirmish really working out. Now he's ahead in terms of items. Only needs another 800 gold or something in order to pick up that Rabadon's death cap. And then he's just going to be deleting people.
Yeah, he is about 800 gold ahead at this point. I like the aggressive build coming through for the death cap, of course. When you have people that will dive onto the carries, you're guaranteed a little bit of safety just because people won't be able to get past. They have to really peel for this Tristana at this point. Tristana, about 50 CS behind at this point in the game, so maybe the pick going for it early isn't working out. And look, being shoved continually off farm, you have to really question what energy pacemaker we're going for here. If they had more of a mid-game carry, say a Corki or something like that, I think that they would be in a much better position to fight this, I guess, really early Snake team that came out firing.
Yeah, and they may not have expected Crystal's Callista as well. This is the first time that he's picked it up and is looking very, very comfortable. And you have to say, maybe it was just a curveball.
Yeah, potentially getting a nice pick through there. And it looks like now Energy Pacemaker recognizing they have to at least get some vision control over this Dragon area. Snake have done a very good job of controlling it thus far. We're able to pick up the first one. So Energy Pacemaker looking to hit back, but they need to be careful. If they fight 5v5 here without their top laner, who doesn't have teleport, in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, teleport just about to come back up here for Amazing J, so can offer some assistance, but he has backed off.
There's just no wards for him to teleport to. This is another free dragon.
Yeah, and Crystal and Beast between them have the most neutral objective control out of any other set of champions in the game. Just with that rend and that consume smite combo, there's almost nothing that an Energy Pacemaker can do if Callista's allowed to get a few auto attacks on those Barons or Dragons.
Yeah, so now, once again, grouping in the bottom lane. Actually looks like there's a fight in the mid lane.
Yeah, Barker is actually going to go down immediately as they just catch him out. Want to see what happened there. It all just sort of seemed to erupt out of nowhere.
Yeah, certainly looked like they just caught him with the Cataclysm. Only Amazing J's ultimate actually on cooldown. Potentially Shoes as well, so coming through there, able to pick up a nice kill, and now they start sieging this mid lane turret.
Yeah, really turning this game on its head. Snake, though, with definite dragon control, they picked that one up as well. This inner turret now under fire, and long-range wave clear.
They still need to be careful here. There is a lot of damage that can come out of this Callista combo.
Yeah, Face Call's there. Oh, actually managing to get a Blade Surge double jump onto Kane, but Energy Pacemaker able to back off.
Yeah, the build that Beast goes, going for that tanky jungle item, just means that throughout the mid-game, he is completely immovable. Nunu just does so much work as a tank, able to slow people. You really don't want to have to use abilities on getting him out of the fight. And he just was walking towards Kane there with the risk of the absolute zero, followed up by Crystal's ultimate. Too much, so they can't even get a turret out of that kill.
Yeah, clearing out all of the vision as well here in Energy Pacemaker's jungle. And they found an opportunity with Barker down, but he's alive again and still has his flash.
Yeah, so didn't expend anything overly much in that gank in the mid lane. Ultimate's back off cooldown, and Amazing J, he's got that bottom lane slow pushing now. That'll push in EP's favor back into the top side of the map, but because that tier 2 turret is still up, won't get very far before it reverses extremely quickly, and it will be back on the inhibitor turret in no time.
Yeah, and Snake now looking to solidify some vision around that Baron. Energy Pacemaker madly pinging around that area of the map. Know that they are completely blind and are now going to have an opportunity to clear this one out.
And the response coming out of Snake is to actually leave their AD bottom, sitting on about 2,000 gold after it picks up that wave. So once again, we'll be able to go back to base, maybe pick up the beginnings of a Blade of the Ruined King, maybe even an IE coming out.
The Rite of the Arcane was used just to scout out that Baron, discovers them in that little curved brush below the red buff.
That does so much damage already at this point in the game. Rabadon's Death Cap was picked up. Every single person on Snake might actually be caught out here.
Yeah, Crystal has to be very careful. Going to use that arrow. He was seen by that ward, but Energy Pacemaker know that it's a very slippery Callista, and he was able to jump out of the way.
Yeah, so now the Trinity Force is finished up. Looks like Frozen Heart's coming through in the top lane as well. A very tanky Nunu. At this point in the game, Snake are in their sweet spot. If they want to start forcing, now is the time. They've got a huge advantage on their AD carry. No Infinity Edge, more importantly, coming out of Kayn yet. So before any armor's through, they really need to, I guess, start making a move, because the later this game goes, we know how quickly Syndra can pick up a pick. We know that Tristanas can really take over team fights. So they're only about 4,500 gold behind. With a Tristana in the game, that might be something that they're looking on as a little bit of a positive. They're definitely still behind, and they need a lot of work to get back into this game, but they're not completely shut out yet.
See whether they can make something of it. Of course, looking up to that top side of the map, 1-3-1 for FLICKR in comparison to the 5-0-0, but he has a 30 CS advantage here heading into this mid game, and that is incredible coming through from FLICKR, that he's still able to farm out that lane as effectively against this Jarvan that's arguably pretty fed right now.
Yeah, and the difference is that they've been rotating FLICKR to be with the team a little bit more at the moment, and they're putting all spare farm onto Crystal. So Amazing Jay, he's been that solo person. We saw him in the bottom lane. We saw him greedily in the top lane, actually had to recall, and that was why they gave up the second dragon. So he's looking to pick up the spare CS on his team. But all of that's going to Crystal. So what we should really be doing is comparing Amazing Jay to Crystal, and they're still at 80 CS discrepancy nearly coming through this.
And FLICKR is been able to find the farm that he wants to as well. So things looking fantastic here for Snake coming through, but you have to think they are on a bit of a timer, as you mentioned.
Yeah, so definitely still have a good late game composition in their own right, especially when you put something like an Aurelia in a comp. It's always going to be admirably performing towards that mid-late game. It's just very few carries can match skill for skill with Tristana late.
Oh, yeah. They really have to use everything to get on top of Kayn after he manages to finish off a few items. But, you know, he's a completed Infinity Edge and a Last Whisper behind. And the Last Whisper was just finished here for Crystal. This is a 3-item Callista already. And Beast and Crystal, they are going to use their neutral combo to do a sneaky 2-man Baron.
Yeah, actually looks like they're onto it though here. Shu coming in, actually has some vision now, so they need to be careful.
Yeah, Ella's coming around, but Shu's taking so much damage. The dodge out of the way of the tidal wave. Right of the Arcane comes in. That secures that kill. Still doing a lot of damage. Drizzle and Raphael only take one, but that's a third of their health. Just ridiculous.
Yeah, and they still might be able to turn onto this. No, elect to go for the top lane turret. Fantastic movement coming through from here. Actually leaving their mid laner behind, so maybe won't get this. If they had have rotated as a unit of 5, they would have been able to take that turret very easily.
Yeah, it seems like Barker was trying to take care of the counter push that could potentially come in, knows that he can clear out these waves, but doesn't give them the ability to easily clear the wave on the top side, and Snake are just going to back off.
Yeah, recall as a unit, make sure they're nice and safe, maybe even leave FLICKR up there. They did trade teleports there. I think that is in Snake's favor. They definitely want to be as a group at the moment, and not having teleport will mean that. Looks like QSS will be in the next buy that comes out of Crystal, has picked up that Null Magic Mantle, so trying to keep himself as safe as possible in these mid-game team fights.
Yeah, not really too much to QSS as far as these fights are concerned, though. A lot of knock-ups coming in and a lot of instant death that he will need to be cleansing.
Yeah, I think it's just because of that Scatter the Weak that can come through from such range. He's confident in his mechanics to be able to dodge the rest with his auto attack, but does need to make sure he doesn't get stunned out of the Fog of War.
Yep. Let's see how quickly this dragon gets bursted down. Yeah, that was about 1,500 damage with a rend, so no problem there at all.
Yeah, and maybe that's why he hasn't gone for the Blade of the Ruined King build coming through here. I'm just thinking with the Blood Boil coming out of Beast, maybe a little bit of the overkill to go for the Runarn's Hurricane and the Blade of the Ruined King. So electing for a little bit more of a, I guess, shredding through those tanks with the Last Whisper, because Amazing Jay is putting a lot of his resources into getting some armor.
Yeah, he's finished off 2 full armor items now with that Randuin's and Sunfire K. Probably want to be building that Thornmail at some point. Does make him relatively squishy to the likes of Barker. But not going to be too worried about that because he just wants to be killing Crystal if he can.
Yeah, he certainly does, and that makes the Sunfire Cape, it gave him a lot of early game power. A little bit questionable because if you go for a Thormail, you generally want to get something like a Warmogs in there to just stop a lot of the AP damage. Of course, health is fantastic against both AP and AD, so if you're going to stack one, you really need that health to augment it, and Sunfire Cape gives some, but just not as much.
Yeah, a lot more early game focus there. Of course, the damage becomes a little bit negligible later in the game as Magic Resist starts to get built up. Now the battle for vision continues here as Energy Pacemaker try to make a move. Nice ward giving vision to Snake as FLICKR going to continue pushing this top side. Doesn't have teleport, so if Energy Pacemaker manage to find their way in, it could be a good opportunity. Sentinel's going to spot out Amazing J as Shu wants to come through and try and clear out a lot of this vision. Arcano Pulse just to start off the Baron, but doesn't actually find him there.
Yeah, so Snake not looking like they want to fight at this point of the game. Content to continue to farm this one out. And look, they've got, once again, it's a 70 CS lead on their AD carry when you compare them. Crystal is absolutely massive and will only get stronger as this game goes on. However, when you're 6,000 gold up against a Tristana, I think that they're a little bit remiss to not push a little bit harder at this point in the game.
Yeah, and actually, Crystal sitting on about 1,500 gold here as well, so going to potentially be able to go back and finish at least his QSS. That's
Once again, they look to start up Baron. Pull off it straight away. They're very...
Oh, Amazing J may have been caught out. Nice tidal wave to stop the push from coming in. Amazing J looking to turn this one around. Equilibrium Strike to stop him from coming in and takes a lot of damage from Barker. Of course, not too much of the Magic Resistors and Null Magic Mantles. All he's managed to pick up on top of those boots.
Yeah, so Snake look like they're completely confused as to what the next objective is on the map. They've still got 2 outer turrets left up, but they continually revisit this Baron 30 minutes in, trying to get Energy Pacemaker to come to them. But Energy Pacemaker, they understand they're at the stalling part of the game. They're not going to run into the Snake lineup using Shu's Tidal Wave as disengage. They've played this pretty solidly throughout the mid game.
Yeah, and it's definitely a fantastic point to be made about this Nami as well for the stall, for the disengage coming through with that tidal wave.
And now all the wave clear out of the mid laner is actually in the bottom lane, so they have to burn an ultimate to force Energy Pacemaker back.
Yep, Snake actually looking for a potential engage here, but Energy Pacemaker just going to back off yet again. They're playing this later stage of the game very intelligently. Of course, we're talking about the fact that Snake not pulling the trigger, but it's also Energy Pacemaker not giving them a way in and not giving them that fight that they're looking for.
Yeah, I guess they're able to rotate into clearing out that Baron again as well, so they've maybe stalled that one up for another couple of minutes. Now Snake have to go back there and clear it out, which it looks like they're doing now, but yeah, a lot of credit does need to be given to Energy Pacemaker, but when you've got 50 CS advantages nearly across the board now, there does come a point that you can just, I guess, run into the enemy team. FLICKR probably could have done it last time around, but just playing this one cautiously.
Yeah, and you can see Barker as well with a full Void Staff lead. You're talking about the fact that there's money differences coming through on these two sides, and that is definitely exemplified here. Crystal hasn't been back for quite some time as Amazing J gets caught up. There's the Howling Gale to come through as well. Beast looking for an opportunity, but can't find a way in. And again, just not able to do anything.
Yeah, once again, not willing to run in there. All the ultimates were available. Could have even thrown Ella in there for maybe a little bit of a Janna insect play coming through, but they just don't want to risk anything at this point. They're just trying to control vision, trying to get a pick.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. We haven't seen too much of the Fates call as of yet coming through from Crystal, and that might be what they need in order to start this one up.
So it looks like they're going back to split pushing. This is actually remiss to yesterday a little bit, where a team just has a massive advantage but unsure what they want to do with it. Another 2 minutes until they have their 4th dragon, I believe. So
we might call this the Energy Pacemaker effect. I mean, we saw it coming out of World Elite here as well, just causing teams to have no idea what to do in these games. Energy Pacemaker included.
Yeah, so it looks like it might just be now on a clock for Dragon. If you give up 5 dragons, you're pretty much guaranteed to give up the Baron, and any team, even if you're struggling to siege against the lineup, will be able to siege with those Baroned up minions. So yeah, Snake might just be content to let this one go and just win it by neutral objective.
Yeah, and I really like this build here from Crystal as well, not going for that QSS, locking in that Banshee's Veil as well. So going to be able to get rid of a lot of the potential tidal wave engages, any Aqua Prisons that might strayly find him as he's dancing around these fights. At least that first one, not going to be too much of a problem.
Yeah, and once again, they've rotated down to the bottom side of the map now. So all of that vision control that they had built up on the top side of the map, that's fallen away. Energy Pacemaker's been able to equalize that, but no one has vision control over this bottom side of the map. There is one ward each on the side of Energy Pacemaker and Snake, and looks like they're just going to leave Crystal to maybe solo out Dragon by herself.
Yeah, it is just alive now. Snake all going to be rotating around. They've allowed Energy Pacemaker to get vision inside the pit and, of course, around that side as well. They have no idea what's going on. Actually, vision control is almost firmly in the hands of Energy Pacemaker here, but Snake, they're more than happy just to sit in front of this Dragon because they're not scared of a steal.
Yeah, no, definitely no steal coming there.
Yeah, Beast going to get knocked back to his team here as well. Beautiful Monsoon to stop the flag and drag. Right of the Arcane coming into the backside, trying to find Kane as Snake really trying to start off this fight. Amazing J, he's going to fall down. Crystal gets caught by the Aqua Prison, but Flandre's flashing on top of Kane. Will he be able to find it? Equilibrium strikes there for the slow, and now Shu, you're in trouble as well as Raphael's going to fall down in the meantime, and Snake finally pull the trigger. There it is.
Yeah, just getting a team fight around a neutral objective. Didn't have to dive for it. They pick up the Dragon, they pick up the middle turret, and it doesn't look like they're done yet.
Yeah, they don't really care about this Baron at this stage as Flandre going to clear out these creeps, and it looks like it's going to be the focus on the structures here of the Energy Pacemaker base. Crystal hop, skipping and a jumping around this inhibitor turret and inhibitor. They're easily going to take that one and straight onto the Baron.
Yeah, and they just blow the game wide open. We complimented Energy Pacemaker for holding it around that 6,000 mark. Now it's 11,000 gold. They've lost the 4th Dragon, and they're going to lose a Baron.
Yeah, and that's 4 Dragons to 0 as well. That all-important first Dragon unable to be taken at all by Energy Pacemaker throughout this game. Snake have had so much control. You can see there's almost zero vision of this coming through from Energy Pacemaker as they try to get the teleport in, but they're going to take the Baron. Of course, so much damage.
Yeah, there's a big minion wave in the top lane, so they're also sending Bucker up there to clear that one out. And all of a sudden, 12,000 gold. And that was a game-winning play coming out of Snake there. Beautiful patience, bait them into a losing team fight because of the pressure they have over Dragons, and really put the clamps down.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And Flandre actually teleporting to the bottom outer turret is able to save that as well. And at 34 minutes, still having an outer turret on the map just shows how much control they had on the bottom side.
Yeah, well, that's still about a 60 CS advantage. And now they're going for a little bit of a gank brush setup. So they understand that they need something desperate to win this game. Maybe camping a brush will give them that a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, it does seem like a desperation play, but Snake doesn't look like they're going to be falling for it as they're heading straight down this mid lane. Crystal pushing that one out, wanting to make sure that they have super creeps inside that base, and it's going to rotate straight bottom by the looks of things.
Yeah, so look like they want to clean up the bottom inhib turret. Of course, that is a very smart move if you think you can't end the game on this Baron push. Just means that you secure Baron the next time around extremely easily. So they are rotating down into that one. Looks like Beast is actually in his jungle at the moment, trying to clean up that Grom. So as soon as they're joined by Beast, this blood-boiled up Aurelia will be able to, I guess, dive onto the back line. Extremely tanky now, has picked up the Frozen Heart. Should not have any problems taking up some turret hits.
Yeah, Amazing J actually going to engage onto Crystal here. He's just going to flash outside of that Cataclysm. The Tidal Wave to come over as well. It's a nice Aqua Prison onto Flandre, but has so much tenacity. Not actually affected too much, of course, by the knock-up. Unleashed Power seemed to do almost nothing to Flandre as well.
Yeah, that was a 4v5 that Snake turned around, and they're going to grab a turret off it. That is horrible news for Energy Pacemaker.
Yeah, Beast just tanking up this inhibitor turret like nobody's business as Crystal able to clear out this inhib, just dancing around these fights. Drizzle trying to get the kick, but he just can't find it. Beast now getting Amazing J hit by the Howling Gale there, as well as the ultimate coming through from Nunu as well. Amazing J, he's going to fall as the Ice Blast of Destiny comes through and pierces his backside. Shu's going to fall down as well. Drizzle now in a lot of trouble as Ella's going to get pegged into the fountain a little bit unfortunately there, and Snake finally pick up the victory.
Yeah, able to come through with a pretty emphatic last series of couple of team fights. They'll pick up the win, and really well played out of Snake.
Yeah, fantastic to see as well. And Crystal, it seems you take away his Draven, and he has even more picks to come through and carry on, and he's looking fantastic on this Callista as well. And picking up that Hurricane for the first time here in China, and I wonder whether any of these other Callista players have been watching.
Yeah, definitely 5-0-6 and an 80 CS advantage in that game.
Ridiculous.
So Crystal definitely went off one more time, and that just makes his KDA look even better.
Yeah, it's looking fantastic. Now you include Callista on top of that Draven, he's going to have some pretty ridiculous scores, and we'll see what happens in the next game as Energy Pacemaker try to fight back. But guys, we will have a quick replay, and let's just see exactly what Snake were doing in this winning team fight.
Yeah, so this is a dragon fight coming through. So what they've done is they've got that many spears in that there is no chance they can steal this, but because they're 3-0 at this point, Energy Pacemaker have to try. So if we roll this one out, we'll see that Drizzle goes for the steal and actually probably baits his team into a team fight they don't want to have. In the back end, FLICKR is just doing so much damage, and that ultimate was ridiculous from Ella, but FLICKR has zoned 3 members, so Kane not a member of this fight. Frontline falls extremely quickly against this Fed Callista, and Flandre is able to chase down the rest of the team. Really well played out of the whole Snake lineup. Everyone did their job in that fight, and that's just the pressure that early Dragons put on you. You understand that there is that time limit on the game. If you can't get back in, then it just becomes impossible to fight these team comps.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they had the Tristana for that late game insurance. They had these opportunities to try and do it super late, but just never able to get there. And of course, Crystal was just doing so much damage throughout these fights, and with that neutral objective control as well, it's just ridiculous. But guys, we of course have one more game coming up for you very, very shortly. Do not go anywhere as Energy Pacemaker try to fight back against Snake. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Spawn, and we're about to go into Game 2 between Energy Pacemaker and Snake after Snake's dominating victory and Crystal immortal performance.
Yeah, once again, coming up, absolutely massive. 5-0-6, dominated lane, dominated late games. There's nothing you can't say about this guy.
Yep.
He is playing out of his mind and really putting on a show in that bottom lane along with Ella.
Yeah, exactly. And we've been talking about Snake as this top lane focused team, FLICKR being sort of their star player. But it's really over the last couple of weeks been Crystal stepping up and doing all of the work for his team.
Yeah, and having an additional weapon, FLICKR's not playing bad. He was camped that game, got a little bit further behind, but because they won the bottom half of the map so easily, just gave him enough time to get back in, still became this tanky threat on Aurelia, and as I said, if you have a couple of threats, then it makes you a better lineup.
Yeah, it's true. And Drizzle had a great early game as well, really able to affect especially the top and mid lanes. Barker had to play so far back, give Raphael so much respect. But they played this defensive style and allowed their bottom lane to just go off and then come back in when they were powerful.
Yeah, and this is the problem with giving Barker Xerath. He got put so far behind, had to use both his summoner spells in lane, was absolutely getting mauled in lane,
yeah,
and then was just able to farm from distance and come back and absolutely clean house.
Yep, no worries at all. As we hop into champs, like actually Syndra going to be removed. Raphael not going to have the option to pick up that comfort champion yet again. Rek'Sai off the board here as well. Snake don't want to see Kane on his also comfortable Corki pickup, but seems to me like with the likes of Syndra and Corki being banned away here, we could have some of the power picks coming through.
Yeah, it certainly looks like things like Lissandra, Jarvan will managed to sneak their way through one more time. Draven being taken away from Energy Pacemaker, so they've seen the Crystal Kalista and they still are banning the Draven.
Yep, going to be taken off the board here from Snake, and there are a few names, a few champions that are seeming quite important here as Kassadin snuck through. Xerath going to be the last one taken off the board. So the Jarvans of the world, the Kassadins still up here as well. So a lot of high priority picks still left on the table. As you mentioned, Lissandra there as well. And it looks like Snake wanting to lock away a potential Janna pickup here.
Yeah, I like this coming through. It shows nothing of your hand. It allows Crystal to play his extremely aggressive bottom lane. So why not go with something that has been working throughout? Gives a lot of disengage. The speed boost also gives a lot of engage potential. So I like the pickup here. And Ella's just shown time and again. So good on that.
Yeah, oh yeah, and especially last game. So many clutch shields to come through. His monsoons were amazing, making sure that Amazing J couldn't get in there with that flag and drag. Drizzle, though, able to lock away his comfort champion in that Lee Sin, was very strong, especially in the early games, and Kassadin able to sneak through. And that could be in the hands of Raphael or Amazing J here this game.
Yeah, it certainly could be. And wow, the Azir locked in. So that means that Kassadin will have a hard time if it is mid lane. So that might straight away force Amazing J's hand to take that into the top lane. Of course, after level 6, level 7, does all right, able to hop around and does have some wave clear, but early levels, Azir is just such a bully against melee range.
Oh, most definitely. And able to take it away here as well with Xerath being banned. We've seen, especially in the LPL, Xerath's having quite an easy time here against these Azirs, sort of able to stand back, poke him out, and not have to worry too much about those Sand Soldiers. Kane looking at potentially going for this Tristana yet again, and you have to think that they are going to have to opt for some sort of lane swap.
Yeah, it depends what's picked up here in the bottom lane. I don't like the Tristana pickup without seeing the AD carry. As we said last time, giving the Nami makes it a safer lane, but it is by no means a winning lane. They got really bullied last time, and the early level 2 that came through on Crystal just cemented the win in that bottom lane.
Yeah, and we'll see what Snake do answer with. Of course, FLICKR, known for his very strange pickups here on the top side of the map. They could pick up something strange to really counter this one out and put Energy Pacemaker on the back foot. Crystal looking at a potential Ezreal here at this stage, but it's just a hover. This is Crystal. He can lock in whatever he wants, and the Kalista is available, and he had a fantastic game. He's going to lock that away.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. A Morgana pickup, so that could be top lane or mid lane. So I would think it would be maybe Azir top at this point.
Yeah.
I'm just going through what the composition looks like in my head. However, Could be either. That could be definitely a flex pick coming through. I like the Callista pickup. Teams haven't been playing against it for extremely long. No one's really worked out what the answer is to it yet.
Yep.
Of course, hard CC like a Vi or something like that, very good. Maokai comes to mind as well. Able to get it uncomfortable in these team fights. So that will be a mid Kassadin and potentially a top lane Morgana at this point.
Yeah, so we're going to see the Morgana-Maokai matchup. Interesting alliteration, but a matchup that we haven't seen very often, as we have fairly standard Azir into the Kassadin here in the mid side. But Snake, they've got the bottom lane that they had last time, and they're going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, Snake having a ridiculous team fight coming through here. We've seen how much damage Azir as well as Callista can do. You throw the control of Morgana and Janna in there, and it just makes it very hard to deal with their team fight throughout the late game, mid game. They lack some damage late because they only have those two big hyper carries really, and they are going to lack some damage in the top lane. Maokai might get tanky enough to deal with it, but overall, I think they've definitely come through with another solid champion select.
Yeah, and I really like sort of this adaptation, putting FLICKR, you know, this guy that's happy to pick up almost anything into that top lane. Now with the Morgana, has played the LeBlanc up there, all sorts of different things, but we're going to see a Morgana now with quite a lot of damage, and this is something that people aren't used to. That Dark Binding can hit for a gigantic chunk, and you add a huge Soul Shackles into that for like lots of extra damage and an earlier Zhonya's Hourglass, things could get terrifying.
Yeah, I think can't go for the early Zhonya's Hourglass. That's what's confusing me about this, because it is double AP, so we'll probably have to go for that Abyssal Scepter. But yeah, we'll see how it works out. Can definitely bring something to late game team fights, but is a lot of burst and not really much follow-up.
Yeah, we'll see whether they manage to as we hop onto the Rift. Game 2 coming to you guys. Snake on the blue side now with Energy Pacemaker on the red. And we'll see whether this top Morgana can work out here for FLICKR. Of course, you can imagine he's pretty comfortable. But starting with that Doran's Ring, not going to go for any of that extra sustain from any flasks or anything like that. And what do you expect to see built out of this Morgana? Do you think it could potentially be that Rod of Ages?
Yeah, I think it will be Roller into Abyssal. Potentially maybe a Chalice, but yeah, I think that Roller into Abyssal is a good matchup against the double AP that comes through. Transition into a Zhonya's Hourglass, and all of a sudden you don't have just a mage, but a very tanky frontliner that will be able to go in there and mix it up. Very good pushing potential in the top lane. Might actually mean that Maokai runs fairly early in the lane, just trying to deal with being able to shove this one back out, but will also be susceptible to some ganks. So I don't mind the top Morgana pickup. I think it is risky to play. If you get a teleport behind bottom lane, it is a very good top laner. But yeah, we'll have to see how it works out, because there is a lot of magic damage that comes out of Maokai, able to break through that black shield, and will have a lot of CC for those ganks.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, once FLICKR does get a fair bit of that AP, it's going to get more and more difficult for Amazing J to break through that shield. But yeah, you're exactly right. In that early game, going to be easy to break that shield, and Morgana, she tends to waddle a little bit, not the fastest of champions.
No, she certainly isn't. And I'm also very interested in this mid lane matchup, because as I said, Azir tends to bully out melee champions with those Sand Soldiers, does a lot of damage, has some control in the mid lane. But Kassadin just has the ability to be able to push out the waves with that Force Pulse and then get very aggressive with the Rift Walks. And we know how squishy Azir is. So I think that Azir does have a little bit of the advantage in the matchup, scales very nicely, but it can swing very quickly in Kassadin's favor, and you throw a Lee Sin into any mid lane matchup, and it just is a lot of surprising damage for a mid laner to deal with, especially one as squishy as Azir.
Yeah, and this is the first time that we've seen Raphael on this Kassadin as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. However, has played some assassin champions like the LeBlanc coming through, so I'm sure very comfortable on it. Kassadin is just such a, in my opinion, probably the best flex mage at the moment, coming through, extremely strong. So I don't expect him to have too much trouble.
Sandra's going to be mad at you for that comment, by the way.
Yeah, definitely will be, but I just think Kassadin has a lot of tools in his kit. Anyone that has a 6 to 8 second blink is always going to be a very good champion.
That is definitely true, and especially over here in China as well, we've seen stellar performances by the likes of Hatong in the mid lane, and Kola there in the top lane as well has had sort of standout showings on this Kassadin, able to turn these games around almost completely. And Kassadin also fantastic in that later stage of the game, alongside a Maokai, alongside a Tristana. And Energy Pacemaker sort of really going hard for this late game type team fight comp with Drizzle on this early game pressure jungler.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I think that you really nailed what they're trying to hope to do. They're looking to get the engage with Maokai, hold them there, continue the persistent chase through, get people low with a Kassadin, and get the resets going. So there definitely is a clear methodical idea behind the team fight that comes out of Energy Pacemaker. The problem is that they haven't proven to anyone that they can get to a late game point even enough to be able to make that team fight work. And you throw a Morgana, who is extremely early mid-game focus, into something like a Jarvan, and all of a sudden you are dealing with a team that will peak at about the 25-minute mark with an extremely late-game comp.
Yeah, and if Snake ever catch Energy Pacemaker in a clump, you have to think that everything to come down out of Snake is just going to be straight on top of their heads, and it's going to be so difficult to deal with. The Soul Shackles inside that Cataclysm, if that ever happens, is just terrifying. But pause is now over, ladies and gentlemen. We're back onto the Rift. Only a minute elapsed. Is FLICKR going to take a cute little hit from a sapling and back off to base?
Yeah, so just looking to get full HP back. Looks like they are once again electing into standard lanes here. Crystal and Ella, however, not going towards those Krugs, are going to start in lane and try and push this one out. Maybe because they spotted that the bottom lane had backed away. They're going top. Definitely will be a lane swap coming through.
Yeah, trying to make sure that that lane swap comes down here in favor of Energy Pacemaker. Intelligent move. And you can see Snake, they are hanging out in that bottom side brush and maybe wanting to pick off a top laner coming into that lane, but I could imagine the buddy system's going to be coming through here, so not going to find much joy there.
Yeah, just electing for a freeze. So they're up there so they can grab the minion wave as fast as possible. The quicker you grab it and the longer you hold it, the harder it actually pushes. So if you stack it up nicely, we'll be able to ensure that it doesn't reverse against you and you get a lot done. Amazing J actually very, very cute on that Maokai. One of the best champions at taking your camp early.
Yep.
So able to get his own level 2. Doesn't have to die to do it, however.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. As Barker able to pressure out this lane, pushing Raphael in early. And is this what he wants to be doing? He doesn't want to keep that wave away so he can put extra pressure on Raphael, zone him away from some creeps?
Yeah, so he was trying to do that underneath turret. So he will definitely look to push in and try and get as much done, because what he's also trying to do is force Drizzle to come mid. Let them win the lane swap. They think that they have the better of the 2v2 here, 2v1 here. Kalista and her support do a lot of damage with that passive coming through, so they're going to look to really zone hard here, and Morgana can just walk up to the minions and drop a W after about level 5 and push it out herself, so won't need that much help. So the more pressure that Barker can put in on this mid lane, the better off they will be.
Hey, you can see all of Snake actually down here on the bottom side looking to steal away this blue buff already. Barker wants to take that one for himself, does pick it up. Drizzle unable to get his second buff here as Raphael gets caught by a Dark Binding. You saw how much damage comes through with a little bit more AP available here to FLICKR in the early stages.
And this is horrible news in the mid lane. The only weakness that Azir really has in laning phase, apart from the limited health pool, is the fact that it goes extremely quickly. You throw in a blue buff on top of that, no longer do you have any care in the world about how you deal with this mid lane wave.
Most definitely not. Shoes come down to this bottom side to allow Amazing J to move up here. We've seen a lot of these Maokais being used in sort of a makeshift, generalized 2v2 situation, as it does mean that FLICKR are going to head up to this top side. Sand Soldier's going to be fighting Raphael a little bit here, but able to dodge out of the way of them quite nicely. Going to lose a lot of CS under this turret, though.
Yeah, actually only loses 2 creeps. Actually 1 creep, so it does extremely well there. Holds the CS advantage in the mid lane. As we're zipping around the map, we see FLICKR actually has gone back to top lane, is joined by Ella. So they've thrown the 2v1 back at Energy Pacemaker, but with Ella helping out FLICKR.
Yeah, they've definitely got a lot of faith in Crystal's ability to perform in this 2v1 situation. And he's able to dance around, so you can imagine that he should be okay here.
Yeah, but so much as we have them engaging in on here.
Yeah, Beast is actually coming down, though. Crystal takes a lot of damage, but that Rend is going to stack up, and Beast going to be able to be there for the knock-up. Does manage to find it. The Smite going to come through there as well, I believe. as they're now going to turn their attention onto Shu. Not going to find any kills here, and that ebb and flow is doing work here for Shu.
Yeah, had to tank up all of the creeps as well on the way through there, so Beast took a lot of damage. The reason it's confusing me is because Ella is actually soulbound to that Kalista, so they're losing out on all the harass that comes through from the passive, so don't actually agree in sending Ella into this top lane. Think Flandre would be fine.
Yeah, Crystal is actually going to get taken down here for first blood, though. Shu's going to be able to pick that one up. Beast now in a lot of trouble, forced to use that flash, waiting for that flag and dragon. This is the opposite of what happened last game.
Yeah, this is horrible news coming through from Snake. After a very smart invade coming through, they've really mucked up this part of the game, so they need to sit back, reset, because now even Drizzle is taking away the jungle on the bottom side of the map. And as I said, Morgana doesn't really need that much help. We'll just be able to push out a wave by herself.
Yeah, she's in no worry at all. Does have a couple of wards available there as well, so he's going to be very, very safe there on that top side. And Ella just needs to take care of his AD carry, man. Unable to do so. Raphael about to hit that level 6 mark. You can see Barker as well going to have that Emperor's Divide available to him relatively soon. And he chose to take this Azir into that Kassadin as well, so must have some ideas now, as we're watching Drizzle trying to put some more pressure onto Crystal. He is the focus here as the Arcane Smash is going to go wide. Crystal's dancing around, wanting to dodge out of the way of this one. The Twisted Advance is going to be available relatively soon. Another Arcane Smash not going to land. So much damage from that Rend. And where was the Twisted Advance?
Yeah, really nicely done there from Crystal to dance around the minions, making sure that Lee Sin couldn't get that Sonic Wave resonating strike through. As in the top lane, Flandre goes extremely low.
Yeah, that was actually Shu finding his way up there as well, and we saw him really impacting the last skirmish. Flandre does have teleport available, but was forced to use that flash there on the top side.
Yeah, so overall, you have to say that Crystal, whilst winning that 2v1, is having a little bit of trouble. Is 10 CS behind his counterpart, and looks like Beast might want to get involved in this top lane, try and help out his top laner. Flandre is doing well in the CS department, but is starting to get shoved in repetitively, and without that flash, is susceptible to some dives.
Yeah, hasn't been back all that recently either. Of course, as you can see on the other side, Amazing J managed to pick up an extra Doran's Ring and that Ruby Crystal, and we'll see whether he decides to go for sort of that lane swap Maokai flavor of the Righteous Glory. And Beast just going to thank Drizzle for what he started there on the Raptors and finish those ones off.
Yeah, able to come through there and take that one away. Barker actually doing a lot of work here against Raphael. The lane is pushing back in Barker's favor as well, so we'll be able to pick up a lot of CS here. So working out in Azir's favor, but that level 6 has been reached, and neither going back to shop yet. You would think that the first major skirmish might be coming up soon between the mid laners.
Yeah, and Raphael going to be much more comfortable when he does complete that Catalyst. As you see, a lot of Kassadins just becoming a whole lot more tanky there in that mid game, and Barker not going to be as freely able to harass him out with that Flask and, of course, the level up extra health and mana coming through from the Catalyst.
Yeah, so a second blue buff coming through here from Barker. So is holding a slight CS advantage, but with the blue buff, you would expect that as even more harass comes out of this Azir. He's just so frustrating to deal with. Very control-oriented mid laner, and is giving this Kassadin a hard time in the early game.
Yeah, it's like you're versing up to 3 different champions there in the mid lane with all those sand soldiers hanging out, throwing spears at you. And this could be another blue steel coming through.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that will be the case. Barker able to pick this one up as well, potentially. So gets the refresh. And he's just going to persistently have all this mana. Looks like Raphael is sick of the lane, going back to buy. Really wants to use his items to swing this one around. Does have the Catalyst of the Protector.
Yeah, has managed to pick that one up. Barker now able to potentially go back if he wants to. Has now solidified more than 10 CS in the lead here. But as Raphael's hit level 7 now, going to be a little bit more happy to farm out these waves.
Yeah, the only real danger here for Snake is that Crystal is a little bit further behind this game and doesn't have the level advantage. So Kane has that one.
Yeah, Twisted Advance is actually going to come down onto Crystal here. The nice shield comes through from Ella, but Drizzle's found his way in. Crystal gets kicked back to his turret, though. Nice Aqua Prison going to land here, and the Ventral Maelstrom to finish that one off. Drizzle picks up the last kill with a red buff.
Yeah, really nice play there to kick through the AD carry to make sure that they soloed him out. Were able to pick up a double kill there. Will also mean that they grab the first dragon of the game. So much better play in the early game from Energy Pacemaker. We said they keep picking these late game compositions and weren't really able to get there. Looks like this is their chance.
Yeah, this is definitely an opportunity, and having such a late game comp already up about 2,000 gold, able to pick up the first Dragon Hero as well. This is exactly what they wanted moving into this game, and Energy Pacemaker looking like a different team here.
Yeah, and continually picking on Crystal's Callista means that there just will be even more opportunity for Kane, who has been completely unharassed in that top lane, to get further ahead. Looks like they're finally swapping that one back, making sure they have the lane bully up there, but with 2 levels, maybe it's too little too late.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, Kane going to be able to go back, pick up quite a few items here. Does have 90 CS, sitting on about 900 gold, so he might be able to pick up a pickaxe, maybe an Avarice Blade here as well if he wants to go for that static shift for a little bit more mid-game power and insurance. Kane going to be stopped from backing here, as Ella's just going to make his life a little bit frustrating. Yeah,
was trying to pick up that pink ward, was defended, and now they have a lot of members coming up here, rotating through. Beast needs to be careful as well.
Yeah, there are lots of pings onto Beast here coming through from Energy Pacemaker as Crystal's putting a lot of damage down onto Kane. There's the Ren to come through for a lot more poke.
Yeah, and Kane just taking these extended fights coming through, so that's not great news for him. Does have the sustain from his support, but when you take that many auto attacks, the passive damage that comes through Ren is just so huge.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Crystal can keep that one up after the Zeal has been picked up here from Kane, but definitely still in a slump on this Tristana. This is not a Tristana that's sort of now going to definitely win that lane. This is a difficult stage. Around that level 8 mark, you know, nothing's really working out in the favor of Tristana quite yet until he does manage to pick up a couple of items. Crystal does have an opportunity to force his way back in this situation. Already caught up on CS.
Yeah, has been able to just get in there and equalize the CS, and FLICKR in trouble now.
Yeah, Emperor's Divide going to come through. He's going to flash out of the way, use that E in order to get himself to safety, and Ignite not going to be enough.
Yeah, very, very close there in that, and wow, Amazing J now in trouble.
Yeah, Beast has actually caught him up there. FLICKR going to land a nice Dark Binding here as well. The Tormented Soil is down, but Amazing J is just so tanky on this Maokai.
Yeah, just not enough damage coming through. That was with the Soul Shackles as well, so fantastic ability to be able to dodge that gank. And looks like it's actually going to be an early Morellonomicon coming through on the side of FLICKR in the top lane.
Yeah, interesting pickup here. Not wanting to get any of the tankiness available from a potential Rod of Ages. Is Drizzle going to get spotted out by a Sentinel here? Picks up 10 gold for it. And this top lane outer turret, it's going to fall down.
Yeah, so first turret of the game going over to Energy Pacemaker. They've actually got themselves a 2,500 gold lead at this point. So they're sitting very nicely with a late game composition. Looks like Maokai has also elected to pick up some early tenacity. I like that pickup. There is just so much CC coming through, and that will give him the ability to be able to get out of a lot of that, impact team fights, get his damage reduction around his team.
Yeah, and just move around and arcane smash people as well. I mean, it's always good to be able to smash people when you're a tree. And Beast going to start off this blue buff here as well as, oh, there's a nice arrow into the wall there, and Crystal spots out all the members of Energy Pacemaker waiting to gank.
Yeah, heads up play out of Crystal there, recognizing that he's the one that's being picked on at this point in the game. So being able to throw something in there gives him a little bit of a heads up to exactly what's going on. He is 15 CS behind and 0-2-0, so not his strongest performance by any stretch of the imagination, but now picked up that Runin's Hurricane. We'll be able to start, I guess, getting some more of those auto attacks out.
Yeah, you can certainly clear out these waves a whole lot faster now as well, with that Ren stacking on multiple targets. As you can see, sort of each line of minions, 3 auto attacks, and then you're going to be able to take those ones away. And FLICKR able to get a lot of work done on this bottom side as well. I'm not sure whether Kane's even going to make it here in time to save that turret. Dragging up in about 4 minutes now. We'll see whether Snake can actually get themselves back into this one by picking one of those up.
Yeah, so Snake need to equalize now. They've actually just picked up 2 turrets, so extremely well done to be able to get that back in their advantage. Now they're only 400 gold down, and that Sun turret being set up will just buy them enough time to steal away another blue buff and set up ward control over this area.
Yeah, I'm not even sure whether this is a steal at this stage, because it seems to me like it's actually going to be the blue buff of Snake that they're taking, but they're going to be punished for it. Flag and Drag going to come in. Kane very aggressively rocket jumping in. The Sand Soldiers doing some work on their way out. But Snake looked to be okay here. Dragon up in another minute and a bit.
Yeah, teleport came through from Amazing J, so not being able to pick anything up there is actually a loss, and Drizzle needs to be careful. He's gone on a solo expedition. Doesn't look like Snake, no, otherwise they might turn this one around. And meanwhile, in the top lane, Crystal takes down the turret, is now ahead in CS, and a little bit of an overreach coming through from Snake, but Energy Pacemaker not able to make them pay for it. Puts them actually very far in the lead in this mid-game.
Yeah, actually managing to claw that gold lead back here as well. Unable to pick up a kill, but really nice mid-game rotations, and their ability to lock down these blue buffs for the entirety of the game as well has really been what's helped them out trying to limp through this, with Crystal getting so focused in the early stages.
Yeah, and now FLICKR's gone back. He's picked up those Boots of Lucidity as well, so he's on about 39 cooldown for himself. Nearly maxed out without that blue buff, so he's going to be throwing out a lot of binds and able to get that black shield down in these team fights. So he's changed his build up on this top Morgana just to make sure he has consistent damage coming out, because we did mention if you don't pick that up, it actually means that you have some very long cooldowns and your damage is great up front, but not really much follow-up coming through.
Yeah, that's true. And if he can sort of repeatedly bind people with that Dark Binding as well, that is such a long duration snare to come through from Morgana. And see whether he's got his eye in here. Of course, FLICKR very, very proficient on these sort of unorthodox picks in the top side.
Yeah, and it looks like they've actually gone for a little bit of a shove in the mid lane. So, oh, nice binding hit.
And look at what happens when you've got a Morellonomicon as opposed to, you know, a whole lot of support items on this Morgana. Is going to be Dragon secured here from Snake. They even this one out, but Energy Pacemaker, they want to fight this. There's actually the Emperor's Divide to get them all out, and Crystal able to secure the kill onto Amazing J. They trade it for Beast, though, after they managed to take the Dragon. Shu has got knocked up. Look at Barker's damage on this Azir. That is ridiculous. 2 for 1 and a Dragon for Snake.
Yeah, fantastic Emperor's Divide just meant that the two frontliners could not get into the Dragon Pit to get onto the carries. In the end, a really nice team fight coming out of Snake. Beast dove in there to, I guess, give FLICKR a little bit more time and pays for it with his life, but they managed to pick up a big minion wave in the bottom, maybe even a turret for themselves, and the Dragon. Definitely well played.
Yeah, and look at what happens when they focus Crystal instead of Barker. He has a 40 CS advantage here as well, able to do so much work with these Sand Soldiers. There's nothing that Raphael could do after he managed to hit that sort of level 6 spike and utilize a good matchup there, and things definitely working out for Snake at this point in the game.
Yeah, so they go extremely hard in here, and they all get shoved back out, so no one's able to get onto the carries, and Crystal just does so much work. FLICKR gets a really nice Soul Shackle, but unfortunately the second part doesn't hit anything, and in the end, throwing Ella in there for the knock-up just, I guess, solidified the team fight.
Oh, most definitely. Caught Shu up. He couldn't really do anything after that Fate's Call came in. And just fantastic team fighting. And this is what Snake are just known for. They're brilliant at knowing exactly what their limits are, and they know what they want to achieve in these team fights as well. They know exactly their win conditions heading into these fights.
Yeah, they certainly do. And a little bit of a mix-up out of the Azir build, with a Death Cap actually being picked up second, so extremely aggressive coming through here.
Seems to be the only build that Barker knows how to do. He just builds those items on everyone that he picks up in the mid lane. I want to see him on a Zed. I reckon that'd be hilarious.
Has actually performed very admirably. So we've talked about the two carries, FLICKR and Crystal. Throw Barker in there as well, because he's having a fantastic game this time around. And they seem to just rotate this. Depending on where map jungle pressure is, they can absorb it, really change up their game style. And when you got a hyper carry like Azir, getting him farm is definitely a good thing.
Oh, Kane actually found out by Ella here. Did manage to clear out a ward, but Ella just going to put a pink to replace it. And the push is now on. And Snake, they just feel like they have the lead here on this bottom side of the map now.
Yeah, well, they just feel like, A, they've got the gold lead back, and B, this is where their composition shines. We were complimenting EP for getting ahead early because that was against their team composition. They shouldn't have been ahead at that point in the game. However, now the gold has swapped 3,000 in the favor of Snake. Definitely puts them at a very large advantage because they've got stronger champions at this point and much better items.
Yeah, and their AoE consistent damage with this Hurricane Callista and Azir as well is just ridiculous. You put FLICKR on top of that with his Tormented Soil actually hitting for a lot of damage. It's just ridiculous. Crystal actually now going to be taking away blue buffs because, of course, everyone seems to have a blue buff on the side of Snake.
Yeah, well, FLICKR just has that much cooldown reduction in his build. He doesn't actually need it, so ensuring that a lot of spears and rends can come out will be good news for the AD carry as BUCKR clearing out this top lane. And he's got a lot of AP at this point in the game.
Oh, yeah. 40 CS advantage as well. The Abyssal Scepter going to be the next option here from Raphael. Looking to finish that one up relatively soon. And you can see Snake, they are starting to group together once more now that we have hit this mid-game in actuality.
Yeah, and the impressive thing about Snake is that they do this against a lot of teams. They're willing to slow the game down when they have a lead and just wait for objectives to come up. Not really trying to force anything today, so happy to play it slow. Can accelerate the game when they want to, and wow, that Ren does silly damage.
Silly damage.
However, their ability to be able to control a game is what really has impressed us, because that's what leads to their consistency. They're a very consistent team at this point, and I guess this is the way that it's just going to play out all these teams. Give the respect that Energy Pacemaker deserves. They've still got a Cassidy who's now picked up his second item, so Raphael definitely on his way to getting some work done, but overall, a really solid mid-game comes out of Snake very often.
Yeah, and look at this as well. I mean, every member able to pick up these pink wards as well. Crystal has one in his inventory. They've got 3 on the map already, able to now solidify vision everywhere. Not wanting to really get it around that Baron, not going to be a point of contention just yet. As Crystal going to use his down here, but they're waiting for that next dragon, and they know that they can just orchestrate these team fights so beautifully around that dragon pit.
Yeah, and they're using, I guess, Kalista as one of those neutral objective seizing champions. So just recognizing that they don't really take that much damage with this tanky Jarvan as a front line. With that, all the bonus armor he gets, he's able to stay relatively healthy. Just get as many spears in as you can with the Kalista, and then you can't steal it away from a 1500 damage rend at this point in the game.
Yeah, I don't think even a Nunu could steal that one away. It's just ridiculous. As long as Crystal's definitely on top of exactly how much that rend is going to be doing, it is a little bit difficult to do the calculations in your head.
Flandre actually looking for a little bit of a pick here, and this is I'm wondering how they're going to play, I guess, going into the late game, because we mentioned they might have some damage problems. That's the only problem with running a Morgana. She isn't the most, I guess, she isn't the highest consistent damage mage. So if this Tristana continues to scale up, Cassin is already going. They're still in a good position to be able to turn some team fights around late, just because of the composition that Snake are running. However, if they're able to get some picks with these binds.
Yep, Shu definitely tasting that one as the Cataclysm comes down to Raphael. He's going to die, actually. Beast taken out already as Crystal's found his way into this fight. The rocket jump away from Kane. Look at the consistent damage coming through now from BUCKR as the rend is to come down onto Amazing J. He has popped that Righteous Glory, but he's going to fall down. Kane now wanted to turn around, but there is the Fates Call, the knock-up onto the Tristana. The flash over from Ella as well to solidify the kill. And with no Tristana, Snake can do anything on this map.
Yeah, fantastic pick coming through from Flandre to get that one started, but it looked like Energy Pacemaker were going to be able to turn it around. In the end, the bottom lane for Snake coming up massive. Ella with a heads-up play, able to pick up the second kill. That will mean the Dragon and a lot of pressure on this mid lane turret.
Yeah, Raphael actually is going to be using that Rift Walk to get very deep into this one as Crystal's going to solo out this Dragon. Raphael's going to be fine. Kane up in another 7 seconds, but he's not going to make it to any potential Dragon fights, and you can see so much vision being solidified here, and Crystal's been hitting this Dragon for quite some time. Did 2,000 damage with a red.
Yeah, so they're able to pick up another Dragon for themselves. Once again, controlling vision around the bottom half of the map, looking for another pick.
Yeah, and it is actually going to be the Cassid in the focus. The flash actually into the Dark Binding, forcing the flash out of Raphael. Beautiful use of that skill shot. Flandre putting a lot of pressure down. He's a trade of flashes, though.
Now Crystal and Ella looking to get aggressive around this red buff as well. Getting even more vision. And this is, I guess, what we haven't hit on with Azir. He has fantastic neutral objective control as well.
Yeah, Beast taking a lot of damage here. Drizzle doesn't find him, but the Baron helps him out to take that kill. Safeguard's going to come away here, but the Baron's very angry at Drizzle as Amazing J, he's found his way into this one. Crystal taking so much damage, uses that heal, but he's going to fall down to Kane, and could this be the Tristana show? Flandre takes a lot of damage, but look at BUCKR's damage. It is stupid. Dark Binding going to go wide. But who cares, because these Sand Soldiers are doing so much work. Raphael finds him finally with a Null Sphere, and Ella is just doing nothing to Raphael at this stage.
Yeah, really good fight coming out of Energy Pacemaker because they were able to catch someone out. And Maokai, that big tanky threat in the front line, absorbed a lot of Azir's damage, even though there is a lot coming out at this point. Hitting the tank, definitely not the best option. And unfortunately, Flandre just wasn't able to get involved at the later stage of that fight. We mentioned once the Soul Shackles go out, and if you miss a Dark Binding, a lot of your damage falls away, and you had a massive impact at the start with a really good Soul Shackles, but missed a crucial Dark Binding that meant, in the end, the fight went in Energy Pacemaker's favor.
Yeah, really, really nicely done. Raphael as well, with a great performance so far, sort of an unsung hero here.
His first blue.
His first blue buff. Oh yeah, everything's going to turn around now.
Things are coming up, Raphael.
Well, they certainly are. 2-0-3 now, though. Hasn't died. Doing a lot of work in these team fights.
Looks like he's picking up maybe a Zhonya's Hourglass as well for his next item. So he will have a lot of burst damage and be able to go into that stasis, set up team fights. I guess the danger is on the other side. You just look down the line and there is a full item completed for everyone on the side of Snake. And Flandre, he's just picked up a death cap.
Yeah. Now, we thought it might be the Zhonya's Hourglass because of the incredible inherent synergy with that item and Soul Shackles. But no. This is Flandre. He wants to be doing as much damage as he can at all times.
Certainly does. Also, maybe bypassing that Abyssal Scepter as well. Looks to be maybe picking that one up next. It is a fantastic item on Morgana just because of the proximity you normally have to champions. Will really help FLICKR's damage here on Azir. Maybe even allow him to go for some more offensive items without having to go for that Void Staff early, which is fantastic because it is hard to get a defensive item into Azir's build path if you do have to pick up that Void Staff.
Yeah, well, that's really, really true. Inner turret, that's going to fall down immediately because the Arise is going to be used on that one to snipe it down. Barker using that to great effect, but Snake now wanting to clear out vision. And it looks like Baron might be where they're to go next.
Yeah, and I like the tactics coming out of Energy Pacemaker here. They are still not looking to fight head-on. They're looking for flanks out of Raphael and out of Drizzle. So look for maybe a Lee Sin kick to get things started or a potential engage that comes through from Raphael once he's picked up that Zhonya's Hourglass. But playing this one a lot smarter, looking for opportunities. Last game, they kind of just tried to stall and left it at that. This time around, really looking to, I guess, put the game back on their term if the fight is available.
Yeah, and if Energy Pacemaker can do anything, it's not do anything. Let's be honest. We've been seeing that coming through in the last couple of series, but calculated play, and we saw them actually pick up their second tie against World Elite yesterday. And they utilized these tactics, so we'll see whether it actually works out for them towards the later stages of the game. Only 5,000 gold is the lead here for Snake. And this time, Energy Pacemaker, they've managed to pick up that all-important first dragon here as well. So those 6% extra stats are going to be on their sort of super carries towards this later stage.
Yeah, and a lot of raw damage coming out of Tristana at this point means that those stats are very beneficial. Actually picking up a pickaxe, so it looks like it will be the last Whisper that comes out third item. Don't know if I agree with that because there's just not that much armor on the side of Snake, and it's a double AP comp essentially. So if they build armor, they're kind of already winning at that point.
Yeah.
So maybe it would have been better to go for something like a Blade of the Ruined King or a Bloodthirster just for some lifesteal and sustainability through these fights, because we've seen through Crystal's build path a lot of sustain, that shield that comes through, able to keep him nice and safe. Tristana not afforded the same luxury here.
Yep. Oh, Snake had their blue buff stolen on the other side of the map. Unfortunate. They are going to find that one out as Barker clears out the pink ward. Snake now setting up 40 seconds until this next dragon is available.
And once again, fantastic positioning. Raphael on the backside looking to see if he can get onto the carries and really cause some problems. Rest of the team grouped up together in the mid.
And Snake looking to potentially find something here. Can get sped up by Shu as well. And Snake not going to find their opening this time around. Defend their outer turret there on the mid side. Only one turret has been taken here for Energy Pacemaker. That 4 is based on those sun turrets that have been taken down here. Azir makes things very difficult as far as that top counter is concerned, but have a look at the map. You can see how many have been removed. And in comparison to the 5 here that Snake have, they've opened up this map for themselves. Haven't quite utilized it as effectively as they'd otherwise like because Energy Pacemaker able to clear out a lot of this vision. And Snake going to start off this dragon. You have to think that now that Callista's in there, auto-attacking that one down, it's going to go down very quickly. Beast is going to secure that with a smite. Drizzle wants to clear out this ward, but he's not going to quite be able to.
And they get nothing in response. They don't try and push mid lane. They kind of mill around the dragon area. They don't have control of it, don't want to face check this Azir. And in the end, another dragon goes across, 5,000 gold lead. Things maybe starting to fall away from Energy Pacemaker here. They need to try and get some of those turrets that you were talking about in their favor because the gold lead is just so big at this point in the game, not being able to have those. So mid turret and bottom turret should be the control, but wow, they've actually started off a Baron. Really nice play because Callista was in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Callista's in the bottom lane. We were talking about Energy Pacemaker making a decisive move. This is definitely it. Down to about half health. It's not going down too quickly, Snake. Beast is going to find his way in here. 3,000 health now. Gets caught by an Acro Prison as well. Is the hero going to come through here? But I don't even know. FLICKR is going to take care of Drizzle. It's actually going to be Beast finding his way in. Steals away the Baron. And this is terrible news for Energy Pacemaker as Raphael is going to get slowed down, caught up to here. Forced to use that flash as well as the Rift Walk as Barker's going to come through on his own weird utilization of a flag and drag. And Kane was in a lot of trouble towards that backside, and this has all gone on its head for Energy Pacemaker after it was a good call to go for that Baron.
Yeah, decisive call to go for the Baron as FLICKR pushing in this mid lane now. Will be joined by his team. So fantastic, I guess, effort to go for it, but lacking in the execution. Didn't have enough damage coming through. Not able to pull it off, and now they've just given the game on a silver platter to this Snake lineup.
Yeah, and it was so close there as well. Beast getting hit by a really nice Acro Prison during that fight at the same time meant that he couldn't really get in there with the smite, but like you said, just not enough damage to really rush down that Baron.
Yeah, and I guess they didn't really think of what a Morgana does to your team in a Baron pit if you're caught out. Because you can't get rid of that Soul Shackle, just so much AoE damage that came through, able to really chunk Kane out of that fight, so he had nothing doing there. Because of the lack of sustain coming through from his build path, he has actually finished up that last Whisper now. Wasn't able to auto-attack anyone over the wall to get some health back and just had to run.
Yeah, he did, and he had to use that rocket jump as well to get himself over the wall. And as soon as he does that, then there's no Tristana damage in this fight. And that's what they're relying on here on the side of Energy Pacemaker as Beast has found Amazing J. Shu gets caught out there, uses the Mikhails on himself in order to keep himself out of it. The Flag and Drag's going to come through after the Acro Prison. Drizzle gets knocked up here as well. Safeguards over the side. FLICKR picks up that kill. The Cataclysm now into Amazing J and Raphael. Kane has found his way into the backside. Crystal's coming through to try and get some work done. That arrow is doing so much work. He's going to flash over, finds Kane. You are definitely dead. Barker's going to pick up that kill as Amazing J's now the focus. The tank not really tanking up for anyone as Dark Binding's going to find Shu. There's a wall to the head. And Barker secures that kill with a ridiculous use of a high cooldown ultimate.
Yeah, and straight away the teleport comes into the mid lane. Snake looking to close this one out in pretty emphatic fashion after Energy Pacemaker made a little bit of a questionable call, but that's the 2-0, and Snake still looking extremely good in the LPL.
Yep, focus down Crystal, and the rest of Snake's lineup are going to fill the gaps that are left. Really beautiful play from Energy Pacemaker to focus who was the carry in the last game, but Snake, they just have the answers for anything.
Yeah, and consistently across the board, they're playing well. 5-0-7 in the top laner on that Morgana that we haven't seen yet. 6-1-6 for Barker in the mid lane. As a unit, they are on point, and I think you have to shout out Ella in the bottom lane. Another nearly flawless game. 0-1-12. This guy is like above 90% in kill participations most of the time, and just supports Crystal so well.
Yeah, and just makes Crystal look so incredibly good as we hop into a replay, and let's see whether we have any examples of Ella's clutch plays.
Yeah, so if we roll this one out, Energy Pacemaker at this point are actually ahead in the game. So we see that they go in and try and contest this dragon, and Bucker's Azir wall here is beautiful. Able to push people out of the pit, gets himself the shield, and from there, it's really clean up, but that's what won the fight. That wall of the use of the Emperor's Divide just meant that we're able to keep himself and Crystal safe. And after that point, if you're running two hyper carries that can't be touched, you are not going to lose a team fight.
Yeah, and they certainly didn't from that point on. It was the desperation Baron call to come through from Energy Pacemaker to try and find themselves a way into that game. And we were talking about this. They needed to pull the trigger. Not entirely sure whether that was the right call, but it's the right idea. Energy Pacemaker are looking to play well around this mid-early game, but they just can't make the decisions to get them the victories in the end.
Yeah, I think he nailed it. I think Energy Pacemaker will take a lot away from that game. Yeah, in the end it cost them the game, but at least they were willing to make the call.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But we have heaps more LPL action coming for you guys. 3 more matches to round this one out. The next one going to be Gamty taking on Edward Gaming. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We're here for day 2 in week 4 as GAMT are going to be taking on EDG, which should be one hell of a game for both these teams. I'm Julian Page-Timecard. This is Jake Spawnto. Very good to have you back.
Yeah, it's fantastic to be back, and this will be a pretty cool game, I think, coming through here. EDG showed yesterday that they're definitely a team to be reckoned with, and they're up there at the top at the moment. And GAMT, they have a lot to prove.
Yeah, GAMT picking up speed as well. They've recently acquired their new mid laner, Xiao Yuan, looking already to have much better results just from the few games that he's played.
Yeah, they've actually gone in with some splits with him there, so able to pick up a couple of wins. They are, I think, 3 splits and then about 3 losses as well. So they're not doing too well, but looking to turn that corner. And he's a very aggressive mid laner, played Xerath in a couple of games and has played pretty well.
Yeah, of course, though, you have to contend with Pawn, who's been one of the best performing mid laners in the entirety of the LPL so far, right up there with Cool from OMG. Pawn's looked fantastic on this team.
Yeah, he has really been one of the few Koreans that has carried over such a high level that he had at Worlds and really brought that into the LPL. This guy goes from strength to strength and can play absolutely everything from assassins to control mages like Lux. So, yeah, this guy's got it all.
And maybe more importantly, he's not just someone that's kept his skill, it seems like, but he's on the right team that suits his playstyle as well. You said he plays everything. That's exactly what EDG want. A big, strong, fluid player, and that's what they get from Pawn. So EDG here definitely looking to pick up a lot of points and possibly get towards the #1 spot in the LPL standings.
Yeah, and this is really EDG's week to do it. They have the 3 games, so they're going to come through and really try and push for that. I think that if they win this one 2-0, they actually jump ahead of OMG momentarily. I'm sure OMG, who will play next, will have something to say about that as well. But they definitely are one of those teams that is pushing very, very hard for the top spot in the LPL.
Yeah, and really, again, EDG probably expect to do very well in there. Looking for the 3 points here against, I believe, the 10th place GAMT currently sit at right now. But GAMT, if they can get any points at all here, not only is that a good upset and really strong momentum for them as a team against the team are the likes of EDG, but, you know, they get closer to the 8th spot where they can get back into playoff contention.
Yeah, exactly right. And this is the point in time where they need to turn it around. Xiao, who was very hyped coming into the mid lane, we knew that they were going to have a lot of pressure. We've actually seen him camped fairly hard, and he's dealt with it really admirably for a new player on the scene. So look for him to, I guess, be the catalyst the team needs and really team up with Tail and Sync Dream in the bottom lane to get something happening.
Yeah, we'll have to see. And it's interesting that you mentioned camping there as well. Players do like to pick on the strongest players of teams. It's one of the best ways to beat teams that are maybe a bit less rounded in their overall roster. And if there's one team that's very good at doing that, it's actually EDG. I called him Engineer Clearlove yesterday for how he likes to put strategies together and really get ganks going.
Yeah, he certainly does. And Clearlove is not ashamed to waste a little bit of time on a gank either. He sets up not tents, but like resorts in lanes and just does not leave. And he will fully wait for people to leave and come back and just sit there very, very patiently. And it's because he's an efficient jungle. He does his clear and then understands how long he can put into a lane and uses all of that time very well.
Yeah, he uses that experience that he's gotten from many years of playing competitive league as well. But that's not where it all stops for EDG. Korra's looked fantastic from the top lane as well. And it's hard to mention this team without mentioning Deft.
Yeah, it certainly is. If we go back to Korra for 1 second, I think in week 2 I called him maybe the best top laner in the world at the moment. And he is living up to the hype. This guy plays, once again, very versatile champion pool. But then the meta suits him so well, particularly if you can't go past his Gnar at the moment. That is absolutely huge. And yeah, then you hit the bottom lane and Deft. He just has so much damage per second. He does not waste any time in these team fights. And they've come together as a very well-rounded team. Yeah,
and Tail in the bottom lane for GT on the flip side. He's been one of the strongest performing members of that team. So it's kind of up to him and Xiao Yu from the mid lane to really get the team going here. And that's a hard ask against the 2 Korean powerhouses on EDG and Pawn and Def. But if GAMT can find any semblance of a lead here, they can look very good moving into the rest of their weekend.
Yeah, they certainly will. And I think that Tail has really started to expand on his champion pool. Last 3 games, he's actually played 3 different champions. So look for him to keep the variety up there. Very hard to figure out as a player.
Yeah, we'll see that we are into Champ Select here. GAMT on the blue side for Game 1, EDG over on the red. GAMT banned out Lissandra and Azir, so already Majors getting banned out here. And Rek'Sai still on this very strong 4.21 patch, I believe we're on. No more Rek'Sai anymore.
Yeah,
not for now.
Rek'Sai is just way too strong at this point. Just does everything as a jungle, transitions well to late game. Interesting, Pawn has played Azir twice in the last 3 games. The other one, of course, being a Lux game that kind of came out of nowhere. So smart to take that away.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, we've got Janna banned as well. Very strong support. We've seen Ella play it in just the series we had pass it by. And pretty much every player at this point in the world at the top level plays Janna well. Nara, very smart ban. GAMT clearly respecting Korra there.
Yeah, you have to respect Korra as Nara. He plays with it so well, and actually has had a couple of, I think, 1 or 2 games against it reasonably well as well. So, yeah, Korra in the top lane, getting a little bit target banned here, actually. If you throw the Lysandra into his area as well, that's 2 bans at the top lane for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, leaving the bottom lane relatively clear. Sivir is still up at this point as well. The EDG do have a ban to go here, so there's going to be a lot of very strong champions left open here. We're going to see what EDG want to ban last, because, of course, Gamti are going to get first pick.
And, wow, Kassadin being taken away. I like this. Zhao, who actually played it, I believe, in one of his games that wasn't... Actually, no, he played the LeBlanc, so... another assassin being taken away from him, so I like that.
I mean, it's just good as well. Korra's played it. Let Me could likely play it in the top lane as well. You don't want to give it to Pawn either, by the way. He's really good at casting, although EDG do ban it, so respecting the power there as well.
Yeah, definitely. And you mentioned Pawn. He is a very good cleanup caster and jumps in at the end of team fights and really swings them in his team's favor. So I do like his Kassadin, but obviously off the board for this one. And we'll have to see what Gamti take first. I was going to say Jarvan, but it's actually Rumble that comes through.
Yeah, and Rumble's the other pick that we've seen get a lot of respect here in the LPL, so a strong first pick for Gamti, but EDG going to get their choice of whatever they want here. And you mentioned Jarvan still up here as well, of course.
Yeah, Jarvan, terrific at the moment. You throw in Lee Sin, they're probably the 2 best junglers once you take away that Kassadin. And in the top lane, Jarvan actually does surprisingly well against Rumble, has a very good 1-4, so can bully him around early. Yeah,
we've seen Aurelia from Korra a lot as well, so that could be a pick he's considering. But EDG going to take their time and make sure to get these 2 picks. And you mentioned shortening that jungle pool. That would be an interesting strat if EDG do want to do that here. Going to wait a little bit though. Actually go for something quite a bit different here. Probably giving Mako a champion that he likes quite a bit, and it is going to be Jarvan and Annie.
Yeah, so it will be Annie actually being locked in. Mako has played that as well as Leona in the past, so don't mind the pick up there. Taking Jarvan away, I think Jarvan is a very solid jungle with the Rumble, so taking that one over the Lee Sin, I do like the pick up there, and so far piecing together a very good team fight in the mid-game composition.
Yeah, there was the potential to block the Lee Sin pick and really got the jungle pool. We've seen a lot of players default to Rengar. That hasn't worked out as well that much in the LPL. Well, I guess with the exception of Loveling, and GT picking very quickly here. Nunu Leona instantly picked up.
Yeah, straight away taken away. So Leona, an extremely aggressive laner against the Anakin. One of the few supports that survives the upfront burst relatively easy with that W, and then can just put down the pain with the ultimate, especially at level 6. So trying to bully back against the Def Mako lane, and depending on the AD carry, they might be able to do it. Look for maybe a Corki or something like that to be picked up.
Yeah, this tends to happen when Janna gets banned as well, is that the Chinese sort of default to just engage supports. It's actually really interesting to see Thresh not even really being considered at this point. He's a very popular Chinese support, one of the most picked in the LPL as well, but Leona, very aggressive, still suits that style.
Yeah, certainly does, and we mentioned that maybe GT will look at the Corki pickup and very wisely taken away from Deft here. I like that move, being able to get a lot of upfront burst damage with his support player, and will really be able to augment that bottom lane, a very high bully lane in this Corki Annie.
Yeah, gotta love the Lulu Corki that they just picked up there as well. So GT can consider what they want. Tail hovering a champion. He's played a lot of their in Tristana, but we'll see if he wants to mix it up. It's quite dangerous to take that sort of champion against the Corki, but they are gonna, no, never mind, still picking. Wait a little bit more time here.
Yeah, so I would be surprised if it's a Tristana, not because it's Tail, but just because they've got a very good mid-game here, and Tristana doesn't really go with that, but looks like that's what they're deciding on.
Yeah, massive AP damage coming through as well. So a lot of carries here on the GT side. Tristana, Cassiopeia are their 4th and 5th picks.
Yeah, and wow, 2 very good scaling hyper carries coming through here. They have all the control out of their top and support, so why not throw in 2 very high damage threats? I mentioned that Tristana does take a while to get going, but you throw a Nunu Blood Boil on top of that, and it does speed you up quite a fair bit.
Yeah, you can at least kind of get powered through the mid-game power dip that you'll get through otherwise. And I actually like Absolute Zero and Petrifying Gaze as disengage tools as well, so there's a lot of zone control in this GT lineup.
Yeah, chasing through the GT lineup is extremely dangerous, and I like the fact that they have some gap closers on EDG's side, so they don't really have to walk over these things. Annie as well as Lulu are going to struggle though.
Yeah, and we'll have to see as the last pick, LeBlanc comes through for EDG, so it seems like Pawn is probably taking that one with him. We should move Annie down to support, and that will leave Coral in the top lane, I believe, with Lulu. Lots and lots of mages actually on this EDG side.
Potentially, they haven't actually swapped it over yet though, so it might even be the top Annie. We've seen it fairly often in the LPL. It's coming through a lot. Lupu has been picking that one up, so maybe changing up here. I also have to point out Zhao, whose summoner spell has gone for the Flash Ghost. So can be used defensively and offensively, but respecting Pawn's LeBlanc coming through.
The double mobility summoners, we have seen a little bit on Cassiopeia. People really experimenting with their summoners on that particular champion. They did swap back, by the way, unfortunately, so it is going to be Annie in the support.
Yeah, so any support coming through just provides a lot more versatility, especially in the laning phase. So with that stun that can come out, little bit of a different mix-up throwing it into the top lane, but I think Lulu does do all right against the Rumble pickup.
Yeah, and we're sort of coming back to a very strong mid-game here from EDG. They're known as good team fighters, and they were back when they played with Nami last year in that split where they dominated the LPL. It seems like they've kept a lot of their identity as a team, but the players have sort of changed things around. And in general, EDG just look a bit more aggressive and a bit more proactive as a team.
Yeah, they actually surprised me with how proactive they are, because you mentioned how good they were at team fighting and waiting for teams to make a mistake so they can really take over. It seems like they can still do that, but aren't really worried to take it to a team. So I expect against the Gamti lineup, who, if they get ahead, will do very well, look for them to get early vision control and really force their way through that mid game.
Yeah, and that's sort of Gumty's thing as well. They like to actually, when they can, win through objectives.
Yeah, they definitely do. They're a very control-heavy style, Gamti, and I like the fact that they've picked up Cassiopeia because she's only going to help with that neutral objective control.
Yeah, we'll have to see if those are going to get right into the game. And we're on to the rift here for Gamti versus EDG, Game 1. Gamti over on the blue side here for our first one. EDG over on the red. This would be quite the points for Gamti to pick up, but EDG, they would love to win all 6 of their games this weekend.
Yeah, they certainly would. Gamti really need to come out swinging in this game if they are going to have any chance against a mid-game powerhouse team like EDG. Picking up Lulu in the top lane as well as the LeBlanc just means that they can get so much work done, but if any lineup can do it, it's one that has a Rumble as well as a Cassiopeia.
Yeah, and we didn't mention it in the draft, but I actually really like the steal of the Nunu here by Gamti. Nunu's seen a lot more play in the LPL, especially this weekend, and Clearlove has been playing that champion very well. So giving EDG a little bit more of an aggressive jungler. Clearlove's actually one of Jarvan, is one of Clearlove's favorite champions as well. He might still go to sidestone, I expect it, given how much control they like to have over the enemy jungle. But denying that Nunu just means that EDG's regular plan of really getting aggressive and rotating on you isn't as easy to pull off.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. I do agree with the sidestone pickup that will come out of Jarvan, but it just means that he's not as tanky as a Nunu, because Nunu will go the defensive jungle item in that Juggernaut, whereas the Warrior enchant will probably come through from J4. So just not the synergy that Nunu's able to pick up in the early game items. Also, early Aegis will be crucial for both of these teams. So if Nunu's able to grab that one away, it's a very good item path for a Nunu. Will do a lot of damage mitigation against this top and mid lane of EDG.
Yeah, we'll have to see. First jungle camp's going to get started very soon. And both jungles actually starting on the same side of the map. So it looks like Danger will start with Let Me on the red buff, and Clear's going to go Gromp into blue.
Yeah, a very good mix-up here out of EDG, actually. They've sent Def to leash by himself and then allowed Mako to freeze the wave bottom, recognizing that the lane swap was coming through.
And we've seen a lot of swaps in the LPL. Teams really value the early freeze, especially to sort of get the most control over your wave. But that's a good adaptation, using the support just like, you know what, do your job.
Yeah, and even better, now they've sent Mako straight into the jungle to find out where the jungles are. Not looking to engage anything, but just scout out which camps have been taken, really give some good level 1 vision across the EDG. I really like how Mako's played this early game.
Yeah, he's actually not even leveled a skill yet, just kind of hanging out, wandering through, almost being a human warden. This is what I love about Annie in China especially. She's so good with few resources that Chinese teams get very creative with her at level 1.
Yeah, if you just keep Annie level 2, she still has the stun that can come out. Has a lot of good mobility, especially if you take some move speed on her. So I agree, very good pick in the Chinese meta at the moment. I think something that other regions will look to evolve how they're playing their Annie in the support position.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Pawn and Zhao, who will face up in the mid lane, though. LeBlanc versus Cassiopeia. Fairly volatile mid lane matchup. Clearly a little low in the jungle, but him and Korra will be safe there.
Yeah, able to get a good recall back. They actually flew around that jungle, taking 5 camps relatively easily. So nice early jungle coming through here, actually giving a lot more to Koro than they have on the other side of the map for Let Me on Rumble. And yeah, you mentioned the mid lane matchup. Two very, very different mages going head-to-head. LeBlanc looking to get in and out, maybe get affected by some ganks early. Cassiopeia just so good at pushing out waves and consistent control.
And Mako, we mentioned the camp might be coming onto Jahu. Mako's actually going to rotate in. The stun comes through Pawn. Going to look in. Woolash falls the flash. Goes straight in though with the Ignite. And that should be enough. A good distort back. The Ignite's rolling. Mako's going to pick up the kill for himself.
Yeah, really good play once again from Mako. Goes in for the gank and holds his auto attack until he knows that the Ignite isn't going to finish it off. Tried to give it over to the mid laner. actually didn't overlap their ignites very well. Both Pawn and Mako used theirs at the same time. So in the end, very good level 1 gank. Slight miscommunication, but well done.
Yeah, but we talk about resources, Annie. That's the sort of creativity that comes out early on. And a level 1 Annie gank at 3 minutes, that might be a new one for the Chinese scene.
Yeah, it certainly is. And being able to get Annie in there, now has used summoner spells, but hey, if you get a first blood and an assist onto a LeBlanc, able to pick up all the extra experience as well, that's always going to mean good news.
Yeah, and Xiaohu's going to return to the mid lane. Maybe a little angry as let me down the bottom, getting 3-man dive. Clearlove actually misses his flag and drag, but Deft has more than enough damage to finish him off.
Yeah, a zoning flag and drag coming out of Clearlove there, just, wanted to get nice and close to the turret, but straight away, EDG, we mentioned that they want to get ahead. They really want to push this mid game because no one wants to fight against a Cassiopeia that's ahead. So very busy from the jungler and support player.
And you know what? I'll give credit there to Clearlove, actually. I think he was setting up the flag to potentially catch the flash there. So that if Let Me did use it, he's just dead.
Yeah, I think exactly that. I jokingly called it zoning, but that's exactly what it is because you don't actually have to do the damage. You just need to make sure that in any situation that he's going to die.
Yeah, good coverage there from Clearlove. Again, a really good gank engineer. He knows exactly how to gank people, even if he does maybe overfarm his jungle from time to time. Xiao, though, will return, as I said, with the double Doran's ring, so really doesn't want that to happen again, and Pawn going to be happy here with a bit of a level lead.
Yeah, certainly will just have to be content for that. In the meantime, is actually farming up relatively nicely. You got to remember that he had a back in there and is still nearly equal to the AD carries at this point, so he's farming up well in the mid lane. Pawn, he's a master at lots of things, gets credit for a lot, but I think his control over where the wave sits in the mid is what sets him apart from other mid laners at the world. Very rarely comes under danger of being ganked.
And your Pawn is just... That's a great thing. When your laning phase is that consistent, you get to make plays. And we've seen Pawn in this team especially loves to go around and team fight. So we'll see if he can get that done here. Deft down the bottom actually still dueling Let Me has a good level lead actually. And Mako's back here. Does stun up Sync Tube so they know the gank's happening through. Maybe Leona can really push it. There's in-play. Will tag Mako. Danger going to running with the snowball. And there's no summoners left here for that Annie. She is going to go down there and Danger cleans up that kill.
Yeah, a little bit of a misplay coming out of Mako there. Recognized there was 2 people behind him, but then kind of stopped in the middle of the creep wave. But credit to Garmty hitting back here in the early game, getting into that bottom lane where you have to say Let Me very struggling, 7 versus 31 CS, but able to get something back in his favor.
Yeah, he'll take the gold for sure at this stage of the game. After that really strong game from Clearlove, he's going to even things up a bit. Tail will clear out a pink ward towards the top lane as well. Looking good on the Trist, actually. Both AD carries getting the free from... Oh, mid lane, we have problems. Clearlove again with the big ganks. Get Xiaohu, and he is being camped.
Yeah, that was nearly a 1v1 kill, and then Clearlove just swooped in to secure it. Recognizing that not enough burst damage was coming through from LeBlanc, gets in there, able to tie it up. So whilst no kills going over to Pawn yet, he's building this nice, solid CS lead, has the 2 assists, and is looking very good on this LeBlanc.
And unfortunately, the Ghost can't really save you from the burst. It's good on longer distances and long lanes especially, but you can't really stop just getting from chained or flag and dragged and dying. This is the problem with Cassiopeia, and we don't have a flash.
Clearlove's still not done. He's back in the bottom lane.
He's going to go in to Let Me now as well. A good smite comes through. He's going to bide his time here. Let Me still has his flash from the first gang. It just doesn't hold it for a very long time, and Clearlove gets himself another kill. Good turret tanking by Mako as well.
Yeah, make sure Clearlove doesn't take too many, so if he wants to, he can go back into his jungle relatively healthy. Of course, that blue buff is up, so very smart play once again from the support player. And over the map, Clearlove just out jungling Danger on the other side.
And we're getting flashbacks to one of Clearlove's earliest games in this LPL split. He doesn't do this often where he really goes off and ganks lanes, but when he does, it looks spectacular, and it's almost always on Jarvan.
Yeah, and the impressive thing is he's done it, but maintains an experience equal. So he's half the CS of the Nunu, so he hasn't been farming as much, but sticking around in lanes enough to be able to pick up some valuable CS, some valuable experience on Jarvan, and yeah, looking very good. 3 out of 4 kill participation so far.
Yeah, again, Clearlove is trying to get the ganks on this time. I caught him an engineer, but he's gone a little too deep now as Koro will line up against Tail in the top side. Lulu, good CS actually here. Pretty comfortable in that 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, it certainly is able to, I guess, weather the early game that comes out of Tail, and Mako now coming up here to visit as well, so we see the Annie in the top lane, so yeah, doing relatively well.
It has the flash, could maybe go in. Mako just going to set up some vision. It looks like Sightstone already done for that Annie with just the spell tips done, so all of that early gold that Mako's gotten from the pressure that is able to be put out is actually converted into a really quick vision for EDG.
Yeah, and they've gone the second Sightstone as well, so Clearlove, before he even finishes the Warrior Enchant, getting that Sightstone down. We mentioned he would do this because they really need to be able to match this Nunu's pressure around the map.
Yeah, they do here. And looks like Synctream actually going to come up and maybe try and pressure Korra. But there's the ulti up for Lulu. Going to be pretty tricky to try and get a kill here. So Korra going to hang back, stay safe, and just continue free farming on this Lulu.
Yeah, and a lot of damage once again in this mid lane going down. Pawn just continuing to put out the hurt on Xiaohu. We mentioned how much pressure this guy was under. Gone for the early tier, but maybe regrets that now. Maybe needs a catalyst of the Protector.
Yeah, I mean, the double Doran's just not enough, it seems like, unfortunately, there for Xiaohu. And Pawn is now getting quite a strong CS lead there in the mid stages as well. So things not looking too good. Pawn actually almost gets the chance to finish the kill, but doesn't quite have enough left. Doesn't want to dive either.
Yeah, definitely doesn't want to dive because there are 3 members around his lane looking to get Xiaohu back ahead. Pawn trying to defend that pink ward, but won't have much luck with it. But good response from Gamti. I mentioned this last week when Gamti was playing. They do respond to ganks, maybe a little bit too late, but they get people into the lane that's being camped and try and respond in kind.
Yeah, this is one of the games where there's a lot of early movement at level 1, so you do have to be vigilant with the rotations and the early map control. The good news, I guess, though, for Gamti is Taylor's just sitting here on this Trona, and he's absolutely gotten free farm.
Yeah, he certainly has. And more important, that solo experience that we talk about with Triss, getting her ahead in the early game. It does look like it will mean an early dragon for EDG, but Tristana, that late game insurance policy definitely scaling up.
Yeah, the good pressure here from EDG will get them the first buff. Danger actually be in trouble, gets stunned by Mako Zani, forcing the flash out there for Nunu. Deft will not chase aggressively, but EDG, they're a very strong team when it comes to dragon control, and they'll take the very easy dragon.
Yeah, so they take the first dragon of the game, 10 minutes in. That's fantastic timing for it. Puts them on that 5 dragon mark for around the 35-minute. And once again, Pawn going so deep in the mid lane.
Yeah, just getting aggressive. That was an amazing flash by Pawn to dodge the damage. Wasn't going to get stunned, but didn't really want to go into that 1v1.
Yeah, certainly didn't. Actually used all of his abilities to try and, I guess, get aggressive and get through. Wow. Not just runs out of range.
It was a good tag by Korra, but he couldn't quite flash in for the ulti and secure the kill.
Yeah, it was just the very, very end of that Glitter Lance coming through, but 28 CS advantage in the mid lane, a very good advantage compared to the top laners here. Nearly 50 actually coming through for Koro, and this guy is so impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to fault Koro as a player. He has very strong, consistent lanes, and even when he falls behind, his team fighting in this team has looked stellar. We mentioned his Gnar. There's a reason that every time someone gives it over, I start shaking my head on camera because he's just far too good at using that Mega Gnar ultimate.
Yeah, he certainly is. Just understands exactly when he needs to transform in those team fights. I guess that's what impresses me about very good Gnar players. Lots of people can nail the ult, but they don't have it up every team fight. It looks like for Koro, he can just transform at will.
Yeah, that's not a rage ability here. Is Mako coming through to the bottom. Synctream taking a lot of harass there by Deft, who's level 8 on this Corki with the components of his Phage, plus his Sheen done already. I mean, Tail is fine. He's actually swapped back down with the BF Sword Avarice Blade now, but the bottom lane is going to be EDG still here, even though Mako's only level 5.
Yeah, it certainly will be because Corki scales just as well with levels as does Tristana, both being caster ADs at the start of the game. So going to be able to deal with that very well. I like the aggressive Sheen buy as well before the Phage is even completed, just making sure that has the ability to trade in short bursts because you don't want to opt into an extended fight with a Tristana.
And I take it back slightly as well for Tail. He actually is a very smart swap. He's level 9. I only just realized that. He's maxed out the explosive shot, so going to be able to counter push much easier here and really pressure against the Corki's turret.
Yeah, and I think they recognized that they needed to get Let Me back into the game, then Clearlove responds.
Yeah, Clearlove is just continuing to pick on this Rumble. The Equalizer goes down to try and help him out, but Clearlove's going to get yet another kill on this job, and Pawn also trying to defend that pink ward once again from Synctream, and he'll do it successfully.
Yeah, those pink wards are so hard to pick up as once again another...
Pawn's really good at this game.
Pawn
I don't know what to tell you.
fantastic at this game.
Another good dodge of the ulti there by Pawn. This time basically just outthought Xiaoyu in the mid.
Yeah, able to go back to that W distort at the very last moment, and there's just so much pressure over the whole map from EDG at this point. They're 4,000 gold and a dragon up. That top lane turret also took a lot of damage, and when you've got a laner that's nearly 100 CS up at 13 minutes, something's gone seriously wrong.
Yeah, and it's all Clearlove here on this job and getting very aggressive. Still behind in CS to the Nunu, but has applied so much pressure to this lane. And now Pawn and Clearlove are going to team up for a diver in the top lane. Let Me, with no ulti, with a flash at level 7, is not going to have a fun time. Here comes Clearlove in there. Just gets the ulti down as well. Let Me goes in, and Pawn gets an easy kill for himself.
Yeah, and that's bad news because now the gold's going across to someone else and in the bottom lane at the same time.
Yeah, Synctream's sorry in trouble as Mako's chased in. The first kill already came through. The second stun goes in, and the double actually actually for Annie. I think Tibbers stole that one.
Yeah, Tibbers getting in the way there. It looks like they're trying to respond with a Nunu gank down the river, but nothing's going to happen there. All over the map, EDG is dominating.
And the fact that EDG are doing this without the Nunu is very impressive to me. If you watch the games yesterday that ClearLove played on this champion, you'll see that Danger's just not having nearly the same impact that ClearLove was able to.
Yeah, and the problem is he's needing to be... Wow.
Pawn is going in. That was a really smart bait, going back and forth for the 1v1. Does get it there. Danger going to come in for the snowball, but Pawn might just be okay. Just dodges the absolute zero, goes back in, looking for the ethereal chains, and Spawn, you can't see him, but his mouth is wide open after that play. Pawn going to dive back in now as well, just dodging all of the skill shots.
Pawn is ridiculous. He is coming up so big in this game. He's got a 33 CS advantage against a Cassiopeia and is now 2-0-2. Just the mechanical outplay of that was beautiful to watch.
I mean, it's not even just mechanics there. Sure, you can do some of these things reactively, but a lot of this is just Pawn outthinking the GAMT players, and that's even more impressive to me.
Yeah, it certainly is. He just doesn't only know his champion, knows the champion he's playing against, which allows him on cooldown to be able to dodge things like that. And once again, in the top lane, I don't even know if Let Me can fight Mako, let alone the flanking Lulu that's coming through from Koro.
Yeah, he's actually the same level as the support. Annie Rumble's in a whole host of trouble in this game. Koro running in. ClearLove is a bit low, but he's off to the side as well. Just comes in for the smite. Very smart tag. Doesn't want to overcommit with the Rumble ulti. Don't get himself killed. Picks up the kill for himself, though, using the banner.
Yeah, just gets the banner in there as well. 4-0-2 now for ClearLove. He is probably one of the wealthiest mans on the map. He's keeping up, actually, with his top laner in gold, and he's having a stellar performance.
He really is. The Tail and Sync Gym are going to pressure down towards the bottom. Def could be in trouble. Danger coming in for the turret dive. Does get smited. Snowball comes out as well, but Def will Valkyrie to safety. Sync Gym can't quite nail him with the ulti.
Actually, maybe even turns his Pawn's on his way.
Uh-oh, Pawn. That's not what you want to hear if you're a GAMT fan, is Pawn with the LeBlanc now going to power down in towards the mid. Tail is very low. He has to be so careful. Distorts in and go with the Mimic. Dodges back out of the ulti there for Sync Gym, and he's going to go down. Now Danger running in. Pawn, I think, Strook him. That's a great flash from LeBlanc there as well. And now Shower could be in trouble. ClearLove diving in. Tail over the top. Wants to kill onto Def. Def for the double. Tail takes him out, but Mako's going to get the return kill there as well. And 3-1 EDG.
Yeah, you look at how much Ganti put into setting that up, and to go 3-1 EDG's favor, they're going to pick up the bottom lane turret. They're going to pick up the dragon. 10,000 gold at 16 minutes in the game. These guys have came to play. They want that first spot.
They really do. They'd love the win here, and of course the second as well for the full 6 points. Pawn and ClearLove going to team up with Mako for their second consecutive dragon in this game as well. And EDG, we know about it. They love to play aggressively, really control the map for themselves, starve you out of dragons, and this is in emphatic fashion.
Yeah, it certainly is. They have gone from strength to strength. Really played this early game faultlessly, from Mako's being able to freeze out the bottom lane, get the roam on early on, to ClearLove's fantastic jungle control. They can really do no wrong at this point.
Yeah, and I like the talisman pickup from Mako as well, just for a bit more engaged. EDG know that the one thing they do need to do is close this game up fairly quickly. Def going for the Bilgewater Cutlass, going to move into the Bork after that Trinity Force. And something we're starting to see a little bit more, Spawn, that I'd love your thoughts on. We've got the need to see large rod for Pawn, but we've seen the Athenes be much more popular now.
Yeah, we certainly have, and I think it has to do with how often Pawn uses his abilities. I think that if you're under 500 mana, Athenes is more gold efficient if you are looking for the mana regen component. So I think that's the reasoning behind the pickup there. Also gives you a little bit of that MR against a very aggressive laner like Cassiopeia.
Yeah, I mean, with the Rumble there for a lot of AP damage, maybe just trying to hedge his bets a little against the damage, but at this point, Pawn is very far ahead. Isn't really worried. 50 CS and counting now against that mid laner. Deft even pressuring at level 11 with his Corki. Now trying to steal away the Croaks. Doesn't quite get it, but EDG uncontent just to take the turret yet. They'll do it now as Pawn. He's back over, gets a kill off screen. There's a reason we can't catch this one. It's just too quick.
It certainly is. That wasn't even his R coming out in that combo. It was just his normal abilities. And wow, this guy, he's putting on a clinic. LeBlanc players out there, this must be fun to watch.
It must be indeed. Pawn, always a joy to watch, and putting on a clinic, as you said, here with the LeBlanc. 3-0-4 now with just a mountain of CS, and ClearLove again. The engineering is back. He's going to go in for the bottom lane gank now, possibly a 4v3 tower dive.
Yeah, I think what they were doing was actually waiting for the rotation to come back up through mid lane. Pawn was pushing that out, and they were looking for someone to face check. The response now is that they don't go through. and EDG pick up a free turret.
Great coverage there again for the rotation there for EDG. You got to mention it, zone them out of the bottom side. They don't want to walk through. Can't go through their own jungle. Tail actually getting a little low there as Def going in. Rumble does get the top turret, but Mako's down the bottom, flashing on top of them. That's going to be the first kill there onto Triss. Now Danger's in a whole host of trouble as Clearlove goes massive with the wild growth put on him. That's one kill, but that's all EDG need.
Yeah, and they're trying to get Let Me back in this game with some solo time in the top lane, but what does that mean in response? EDG are just forcing all over the map. That's 2 turrets for 1. So much extra gold going on to them, and 11,000 now.
Yeah, 5-1 now in turrets. Koro does have his TP up as well if he wants to use it, but might be able to just run back to the top turret instead. Morellonomicon, Void Staff, and the Sork Boots finished up for Koro now as well. Cliv's very tanky on his job and got the Merc Treads, a Sightstone, and a Giant Spell to spare with his Warrior Enchant done as well. And the Blade of the Ruin King just got finished up, plus a Rabadon for Pawn. EDG, an embarrassment of riches this game.
Yeah, they certainly are in a good spot. The one mistake I might touch on is the fact that flat AP is much better on Lulu than the Void Staff at this point in the game, just because she does have those defensive abilities that aren't augmented through the penetration. So if I was being extremely picky, that might be what I say about this matchup. But overall, EDG are just so wealthy at the moment. It doesn't really matter what they buy.
No, and they're just playing the map so well, as we've seen them do time and time again. Pawn diving in onto Danger, gonna get the chains down as Xiaohu can't even find a good spot to ulti, just misses a Mako actually. And this Cassiopeia has not worked out for the Star GT mid laner.
Yeah, it certainly has it, and it's just the patient play that comes through EDG. A normal team would rush through that choke after they pick up the kill and be like, we can go. EDG get 1 kill, back away, take all the objectives, look for a Baron now, and really, nothing Xiaohu can do here. He's trying to play reactionary, and it's just not working
out. And we've seen a lot of 22-minute Barons from EDG, but that's when they have Nunu. They're so far ahead and so confident in this game. They're going to take it basically on the dot here. Danger very far back in the base for the steal, and EDG get the very rare free Baron.
Yeah, they certainly do, and they also have the Baron recall if they want. No, they want to fight.
Yeah, Singstream in trouble. Does the played in. Equalizer does come down. That's in a good spot, but the Wild Growth will keep him safe. Pawn jumped on the tail and almost deletes him off the map. Popped over the top there as well to keep himself safe over on the other side. Now Xiaohu getting chased down. That's 3 kills for 0 with some blinking low members here of EDG. And Xiaohu and Danger, despite the health bars, don't want to go back in.
Yeah, they certainly don't, just because of the threat of Pawn around the flank on this LeBlanc. Would have been able to blow a member up. His ultimate's already back off cooldown. He's not done.
He's going in. Xiao could be in trouble. There's a Mimic Distortion coming in. Pokes him back and forth just for a bit more damage. And will back away. Didn't get the kill that he wanted.
Yeah, definitely was fishing for something there. Maybe even over-forcing a little bit, but able to clean out some more CS for himself. I wonder how much gold he has. Only another 1,000, so might go back for a little bit of a blasting one.
We'll have to see what he pick up, but Pawn just so far ahead. It's only 21 minutes into the game. He's already finished his 2 meta items. We're expecting maybe 3-4 more minutes time, and then we're looking at these items. Pawn is minutes ahead already of his standard timings, and he's been playing fantastically. And I set a free Baron there for EDG4. That might be downplaying just how well they've played in this early game.
Oh, it definitely is. As I said, this is a clinical game of League of Legends. They have really done nothing wrong. They are so far ahead at this point, and even more penetration coming through for Koro. He has stayed 100 CS ahead of his laner whilst helping his team. He's participated in 7 kills and really doing a good job from that top lane.
Yeah, we've got a Haunting Guys now. Zorn is loose, so really wants to maximize the early damage of the base damage of his spells here. Pawn actually just hiding off towards the mid lane, pushing the Baron creeps in, which is smart, but just poking Danger with his ulti now as well.
Yeah, and there's just nothing they can do at this point. Deft opting for a Hex Drinker, recognizing double AP. He doesn't need to be the hyper carry. Can go for a little bit of a defensive buy while still being gold efficient without the shield, and Pawn just does so much damage. That
was insane poke onto the Leona, who's normally quite tanky here, and EDG just going to force their way onto this turret. Pawn actually going in danger. Could be in trouble there. The chains do land there, and the Ignite will actually get the kill. Distorts out as well. Beautiful play.
Yeah, this is so well played from Pawn. He is a man at the moment, and he's not done.
He's going to go in. His Sing Stream could be in trouble, though. Good ulti that actually lands on the Clearlove, but Def will clean out the first kill. Now Let Me actually could be in trouble, but does take her Annie. Now Xiaoyu, he's going to get dunked on him. Tails flash his way back and use the heal to try and get out, but Def's going to pick up 3 kills, and that should be the game for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it will, and 23 minutes in there, 20,000 gold in the lead, so I don't think that there is any team that can come back. The surrender comes through, and That was an absolute smashing.
That was EDG looking so strong there in that game. We expect them to be on form this weekend. They want the points to get themselves up in the standing. GT were going to struggle here, but that was one hell of a game from Edward Gaming.
Yeah, it certainly was. Their support died twice and their AD once, and no one else died. A lot of perfect scores coming across the board, and there's really not much else to say about it. They just played it so well.
I mean, for me, if we're going to highlight anyone, it's got to be Pawn here. He's just such an elegant player. That was a very skill-intensive mid-lane matchup, and he made that look easy against Cassiopeia.
Yeah, he played absolute rings around a terrific mid laner in Xiaohu. So if you can do that in a pretty tough, volatile matchup, as we said at the start of the game, yeah, massive props to him. Also got a hit on Clear Love. That guy was absolutely everywhere.
Yeah, and it's rare that Clearlove has a game like that, but when it does, it looks amazing. And so do EDG, but we'll be back to see if they can do it again here up against the Gamti, who look to be struggling a bit just in that last game. So
Nice on
OPL.
them veggies.
As a child, you would wait and watch from far away. But you always knew that you'd be the one to work while they all play. Here we are, don't turn away now.
And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. There we are. I am Julian Page-Stumka. This is Jake's Pointerbury, and what a game by Edward Gaming here.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. And such a well-played early game that catapulted them into a lead. And to finish a game, 20,000 gold in the clear in 24 minutes is pretty good.
Not bad. Certainly would. I think everyone around them will be happy if their games went that way. And Clearlove really just set them all up. But Pawn, I think we have to highlight a player. It has to be him because that was a beautifully played mid lane.
Yeah, it certainly does have to be Pawn, and it's just because of the way he plays the game. He is so almost beautiful to watch. It's kind of creepy how good that guy is at the game and played the matchup extremely well.
Yeah, really did, giving Xiao a lot of problems there in the mid lane. We'll see if Xiao can bounce back. He's looked much better here now that he's coming onto Gamty, and they've looked a little stronger with the mid lane they've been wanting for so long, but it's going to be an uphill battle here against a team as strong as EDG.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the problem is if you lose a game like that, it knocks your confidence immediately. Unless you can really pull together as a team, it becomes extremely hard. But EDG, they're going to be riding a high now. They're going to be untouchable, and yeah, look for them to once again try and smash their way through.
And they'd love to for the points as well. We are into champs like for game 2. EDG on the blue side now. Gamty over on the red side. We've got Annie, Cassidy, and Lysandra, the 3 bans there for EDG. Pretty interesting with the first ban there as well. And Rek'Sai there for Gamty. Very sensible bans.
Yeah, EDG banning away the Annie just means how much emphasis they put on this champion. Not willing to first pick it, but obviously hold it in very high regard. So taking that one away, Mako has only really played that and Leona, I believe, so we'll be interested to see what he picks up instead.
Yep.
Looks like it might be a Thresh. No, it's not.
I think he's played a bit of Janna as well. She is also open. I think one of the reasons they wanted to swap was that Mako played a bit more disengaged. And there we go. There's the Janna.
Yeah, well, nailed it there. Jarvan was the last ban being taken away, so he's not an option. I wouldn't be surprised if Lee Sin gets picked up here by Danger, just because if he doesn't really play that Lee Sin, there's nothing else he can really go to.
Yeah, and I think Danger's played a couple games of Rengar, but again, most of the Rengar players in the LPL, Loveling from OMG withstanding, have just not had that much success. Very popular jungle, but the jungle's so top-heavy right now in picks that when those 3 junglers get picked up, you don't have very many options left. So Lee Sin, like you predicted, and Aurelia are the first 2 picks for Gamty.
Yeah, and I like this pick ban a lot more because this allows them to put pressure on the back line. Their other team really was execution heavy. We didn't touch on it that much, but not really much ability to be able to dive through and get onto the carries like Pawn, like Def. So much better coming through, but the response from EDG looks like Clearlove might go for that Nunu.
Yeah, I actually forgot that, in the LPL, the jungle ball has been expanded a little bit here, and Clearlove's played a crap ton of Nunu in the last few days. Even Dandy's been picking it up as well from Vici, so lots of respect they're given to that champion. Rumble's also open, which is sort of one of the things when you pick up that Aurelia, and there we go. Nunu, Rumble, the 2 picks for EDG.
Yeah, it certainly is. Aurelia does well against Rumble in lane, but Rumble spikes way earlier than Aurelia. Aurelia really needs that Trinity Force, has a very good window, and then really needs a defensive item to continue that push through. Rumble needs nothing. He needs like boots and a couple of potions, and he's nearly good to go.
Yeah, we've talked about Koro being not just a consistent laner, but a stellar team fighter for his team as well. And Rumble's the kind of champion in his hands that can engineer some beautiful things for Edward Gaming. So we'll see what he gets done. Even in the lane swap, Koro's looked very strong as well, so I do like this pick a lot.
Yeah, he certainly has looked good in the lane swaps. I also think that coupling a Rumble with a Nunu allows you to play a good hyper carry because it's very hard to get into the backline, and against a Sivir, they might pull something out.
Yeah, Sivir and Nami are the 2 picks there for Gamty, so going to complete a pretty popular LPL bottom lane.
Yeah, it certainly is one of the more popular bottom lanes. Does well in bullies. The sustain really helps Sivir, who has short range, so can get harassed, but they have to be scared here because Deft on Caitlyn with a Janna support is just going to mean that they shove the lane relentlessly, equally as well, and just outranged by so far.
Yeah, we've seen what Uzi does as well with his Caitlyn, just gets so aggressive in contest for the CSN. I do like the synergy with Janna there as well. Caitlyn very much a late game carry, which is sort of a weird thing. Pawn was teasing me for a while. He will see what they do when I go for. Please do it. Oh my god. He's picked Veigar.
So he has blind picked a Veigar into the mid lane, which is, that's a very brave decision.
I mean, Pawn, I think after that last game, has to be feeling very good about how that game went. So I was maybe thinking, I think we talked a little bit about it before we went on, that maybe Pawn's going to do something funny here and pull out an interesting champion. Just have a little bit of fun. That is a lot of fun.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's something I haven't actually seen him pull out. We were, I guess, summarizing that might be a talent or something along those lines.
Katarina is up there as well, but no, Vega instead, of course.
Exactly right. So looking to get him in here against Xiao, who's Azir. Azir is a very strong laner at the moment. However, the 100-0 potential that comes out of a Vigo is very good.
Yeah, and Azir, a very strong late-game-oriented AP carry as well, so you can pick them off. Even little Nami might get picked up by the Vega ult as well. I mean, if there's anyone that's going to show me how to play Vega at a competitive level, I think I'm going to trust Pawn.
Yeah, I certainly will. Also has that Event Horizon, probably the best non-ultimate ability in the game. That stun is just huge and goes for days.
And you know, you do have to land it. It's a very weird hitbox. It's very tricky. But again, if anyone can do this, it's probably Pawn. I can't believe you picked Vega.
Yeah, no, I certainly can't believe it. In general, though, you can understand why he did, because that big stun, the Nunu Absolute Zero that's going to come through, as well as the Equalizer, they have some very good zone control in an unorthodox comp.
Yeah, and that's really, as you said it, Event Horizon's such a good stun, a very weird ability, but very powerful if you can use it correctly. It controls so much space, and I can't wait to see how the team fighting fluid, just amazing mid lane player does with a champion that's a little bit fun in Vega.
Yeah, and you know, the other thing, they've got some winning lanes. The bottom lane definitely a winning lane, so they might have to lane swap here GT to get away from it. So yeah, good decision.
Well, you know what? Let's just see what happens when Pawn plays Vega. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. And if you are just joining us, you not only missed a great game, but you're not going to miss this. EDG on the left are up a game here, and Pawn has picked Vega as his mid laner.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here trying to think of all my Vega stats that I know, and I don't really know that many of them. I know that he has a great stun. You'll max that second. Most people put 3 points in their Q and use it harass tool. So we'll see how that one comes out, but overall, this is going to be a lot of explosions early, I think.
Yeah, looking to get his farm on potentially as well. He's a mana potion in his inventory, but even more Qs to stack that up early. So we'll see how Pawn plays. If anyone can make this work at a competition like the LPL, it is going to be a player like Pawn, who just played every champion role. You talk about his deep champion pool spawn. I didn't quite expect this.
Yeah, no, I definitely didn't expect this. Once again, I'm really scraping back into the old memory bank to try and figure out how he's going to play this lane. I think the Ignite is something that we need to touch on, because he is a pretty long-range mage. It gives him some good kill potential, but he's also very prone to gank if he uses that Event Horizon as an aggressive spell.
Yeah, so we'll have to see just how that works through there as well. As we'll look at the rest of the lineups, Gamty just sort of setting up a 4-point defense here, wanting to make sure they've got their entrances covered. Looks like EDG are kind of doing the same there as well. Looks like Clearlove going to go start on Gromp to blue. Same start he did last time, actually, on the red side. And looks like the same side of the jungle there for Gamty's all Danger. We'll team up with Let Me for the red buff.
Yeah, they certainly will. And I think that something I have to point out is the fact that they got a deep ward, so they know where the bottom lane is on Gamty's side. And without showing any lanes at this point, EDG have made it extremely difficult for Gamty to dodge the 2v2 lane.
And that's, I think, exactly the lane they want to set up here with the Caitlyn. Caitlyn is a very weird AD character. She has a very similar power curve to Tristana, where she's very strong early and very good late, but has that dip in the middle. And Deft, if you can get ahead early, we've seen it when Uzi plays this champion, things can just be devastating. You can really snowball a game.
Yeah, you really can. Her passive is just so good. You throw a Janna shield on top of that, and it's just so hard to see yes against the Caitlyn. And you already see Def walking up this lane confidently past the support. He just wants to harass for every CS.
I mean, we can even talk about the lane matchup as well. Civ has been so popular in the LPL, but this is one of the best counters.
Yeah, it certainly is. I throw Caitlyn and Jinx up there as the two best counters currently, just because of this. Being able to walk past the minions and harass is so key, and they auto-attack so much that they get the most value out of the Durand Blade. Yeah,
Koro actually already used his flash. Must have spotted Danger coming through for a ward, so a bit preemptive, but very smartly played, but good pressure by Lee Sin early on.
Yeah, and looking to bully Koro, who was 100 CS up in about 10 minutes. So really nicely done there, being able to force him off the lane. Might be able to revisit for a little bit of a gank.
Yeah, and good to get aggressive early on as Lee Sin as well, because Nunu really does start to shut at your gank pass once he gets his quick starts done.
He certainly does, and especially Lee Sin. He actually relies on his auto attacks in between abilities a lot early levels to put down that damage. That's the difference between really good Lee Sin players. They weave auto attacks well, and Nunu just shuts down so much of that with that really annoying Ice Blast.
Yeah, Mako will even get an early ward down, spotting Danger, starting his blue buff. So EDG might look for a contest or might just take the information instead. Mako's actually hanging around for quite a little while longer here. We'll back off. Just actually using a tornado. Going to bully Danger a little bit, try and annoy him.
Yeah, just try and force him off that blue. Of course, the buffs do so much damage. And the other thing it did by spotting Lee Sin, it meant that Koro could go back to being that aggressive Rumble. Actually takes a turret shot for his trouble.
Yeah, bit behind in CS here, but played very aggressively with the Flame Shooter. That's one of the very unique things about Rumble as well. Maybe go into a little bit. Oh, Def gets caught there by the bubble as well. Boomerang Wave will just miss there. Mako goes in aggressively, actually pops the shield on and tail. Might be a little too low here. Maybe have to blow a summoner. No holds onto them for now. But that was a great trade for Eggwood Gaming.
Yeah, fantastic turnaround. That was all Mako as well, getting the double NATO across, and wow, just able to turn that fight on its head. You throw in a headshot with a really nice Eye of the Storm coming through, and you're just not going to out-trade that lane.
Yeah, Xiaohu getting chunked down as well, though, by Pawn, who starting to turn his aggression on. Little low on mana, does have his flask and a few biscuits left to get that back up, but he's really trying to farm hard here. Actually maxing the Q as well, it looks like, so going to be trying to get all the AP stacking up.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. You probably use it more of a harass tool at the start of the game. It does help you stack up late game. You just really want to hit those cannons with it. You really do have to choose whether you harass or farm, however, as a Vega. So see how Pawn goes about it. Is actually 11 CS down at the start of the game.
Yeah, Xiaohu's done a good job of pushing him in early with this, which is exactly what you want to do against a Vega. Pawn's trying, but he can't quite last hit under the turret as well as he would like. And Clearlove doing Clearlove things here. 3 wards deep into the enemy jungle and the Grump.
Yeah, so gets all the ward vision he needs down and then goes for a little bit of a wander for a counter jungle. So good Nunu play there. I think that is one of the most important things you can take away from watching these Chinese junglers play Nunu. You need to control the side of the enemy jungle if you're going to play Nunu. Otherwise, there is no point picking him.
Kind of looking back in towards the top lane as well. Deft is very far ahead in this bottom lane, around 20 CS and counting, which is where he wants to be. But Korra going back here, actually behind her and Let Me, and this is a very interesting lane matchup spawn.
Yeah, it's a very hard matchup for Rumble in the actual long run because you can't itemize both defensive stats. You have a hard time getting HP early on in the game. And Aurelia just trades so well with these mages because you can go in, bait out your Flame Splitter, dive back into the backline, get an Equilibrium Strike, and really start pressuring you down. The shield doesn't do much to mitigate the damage.
We'll see what happens here. Tail looking a little low, I think, in the bottom side, but it has been pressured there on the Sivir. Def, again, continuing his aggression. Now starting to push these waves a little bit faster into the turret. And again, Caitlyn with a long range can even harass and compete for you for CS when you're trying to farm out from under your turret.
Yeah, and I think that this is a good move by Deft. I think changing pace in the lane really keeps Tail on his toes. We'll go back and have a much better early shot. It's going to be a pickaxe against a longsword, and that's just really good news for the Caitlyn player in this matchup.
Yeah, a bit bigger than a longsword actually, be the BF sword coming through, which I know is what you meant, sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine coming through there. So it looks like Danger actually looking to get aggressive in the top lane, but this might mean a Dragon Pastry time.
Really smart Dragon from EDG. They knew they'd force Tail off, and I don't know if they have vision of Danger, but just with the Sivir going back off, they'll take the free Dragon here. But top lane could be trouble here. Koro a little low, does pop the Equalizer. Let Me has to be very careful. It's juking around the burning very well there, and Koro nowhere to go. No summoners left. Will go down here and does give first blood to Aurelia.
Yeah, so good response getting the Aurelia ahead. 20 CS and a kill definitely means a lot at this point in the game, but EDG recognizing that the bottom half of the map doing extremely well, so why even try and bail Koro out? Just let him, he'll get through as a Rumble, so pick up the first Dragon in response.
Yeah, Let Me, though, is probably the scariest mid-game member on the GamT side, so they've done well to get Aurelia the first kill there. Let Me will be on a really good clip to get that Trinity Force, and I love this buy as well. Very fast Sheen.
Yeah, and I mentioned it in the Corki matchup last time around. If you are looking to go aggressive, Sheen is the best component out of Trinity Force because it gives you a lot of mixed damage from the Equilibrium Strike into the auto attack afterwards. And it also means that you can trade in short bursts fantastically.
Yeah, now Pawn looks like he's going to waddle over on his Vega and pick up blue buff off Clearlove. Def down the bottom has returned with that BF sword here and is continuing to harass poor Tail in this lane. And this is part of the thing that we've seen evolve as we've seen more LPL games. Sivir has been very popular, especially in the early weeks, but more and more players and teams are just figuring out how to beat her.
Yeah, I can't believe it actually took this long because we kind of go through the same thing with like Orianna and then the Fizz coming in. There are just so many things in this game that outright counter, and Caitlyn is just, it's like paper, scissors, rocks. Beats Sivir hands down.
Oh, and Pawn has solo killed Xiaohu in the mid lane as Vega in an LPL match.
Well, you don't want to fight Vega 1v1. Actually, the more AP you get, the more damage he does to you. So even if you look like you're ahead of him, chances are he's still going to be able to blow you up.
Yeah, and Pawn using the ulti and the ignite, just clean Xiao off the moment. Didn't even have a chance to use his barrier, it looks like. So that was a very fast kill from the Vega.
Yeah, it does look like he actually used his ultimate, so maybe got caught out trying to rotate across and help out his jungler, because now Clearlove taking away the red
Really
buff.
good steal there from Clearlove, but down the bottom action aplenty as well as Def was 1v2ing for a second there off screen. Mako did come in to help him. The ace in the hole will come through, does not get blocked by Tail with no spell shield left, so Def with some great harass there as well.
Yeah, it certainly was. If he hit that Piltover, it would have nearly forced Tail out of lane again. Deft actually surprisingly low on mana. You see Caitlyn's pick up mana pots a lot. I think he has one running at the moment, just so he's able to push this lane out consistently with that Piltover.
Yeah, Jungle Shield can only do so much in the early stages of the game, and all Def wants to do is apply pressure in the early game and give himself the biggest leg up into the mid-game mode. Caitlyn will start to dip now. Clearlove and Pawn have rocketed up into the top lane. Clearlove's looking for another gank.
Yeah, straight away they were pinged back. Don't really want to dive this Aurelia at this point, especially not with out the ultimate up from Pawn. So just trying to get some pressure down.
Yeah, Xiao again going to get chunked here by Pawn. Pawn no ulti left right now. They can't quite use it yet, but we'll just farm out from under his turret. Danger now coming in towards the bottom side of the map. Recognizes that he really needs to be impactful in towards this bottom lane.
Yeah, so Pawn actually went 4 points into his queue. Maybe won't even level it up to 5 points at level 9, but has started to level up his event horizon second. So the important thing about it might seem a little bit backwards, but you get more damage down because it guarantees your W will hit the more points you put in that E ability.
Yeah, from memory as well. Oh, gosh. Pawn going again. Xiao could be in trouble. Clearlove popped his ulti, but Pawn flash out from under the Emperor's Divide, and another kill there, this time with a bit of help from Clearlove.
Yeah, another gank coming through from Clearlove. So once again, dictating the pace as a jungler. Danger in the bottom lane. Nothing much happening down there. And Pawn now 2-0-0, being able to equalize the CS, only 10 behind. This is going very well for the Vega.
Yeah, and honestly, that's basically a solo kill. Pawn did the work there. Clearlove pretty much just came in, smited him for a slow, and then ultied for a little bit of extra damage. So Pawn with another nice setup there, gets the kill. Still behind in CS like you mentioned, but looking fine here on this Vega with the Athenes almost done now.
Yeah, certainly is. About 500 gold up as well. That's the difference between the Chalice route, I guess, against the... going for the early Morellonomicon, sorry, I forgot the item name there. So looks like Xiao, even though he's against an extremely bursty Vega, doesn't value that MR on the item.
Yeah, I mean, Morellonomicon, as you mentioned, such a popular and gold-efficient item, but you know, maybe struggle here against the Vega, who's already looking strong. I mean, we said it. If anyone's going to win this particular lane, it is going to be Pawn and his Vega. So we'll see how this develops here for Pawn. As Def down the bottom, still farming it up here, ahead on still about 20 CS, which is pretty much where you want to be or you expect to be in the early stages of that lane. Korra's returning to the top as well. Actually got an early arm guard.
Yeah, so going back for an early arm guard, I don't mind the pickup, of course, with that Trinity Force coming out, going to be a lot of auto attack damage coming from the Aurelia. Does, however, need to be mindful that there is about 2 minutes on Dragon, actually only a minute now, and he won't have any magic penetration for the first fight.
Yeah, does have his teleport up though, and isn't actually anywhere near level 11, so it'll just be the level 1 ulti when EDG move in for that next Dragon. Pawn is continuing to get CS there with his Q. Just getting the minions there, stacking that AP up very early on. And Vega really, especially if you get ahead, you get to a weird mid-game point where, you know, you kind of buy a couple items and you have like 400 plus AP.
Wow, and the damage coming out in the mid lane.
Yeah, just throws the ulti there at Xiao, who again can't quite get the kill this time with Pawn, little low on mana, but continuing to pressure here. That might be a good setup for the next Dragon.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that it's going to at least mean they have control over the area. Pawn might actually have to go back first just because it is a little too far out. So allows Clearlove to go in, get his nice deep ring of wards, and Pawn might just keep pushing, actually. Yeah,
actually just going to do some damage to the turret. Clearlove in the meanwhile, engineering yet another gank here in the bottom lane, but we'll give it up for now. Tail and Sync Dream will just get forced back to their turret as Def, who's still probably got a fistful of gold to go spend whenever he feels like it, continuing to harass this poor Sivir down in the bottom side.
And this is why Caitlyn's power trough isn't as noticeable as Tristana's, because she doesn't allow people to buy when they want to. So right now, you would have to think 2,000 gold on Tail. Why aren't you backing for a BF sword? You could equalize the lane right now, but at the end of the day, the Caitlyn relentlessly shoves you into the turret, means that you don't get the buys that you want, and this item discrepancy is starting to really show.
Oh, Sync Dream, though, did eat the tornado, and Danger gets knocked up as well. Good build of a Peacemaker, actually, for some damage, but the dual teleports will come in. Sync Dream looking like Clearlove, going to set up maybe a mini Empire. No, just snowballs instead, and Korra's going to get the first kill, and EDG have ported all 5 down. Looks like Azir's going to come through, so great ulti there to block the choke off. Tail in the back of the Brimmer, but Clearlove gets kicked there, and the ulti gets cancelled, but Def is just outputting so much damage. Will finally go down to Tail. Koro with a decent equalizer onto Xiaohu now as well. But there's actually another kill going to Azir this time. Now Pawn has come in. The Event Horizon will just miss. Mako is trapped well and truly behind enemy lines. And there's the double for Azir. 3-1 Gamty, or 3-2.
Yeah, 3-2 for Gamty. They're able to turn that one on its head, get a couple of exit kills, but that was just an over-aggressive play coming out of EDG. They knew that their mid laner had gone back. They understood that the teleports were available, so overreaching by a lot and paying for it.
Yeah, I mean, decent Goldo coming through still for EDG. They've got actually not a lead at all. That's very surprising to me. That they do have the Dragon lead, but not the gold lead, although Deft is starting to still pick up speed on this. Caitlyn does have an Infinity Edge, and that's what I wanted to touch on before that fight started, is that Caitlyn, like you mentioned, the snowball's not that noticeable, especially when you start winning the lane. You sort of mini snowball it as you go along.
Yeah, you certainly do. You continue to pick up momentum. You turn into kind of that train mentality that we like to think about. You kind of start slow, but you just relent. Wow.
Danger's in trouble there. Pawn does get the solo kill there, but now Xiaohu is going to try and run in for the next one. Letme's here is on. Pawn a little too deep in towards the enemy jungle. Is going to go down to the Aurelia, and that might be the worst news for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, it certainly is. Giving some kills over to Aurelia means that she's going to be impossible to burst down with this mage, and there's not really many good tools mid-game to deal with her, because she can just run with all that tenacity over a lot of the abilities that come through. I guess one of the good things is, however, Koro getting a little bit more time by himself in that top lane.
I mean, the best performing member arguably in this game could be Def's Caitlyn, and that's a very juicy target for the Aurelia as well. So they will pressure finally though. Koro actually in trouble, going to get 1v1 here by Letme, flashing forward for the last auto, and Gamty are turning it on.
Yeah, they certainly are. They lose the turret in the bottom, however, able to pick up a solo kill in top and a turret in mid lane. They will take that trade once again, and staying ahead in gold, really powering up into this mid game.
I mean, Siva now picking up those items, able to clear waves very quickly with the BF Sword pickaxe, moving in towards the Infinity Edge. Trinity Force well and truly done for Letme as well. And the Stinger now done for Xiao. This is a decent power point for GT if they do want to contest for this next dragon.
Yeah, it certainly is. They're in a nice position to be able to contest it. Big invade coming through here from EDG, trying to steal this away from Azir. I like that, just shutting down some of the momentum, but a great bubble.
Yeah, Klilov actually just nomming that one away with the Consuming. They'll look to the Scuttle Crab now as well, so the strong objective control here still. Letme does get the tower in the top lane and doesn't have a teleport. Koro's actually wandering back there without his as well, so if this is the dragon, it's going to be 4v4 if Gamty want to contest.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they do. They just back away, understand that they're up in the turrets, but not really willing to fight at the moment, so good decision to back away from that one without their Aurelia. I think at this point, Aurelia just means so much more to team fights than what Koro's Rumble does.
And I think Pawn is sort of happy with all the action that's going, because he's freed up a lot more space for himself now. Charging up on that Vega now actually equaled the CS against Xiaohu, and he wasn't too far behind to begin with. So Vega does take some time to get going, but he's gotten enough room now that he can start blowing up these carries in the late game.
Yeah, he certainly can. I think, as I mentioned, the only person who's really going to struggle with is the top laner. Letme now picked up Boots 2 as well. Touching on Boots 2 a little bit, because we're seeing that even before the Infinity Edge is picked up, actually, we might wait until someone dies up here.
There's actually 4 people from EDG committed to the top side, but I think Letme is aware of what might be happening at least a little bit, so is backing off. We're actually going to find Klilov and Mako in towards his side of the top lane, and EDG might just take the turret instead. Def's actually mid collecting the farm as that pulls in as well, so Edward Gaming looking to get the last outer turret here, excuse me. Def free farming there as well. Dane's up towards the top, will clear out a ward for himself. Xiaohu's here as well, but EDG might just have enough free time with this tower, and indeed they do.
Yeah, they do entail. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, takes one out for himself. I was just going to mention that Boots 2 are one of the most gold-efficient items in the game, particularly for AD carries. Zerka's Greaves, very gold-efficient. That's why we're seeing it finished even before the Infinity Edge for Siva.
Yeah, and Mercury Tread's, of course, great with the Aurelia passive. So things looking strongly for Letme, who's definitely had the best showing this particular game for Gamty. And that's good news, but it's just a matter of, can EDG keep up the control that they've shown in so many games? It's not nearly the same story that it is in Game 1, but EDG are still known for impeccable objective control.
Yeah, and they still look like their vision control is fantastic over the top side and the bottom side of the map. They're really controlling the middle of the river area, meaning that they can rotate at pretty much the drop of a dime to any lane that is in their favor. So they're setting themselves up the tool. I think it's just that they scale a little bit slower this time around.
Yeah, and the thing with EDG is, you're right, they are getting some patience here, and despite the Infinity Edges being finished for both carries and Def still having a gold and CS lead there on the bottom lane, this is actually sort of the point where it's equalizing a bit, and both Vega and Caitlyn need to power up a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely is. Vega kind of has a couple more levels where his level 11 power spike actually means a lot because of his ultimate, but right now it's only really Xiaohu that he can take off the map, and Siva just outputs so much damage in team fights, and 303 Aurelia is going to tear anyone apart.
And we've seen this a lot from EDG as well, playing patiently, just knowing their win conditions and where they need to be at different points in the game. And as far as they're concerned, all they want to do is keep getting the Dragon. They're very good at shutting teams out of Dragon. They've got 2 now. They're going to definitely be looking for the 3rd in 4 minutes' time.
Yeah, and I think that you definitely just nailed something, that there's not really much for EDG right now to fight over. They took the outer ring. There's no Dragon, so why would they force something when they know that they're not in a fantastic position? Sure, they could maybe scrape together a team fight with just superior play, but why risk it against an Aurelia? She's just hit her power curve. Let the game go on for another couple of minutes. She looks like she's going for some MR, so just let Deft get a maybe a static Shiv or a Phantom Dancer and be able to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, Pawn powering up does have a need to see large rod now, does back away from the gang squad that was looking at him there towards the mid lane. And as we do have a bit of a slower pace here while we wait for the next Dragon, it's probably a good time to talk about Dragon in general, because GT are actually up about 1,500 gold here in this game, which is a decent lead. Not massive, but decent. But EDG, of course, up with that Dragon. And we still haven't quite figured out how to think about Dragon as an objective yet. It's hard to quantify.
Yeah, it certainly is, because I guess at the start of the game, maybe up until about 18 minutes, 19 minutes, when 2 items are being finished off, then the Dragons don't mean as much. So the early gold definitely comes through King, but there's this swing in the game where you get 2 finished items, particularly on raw carries, like a Caitlyn, like a Viger, that is just looking, they're not looking for really attack speed, things like this, penetration, they're just looking for the raw damage stat, and they do so well with the Dragon buff that comes through. So it's definitely team to team, and that's why it's very hard to quantify. But when you have a Vega, I think that it's definitely worthwhile picking up those early Dragons.
And even just thinking about it simply, if you want to think, okay, you know, you need that 2-item power spike, it's interesting that often coincides with the 3rd Dragon, which is usually the mid-game Dragon. And I think the way that Zhao actually is in trouble, by the way. He's in a lot of trouble there. Pawn looking for another kill here. Clearly enough, though, Flash Snowball does pick it up. And Dragon back up in a minute 35. Energy might want more here. Sync Dream could be in trouble. The good ulti that comes out from Clearly, but doesn't pop there as Dream flashes out. Good juke of the bubble there as well. And Pawn will chase in for this next kill. The Q coming out, almost killing the Nami just by itself. And Pawn should have more than enough left and does get the kill.
Yeah, able to pick up the kill. In response, they also force Gamti out of the mid lane. This means that all of Dragon's control in the hands of EDG at the moment. They're just going to be able to sweep out any wards they like at this point. Def, please track that bush for the pink ward. No, it doesn't look like he's going to.
Nope, too busy farming minions there, Spawn. Wants to make sure that the GPM keeps up their Pawn down the bottom, doing the same as well as EDG looking to farm it for another minute. Know that the death timers are small enough that they can't quite rush in for that Dragon. It's all set up here, get their farm, go back, spend their gold, and then come in for the contest.
Yeah, 1,300 gold in Pawn's back pocket at the moment. He's got the most on his team. About 1,000 for Clear Love as well, who is shopping right now. So they're looking to get their shops in before this next Dragon fight. And you would have to say that Gamti is still in a reasonable position to contest this as a 5-man unit.
Yeah, I mean, Gamti looking good, and this Dragon's very important. And if we want to touch on it a little bit more before it comes back up, strategically, I think Dragon was put to me the best this way. And someone said that you look at the 1st and 3rd Dragon buffs, they're personal buffs. You look at 2 and 4, they're team buffs. Those ones are the ones that help you farm and help you push. And the other 2 sort of help you just do things better. They let you move faster and you do more damage, right? We'll eat a bubble. The last one, of course, is a combination of both those things, and it's ridiculous. So if you're going to hit your mid-game power spikes here, really power up with 2 items. When looking to take your 3rd Dragon, you have a 1 team buff and a double personal buff, and that's just so much of an edge.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the other thing it does is the inherent pressure that it puts on you if you don't get them. So it's not necessarily just the physical things they give you. It is a very big mentality thing at the moment, and it looks like they're looking to get the 3rd one.
Yeah, so we are going to go in for it. It's been a couple minutes now. Sync Dream actually pops the ulti there with the tidal wave, trying to stop Mako. Does bubble there as well. Danger will dive in and let me. Going to get an easy first kill into that support, so GT going to go for this first Dragon. 4v5. Danger, though, just gets deleted by Pawn's Vega, and the Dragon is low. Clear trying to get in. Vega went down there to let me as well, and they've actually abandoned it of GT. No, they'll reset the Dragon a bit, but go back in for it now. Without that mid lane, GT are actually going to get their first Dragon.
Yeah, they certainly are, and it's because Aurelia is absolutely massive. 50 CS advantage, 5-0-3 is absolutely untouchable. No one does any damage to Let Me at this point in the game.
And you know that first Dragon, we said it, big personal buff for anyone who gets it. Big news for Aurelia here as well for Let Me. And we kind of thought that the one big thing to look at would be that Aurelia, and Let Me came up massive there, just like you mentioned. So 5-0-3 now for that Aurelia. Still looking good, actually really putting Koro sort of in a hole in terms of CS as well. And we talk about Rumble being good with our items, but that transition point's really lost now.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Rumble, fantastic without items, but even better well with items. It's one of those things that I think we lose sight of a little bit because he performs very well with minimal activity, but so does an Aurelia. And Aurelia at this point has just so many more resources at her disposal to be able to take over this map.
I mean, it's a timing thing as well. Pretty much your first 2 ultimates, so your first 2 or 3 ultis, so the one at level 6 and the next at level 11, they're fine with not that many items. But once you get later into the game, you actually need to do more damage because everyone's gotten tankier. And if you can't get into the middle and actually use the rest of your spells, not just your long-range equalizer, your influence in a fight really drops off significantly.
Yeah, it certainly does, and I think that we're seeing the problem with the EDG comp here. We said that they do have good zone control, but it's taking a lot of coordination, and when you have someone like an Aurelia that doesn't get affected by these long stuns that come out, it means that it puts a lot of inherent pressure on you to really nail that layered CC.
And the Pawn Vega, though, still powering up. He's got a death cap finished up now, so a very gold-efficient, very damage-heavy build here. Looking to get maximum burst out of that ult. He's got 500 plus AP already, and even distortion boots, because he knows that he doesn't really have a way to get out except for his flash.
Yeah, at about 511 AP at the moment for Vega, so he's definitely in the process of powering up. They need to be careful here, though, because they have no vision control over Baron.
Really nice setup there as well. So GT strangling all the vision out from EDG. That's usually EDG's wheelhouse. So Gamsey doing a very good job playing around the mid to late game objectives here in this game. I mean, EDG are getting their wards back, and on the heart's been popped. Pawn with a beautiful stun there to move Let Me off. But the damage is going to come through. The tidal wave moves in, and Let Me's going to get an easy kill again. 6-0-3 now.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about earlier. Just ran through the stun. That is one of the longest not-ultimate stuns in the game. And just Aurelia shrugs it off with that passive, with the Merc Treads, able to get in there and pick up another kill.
And a frozen heart done now for Let Me as well. So this Aurelia is very scary.
Yeah, it certainly is. And it looks like they're not done yet. Still looking to bully. Surprised they didn't actually turn around and go for anything around that Baron area. Still maybe a little bit risky because Rumble is up and does have the equalizer. So looks like they're just going to reset off that one, take the 1 kill.
Def damage not irrelevant either, but smart for GD to pick off Vega, who's kind of hit that power spike. If he's not on the map right now, with Koro and Def still powering up, EDG really do have to sit on their hands for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, they certainly do. And Let Me's job now is to get in Pawn's face and make sure Pawn ults him. If Pawn ulties Let Me, then they win the team fight. However, if he ulties Xiaohu, or maybe even Tail, if Tail uses a spell shield a little bit inappropriately, then the team fight will definitely go in the favor of EDG just because they're one serious threat down.
Yeah, Pawn here still on this Vega, got an amplifying term, so possibly looking for a Void stuff for very efficient magic damage, really wants to put a lot into that ulti. It is nice as well that because of the quick death cap, each Q now scales exponentially when you get more AP.
Yeah, it definitely is one of those things that you take into account, and I like the pickup of going into the Void Staff next. There's a lot of magic resist coming out of the Garmsey lineup now, probably a Banshee's Veil. There is the Abyssal Scepter, and maybe even the Aegis of the Legion being finished up shortly by Danger, so looking to get as much flat penetration in there as percentage penetration as possible.
Yep, Locket done there as well for Clear Love. So looking tanky, Mikhail's done here as well. So Deft will be set up to really carry here once he does get his few items. But we talk about this a lot with late game carries. Your big power point is the 3.5 items. You want your 2, you want your Last Whisper usually, unless you go for BT, your IE, your Shiv, and you need your Lifesteal item if you have a Last Whisper, because when you don't have it as a late game carry, you just don't live long enough.
Yeah, you certainly don't. And wow.
Pawn does get a kill though with the Vega, surprisingly able to burst down that jungle. I guess not that surprisingly given how strong his ulti is.
Yeah, it certainly is. He's at the point where, as I said, as long as he's not ulting Let Me, he's probably going to kill the person in his full combo. So nicely done there. Surprised actually that the AD and mid for Garmsey did not go Merc Treads. I think one of the cardinal sins is if you play this game against a Viger and you don't pick up Mercury Treads, then you really have to question your item pathing.
Yeah, we'll have to see what does come here. Dragon up in a minute 15 or so. Def still trying to pick up farm here. Has almost finished the Last Whisper. And of course wants that Vamp Scepter here as well. But looking good here at 265 CS. Still beating Tail by quite a significant amount. And GT might be worried that Siva's mid-game power and just the mid-game power of their comp in general might be starting to dwindle a bit here.
Yeah, I definitely... just hitting on the point you brought up about the lifesteal item, I think it means a lot more for Siva than it does for Caitlyn at this point, because range is kind of your own defensive stat, so you really need some lifesteal on a very short-ranged carry like Siva. And once again, it's really only the Nunu that has a lot of armor at this point in the game, so you have to start questioning these item builds of always rushing Last Whisper third.
I mean, Last Whisper third is one of those things that for a long time was the build. You always got it as an AD carry. But I think we've started to see a lot more adaptation between AD carry players and going for, more aggressive builds, getting the BT third. Deft, especially yesterday, was doing some very innovative things with his Jinx build.
Yeah, he certainly is, I think, about time we started mixing it up a little bit. Even just touching on this game, you have to wonder whether Deft goes for a Bloodthirster or whether he does even cheat for a Blade of the Ruined King. Blade of the Ruined King just helps so much with self-peel, and it's so hard to shake an Aurelia once she's on top of you. But of course, Bloodthirster does give that nice defensive shield as well. So I think both good pickups, but yeah, I definitely agree that people are starting to look at the AD carry build, and I don't think there is one right way anymore.
Yeah, and we're still on 4.21 as well, and that might all change when we move into some of the changes in 5.1 or 5.2. But EDG here, now Dragons back up. Gumty would love to get their second of the game. And EDG, for the first time in a while, especially in this series, look very scared to fight Gumty.
Yeah, they look tentative. They're trying to find a pick. And the problem is that Letme is spearheading this attack, and you cannot pick someone that tanky. He's got 3 completed items, and it's just an absolute beast. So they're looking to position themselves around the Dragon, maybe get a good push on the mid lane and trade this one away.
Yeah, we talked about execution-heavy comp for Gumty last game. This is probably true of EDG's comp in this game as well. Playing around a Veigar, probably not what a lot of teams are used to doing.
Yeah, it definitely is unique because you have to play around an ability that isn't an ultimate. So it's very, very hard to do. If they get the event horizon wrong, they're in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, the Gumty just chunking out this Dragon. They'll take it very easily. I like the tidal wave there from Sync Dream as well, just as own EDG. Often, the big objective control we saw from EDG in Game 1, it's faltering a little here.
Yeah, I thought this would be the response, though, because at the moment, Gumty can't run through the jungle to contest this because Event Horizon takes up that choke very nicely, so they trade an objective. They're equal on Dragons now, but they were able to pick up a Tier 2 turret for it.
Yeah, strong counter push there from EDG. You want to talk about controlling choke points. EDG's comp is all about it here. The Equalizer, Absolute Zero, Jonah Tornadoes, and her ultimate plus Pawns Event Horizon is, you don't really want to be fighting in narrow spaces.
You certainly don't, and once again, this is now becoming a very position-heavy map. We saw that they were going for a flank there. GT, cheat to the bottom side. Straight away, EDG go and clear out Baron. They're trying to get them to face check one of those chokes we're speaking about and set up their big wombo combo.
Good pressure from Letme, though, down towards the bottom lane to respond to that. And Aurelia here, almost level 16, will hit it just after these few minions go down. Looking really scary still, and now level 16. Going to just be pressuring this wave, and no one can really stand toe-to-toe, so EDG going to have to send multiple people, most likely, to actually deal with the push there, and that opens up more room for GT on this map. You said it, Spawn. It's a very rotation-heavy game now.
Yeah, it certainly is. I guess the only saving grace is now Rumble has finally picked up his Zhonya's Hourglass, so he's pretty much undivable just because of how much damage those turrets do. So looking like they are going to go into a split push here. The game is so equal pastry time. There's 400 gold in it at 31 minutes. Equal Dragons, one turret in favor of EDG, but really on a knife edge.
Yeah, with the Sync... Oh, never mind. Sync Dream does get stunned up. They're going to get chunked up by the ulti, and Deft actually going to collect that kill for himself. That was a nice death rush there by Edward Gaming.
Yeah, it certainly was. They understood exactly that when you have a Caitlyn and a Nunu, neutral objectives fall so quick. We're forced to face check it, and there's just way too much raw damage on this Veigar.
Deft is very strong now as well. Picked up that 3.5 item power spike we talked about. Pawn going to collect his own blue buff as well. Would love to hit level 16, but hasn't quite got there yet. But that shouldn't be too much longer here. And Gumty, Nami's going to be back in 5 seconds. They have to be a little bit careful now around the Baron area. But EDG are going to at least secure vision. They're actually going to start the Baron now as well.
Yeah, really good decision to do this. There's not really a great ward to teleport to. They're going to get Koro in there nice and quickly, and they'll sneak this one away.
Yeah, I like that a lot. Danger looking to steal, does get knocked out, and Nunu secures it. Very nice smite from Clearlove.
Yeah, fantastic play out of EDG. We've mentioned how strong Letme is. He is 12,000 gold. The next highest on the map is about 11,000. Actually, Deft is roughly equal with him, but he is just so much of his team's percentage gold that not having him there means if Deft is in the fight, they're so far ahead.
Yeah, and a bit of drop of awareness there by Gumty as well. Didn't really respect and get revision back on that Baron. EDG just chomped it down with the rest of the team. Nunu, of course, created the early back control. Letme, by the way, going to walk pretty casually out of that Equalizer.
Yeah, it certainly does those Merc treads as well as a passive, but it doesn't look like they're giving up.
Pawn wants to go in there, but there's no way to break the 16 flash Event Horizon. Not enough, though, and that was a very well-timed teleport.
Yeah, that was so close, though. Pawn, in the end, has to burn his flash, however, and I don't even know that would be worth it if they picked up the kill because it's such a long cooldown, and Veigar is a sitting duck in these team fights without it.
I mean, he does have distortion enchantment, so that's at least a small thing there for that, but that was very aggressive by Pawn. You said it here. And Pawn is having some fun here on this FLICKR. Had a decent game, 6-3-2. Definitely set up to do a lot of damage here. Picked up his Void Staff now as well. So really blow up the carries on Gumty. But the problem still remains here. And now the Azir powering up as well are very big threats.
Yeah, they're certainly huge threats. And don't underestimate the amount of AoE damage that comes out of a Sivir as well. I think that in this team fight, Tail, there's a lot of short-range people, really only Caitlyn being the long range, so going to be able to layer a lot of AoE across and really augment Xiaohu's damage. So Gamtee's still in a position where they can fight. They just need to make sure they don't give up too much for this Baron.
Yep, Def going to try and siege up as well. The Baron buff going to help out, and Def's double BF sword items done now as well. He's got, I guess, the components of the Bloodthirster with the IE done as well. So Deft is very strong as well, and Pawn's able to zone them out pretty nicely. EDG have a kind of a wonky but rather effective siege comp.
Yeah, they certainly do. I was about to mention that I like the Bloodthirster for that reason. And ooh.
Quan really wants to ult somebody. Oh man, danger going in there as well. Quan actually gets kicked back in, but Koro takes him out. The ulti that comes in onto Let Me though, but he's going to get chunked out here. Def might have enough damage, but Koro's zoning very well, and Tail will go down there to Def. He's got so much range. There's the double coming through as well, and that was well played, EDG.
Yeah, it certainly was. I don't know why Danger went that deep. It is impossible to run through a Nunu ultimate like that. The slow just keeps reapplying, and in the end, that might actually cost them the game.
And we talked about the disengage potential in EDG's comp. Gumty pretty much just handed them that team fight, and EDG executed perfectly to possibly just close out the game. Now Pawn is sitting around the fountain, wanting to get a snipe. Def going to throw the ulti in as well. The tower will go down, and EDG, again, might just have it here.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they'll be able to clean this one up. Deft is just so strong at this point. Unless he dies to a fountain laser, which he nearly does, they will be able to pick up the win.
Yeah, and the Nexus now getting attacks as well. Def going to make very short order of a Pawn. Would try to get the last kill, but couldn't quite get it done with the Veigar ulti. And EDG, another strong game there. They get the 3 points they wanted.
Yeah, they certainly were looking for those 3 points. It puts them at the top of the table, and really good job from all the carries coming up huge there. Massive shout out for Deft. He really showed up in the late game.
He did. We're going to have a replay there from EDG as well. Nope. Apparently not. I'm sorry, everyone. There's no replay.
Yeah, so
not today.
In the end, it was just a really nice last team fight that came through. Gamti kind of gave that game away, you feel. They tried to force, but in the end, EDG, too good.
I mean, a little bit, but I have to give Gumty a lot of credit for the rest of that game that they went through as well.
Yeah, and that's why it's kind of disappointing, because they set it up to a point where they really had their late game rolling. We mentioned the Aurelia, we mentioned the Azir in the mid lane and how they'd finally got to that point, but Danger just going a little bit too deep, and he's at times had a little bit of problem with those judgment calls.
Yeah, and again, Gumty have looked strong but never quite been able to finish off. So that's a good showing there against EDG. We'll see what they can get done moving through, though. And we won't have a replay, but we will have another match coming up as well. Don't go anywhere. IG versus Vici is coming right up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English coverage of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by the wonderful Christopher Papa Smithy Smith. And we have our third matchup of the day, Invictus Gaming taking on OMG. And this is going to be gigantic. OMG, they've only tied once, but Invictus Gaming, they dropped 0-6 in previous weeks to come back against LGD.
It was a massive change. They went from that 0-6 run after being 6-0 at the start of the season to pick up a 2-game win over LGD. I don't think anyone would have tipped such a big turn in fortunes, and it was actually them debuting kind of a new style of play. After those early games where they blitzed their opponents, they fell away, and Kakao especially looked very weak in the jungle. He was actually falling behind Dandy in his other jungle matchups. But they debuted a very new objective-focused strategy. Took 5 dragons in the first game, took 4-1 in the second game, so they were very much more objective-focused. And the biggest beneficiary of their play has to have been Pokemon in the top lane.
Yeah, Pokemon has been looking fantastic, but this is going to be a huge test for him up against GoGoing, who's arguably one of the top laners here in China.
I mean, you look at the stats last week. OMG played 3 games because they lost to Snake in the one game in their one drawn series so far. Won the other 3. 21, 3, and 28 was his KDA in those wins, and 0-6-2 Lissandra game in that loss. So when GoGoing's on fire, he's that top lane shot caller, one of the best top laners in the world. OMG looked wonderful, but in the one game where he was well held, that's the game that OMG lost.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Pokemon is going to be enough. Of course, he has been stepping up. You've mentioned that, and this is a roster that had the opportunity of switching in Save, of course, that big top laner, the carry-style top laner to come over from Najin White Shield, but he hasn't really seen much play just because I think that Zatai not really able to stand up anymore against the mid laners here in China.
I mean, we can only speculate just because Zatai has played for so long and now has only been used in the one series despite being the former shot caller. We can't really speculate too much as to why that is. It is disappointing not to see Save try his wares out against some of these really strong top laners. Of course, the top lane pool in China went from being average to super strong with all these new imports and players like Koro and Cola really stepping up this season. But I'm going to give a lot of credit to Pokemon. He's a player. We saw that series IG versus EDG, their last 2-0 loss, where EDG really focused Pokemon, took him out of the game, ensured that he was 2 items behind Koro, and Pokemon could do nothing. But in the previous series against LGD, Pokemon was left to his own devices, and both Aurelia and his trusty Maokai really stepped up. He looked really great, so I would expect OMG, they're going to watch Pokemon, they're going to try and get on top of him this game.
Yeah, most definitely. And we're having a look at the mid lane here as well as we hop into Champion Select. Rookie taking on Cool, and Cool has been just a monster in that mid lane. Has a kill to death ratio of about 4.3 at this stage. Just ridiculous. He hasn't died 20 times yet in this entire season.
And it's one of those situations where Cool has been showing many different types of champions. It's not just been the carries, not just been the hard carry Syndras that we know from Cool, but it's also been the Lulu mid, for example.
Yeah.
Going for those most supporty choices. And OMG across the board are really adapting well to bringing on a hyper carry like Uzi. We wondered, okay, who's going to lose out on farm? It's kind of been, a collaborative process. Some games we see Siva and a very tanky lineup and supportive lineup come from OMG. Some games we see the hyper carry. That's when we all get very excited when we see the carries coming out of GoGoing, Cool, and Uzi. They have so many different gears, and that's why people are starting to speculate that OMG might be one of those very top teams in the world, because they're not just dominating the Chinese meta, they're not just dominating the other Chinese teams. They're showing so many levels and so many gears that you have to think they can step up to any challenge being thrown at them. Today, it's a returning IG who looked in form yesterday.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can pull it off. The bans have come through, ladies and gentlemen. Invictus Gaming getting rid of Rumble, Kassadin, and Gnar from the table, and the answer is going to be Rek'Sai, Azir, and Thresh. So looking pretty standard. There's only a couple really that have snuck through as far as those really hotly contested picks. Jarvan comes to mind, Janna as well, but Pokemon looking to pick up a potential Aurelia, and I see this as a pick away from GoGoing. GoGoing has been going off on that champion.
Yeah, 2 big matches on Aurelia last week, so it makes sense right there. He could have considered the Maokai.
Yep.
Of course, that's another champion who's available right here. Wow, the last second change to Lee Sin.
Yeah.
Very interesting to see with those 2 really trademark champions for Pokemon, the Maokai and the Aurelia, on a player who's been a little bit criticized as being limited in terms of his champion pool. They're not going to go for it. They're going to say, all right, if you pick that Aurelia, Maokai's still available. It's a competitive matchup there, but It's a big call to go for Lee Sin right here because Kakao hasn't seen that much success on this champion, at least in the LPL so far.
Yeah, and Kakao has seen the majority of his success on the Jarvan. Of course, in the couple of victories just recently, has picked up a few wins on him. So, not entirely sure, but we shall see. And locking away the Lee Sin for him. But the answer is going to be Janna and, of course, Aurelia. So they let that slip through by switching back over. And we'll see what the answer is going to be. Still a few hotly contested picks on the board. And Invictus Gaming, see how they want to play out the early stages of this game. Because they have been, in their losses, in those 0-6 losses, just decimated throughout the game.
Yeah, one other champion that Kakao brought to his champion pool was the Nunu yesterday. Of course, the Nunu, we saw Clearlove do it with such great success today and previously. Nunu's been a really big pick in the LPL so far this season. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Nunu come out on the OMG side here because, of course, Loveling has a lot of history on that champion and can play anything in the jungle, let's be real. The other big Loveling pick has been the Rengar, so you do see them hovering there. They're just changing through a few champions. Worth knowing the Maokai was picked up here. Definitely the most powerful pick we've seen come out of Pokemon. He's been very adept on that champion, even going for that Rod of Ages and more selfish build because he's been able to get ahead in lane. And the Morgana support also coming out, although it could be a top lane. We have seen a top lane Morgana already today.
Yeah, that was in the hands of Flandre, though, and that guy's played all sorts of things there in the top lane. The lockaways are going to be Lulu and Rengar here, actually saving the 80 carry pickup here. And what kind of team would you do that with? You do it on a team with Uzi, who really wants to decimate that lane, so waiting until he can choose exactly what to take his champion against. And Kid thinking about a potential Corki here for that mid-game power spike and teaming up with potentially Kitties on this Morgana if that's how it's going to work out. We'll see what their answer is, but I'm terrified by Cool on this Lulu if Going is going to be the receiver of that wild growth.
So I look down this OMG team cut and there's only one 80 carry that really screams out to me, and it's that Sivir. I would really expect a Sivir because of the synergy with the rest of the team here.
Yep.
But it would have been one of those cases where, okay, they didn't want to blind pick Sivir just in case we saw one of those really strong counter picks come out. Of course, we've seen Jinx used to great effect. We've seen, to some degree, Caitlyn used to great effect.
Yep. There
are great options against Sivir, and they left themselves the option of leaving it to last pick. They've seen the Corki, and they decided to lock in the Vayne, so we will see Uzi's Vayne right here. So it's the hyper carry. Of course, with the Lulu mid, it did open up the hyper carry pressure. I just expected the On The Hunt to assist the Thrill of the Hunt, of course, Aurelia getting into the back of a team fight. But this is a different flavor of things. We've got the Uzi Vayne, and the hyper carries are really going to get going on OMG.
Yeah, and I can definitely understand sort of getting excited about the Uzi Vayne, but we've also got Rookie on Yasuo here in the mid lane as well. Everything is looking incredibly exciting, and when Yasuo was sort of massively hotly contested, it was paired up with the likes of this Maokai who can use that Arcane Smash to get him in, get him amongst it, get that 50% extra armor penetration, and really smack about the carries coming through from ONG. And we'll see whether he's going to be able to do it.
Yeah, there's also the Lee Sin kick, of course, on the ganks there. So team fight pressure coming out from the Arcane Smash. The kick on any sort of gank right there. A lot of tools for Yasuo to succeed. And he'd already seen the Lulu pick up. He knew it was going to be the Lulu mid. So he knew it's going to be a pretty low pressure mid. Of course, going to be annoying in a ranged versus melee matchup. But in terms of lane matchups for this nerfed Yasuo, of course, he has the base stats much lower than before. His shield's been repeatedly nerfed. A lot less safe in lane. He knows that Lulu's not going to be able to provide that much pressure in lane. So they're throwing the Gambit out there. It's a hyper carry in the mid lane to some degree. Another AD carry in a lot of respects in terms of damage dealt. So a lot of potential action coming out from that Yasuo.
Yeah, exactly. I think he recently received a couple of extra quality of life buffs, maybe a little bit more movement speed. I'm not sure whether that came through in the 4.21 patch that we are on. Of course, live, he is up to about that stage. Has been seeing a little bit more play, but we'll see whether he can be utilized to full effect here because, man, in the hands of Rookie, I could imagine that a couple of nerfs not going to bother him too much.
No, Rookie's Yasuo. We've just seen so little Yasuo.
Yeah.
And when he comes out, you never know the amount of potential. He's set up to succeed to some degree with the Arcane Smash in team fights on a very short cooldown. Plenty of opportunities to get that really huge last breath. And then, of course, the Lee Sin there also to provide that pressure. So a lot of knock-up synergy right there. A very strong bottom lane matchup here. It's the Corki Morgana versus the Vayne and Janna here. Vayne and Janna not a duo that you pick for laning. Are going to struggle in a 2v2. But OMG have so consistently gone with the lane swap right here. I think IG are going to be one step ahead of them because how many times have we seen OMG invade for vision? They're going to want to do it again, especially in this laning matchup. And I think IG are going to try and call their bluff.
Yeah, we'll see whether they can manage to get that. The thing that we're looking at here as well is the fact that, Corki, a lot of magic damage to pair up with this Yasuo. But let's get on to the rift. Stop talking about it and get into the game. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, with Invictus Gaming taking on OMG. This time, Invictus Gaming on our blue side and OMG on the red over here. Everyone fanned out, defensive posturing, and a few wards in this river as well. But nothing exciting to go on just yet, and we'll see whether they mix things up as this timer counts down towards when these minions are going to clash, because that lane swap must be looked at.
OMG have repeatedly gone for the early invade, trying to get vision, trying to get the lane matchups they want, and they haven't had their bluff called strategically in any of the series we've seen so far. It's one of the big keys to their success is they've always managed to opt into the laning phases they want. Of course, with this Janna Vayne, you have to expect they don't want to go for the 2v2 against Kid and Kitties on this Corki and Morgana. So I do expect the lane swap to come out, maybe a late invade. But look, it could all be turned on its head. Maybe we will see the bluff called and a very defensive start, but that just hasn't been the calling card of OMG so far.
Yeah, well, we've seen Invictus Gaming, they're actually predicting this lane swap to come in, but OMG, they've just decided to head down to that bottom side, and it looks like Invictus Gaming actually going to be the ones to instigate this lane swap.
Yeah, very interesting right here. It's been OMG on the front foot consistently, but it's going to be a different flavor of lane swap right here. And also, importantly, Maokai was very long in that top lane there, so might be able to pick up an extra pop before he ports down to bottom lane. We'll have to wait and see if we see the bottom lane, see if the freeze is on. Yes, it does look like it is, so Maokai won't lose much. But no jungle follow coming out from IG in the early game.
No, and Pokemon going to try and farm with these saplings early on. We'll see whether it's going to be enough. As Low actually around here bullying away Cacao from his red buff.
Yeah, we see a lot of harassing going, a lot of trading in the mid lane too here. Rookie does hit level 2 first.
Pokemon just going to say, yep, get out of our jungle, Low. You just go back to your lane. Calm down. So level 2 hit first here, definitely, but Rookie just smashing these creeps. I mean, he's not looking at Cool. Cool's doing a lot of poke damage, but Rookie just wants to shove this one out. Has picked up the exhaust here as well, and a lot of Yasuos do like to do this. They have that ability to be sticky, to get back onto the targets that he wants to with that E. Just wants to make sure that he's going to win these trades, and it's going to be so useful against the likes of Uzi in these later game team fights.
And usually when we see Yasuo pick up this exhaust, it's when they're in a very tough lane matchup. For example, Yasuo against Zed, where you want to counter the death mark with that exhaust right here. Against a more supportive mid lane, okay, he's going to eat a lot of harass, but I imagine it's more for the 2v2. When inevitably we see Loveling come in with the thrill of the hunt right here, the exhaust could be so helpful to stop him being completely burst down in damage, as Rookie actually took a turret hit in his weaving right there, so taking a lot of unnecessary damage in this mid lane.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate. When Korn has so much consistent damage, he's actually not used the Ignite just yet. I thought I saw that one come through, but it was just that tornado being built up by Rookie, and he's going to go back very early on, but he's shoved this wave incredibly hard.
And the lane control in top lane is huge for IG. Kitty's actually been full-on zoning going, getting the autos in where he can. The wave is frozen very far away from the OMG turret right here. So going, even on that Aurelia, who's so good at CSing, is struggling. They have to bring Low into this lane.
Yeah, hasn't actually picked up one creep just yet, as Low does come in.
Finally on the board right there. 4 minutes into the game. No jungle follow, and the first CS at 4 minutes.
It is definitely not a good time to be in Aurelia. Being zoned away from experience as well, you have to think that's not going to be working out. Of course, Aurelia wants to be getting these levels. This Pokemon, Spidey senses tingling, understands there could be a kitty waiting in the bush. He's going to play back just a little bit. Actually thinking of heading back to base here.
Given that they've actually initiated the lane swap here, IG, or maybe been falsely taken away by OMG, the interesting thing I have right here is, of course, IG will need to counter-swap down bottom to get themselves some dragon control in a few minutes' time. I'm just interested to see what item threshold they're looking for this Corki to rotate. For example, we often see BF Sword and then rotating bot. Is it enough just to pick up the Phage, then rotate in 2v2 versus this Vayne? Or is it going to be more of a selfish item choice coming in? Maybe the Sheen as well before they rotate. The timing on that will be super interesting to me in a few minutes' time.
Yeah, difficult to save up about the 2,700 gold required for those 2 items, and the decision that he'll make here could be a dangerous one. But Loveling's made his way around the side. Pokemon playing back so smart. We were talking about sort of this evolution of Pokemon to come through, no pun intended, but he has definitely stepped up his play.
Let's be real here. The pun was definitely intended there, Atlas.
Yeah, we discussed it earlier.
But 12-3 is a massive CS advantage for Maokai right here. Very good at CSing under turrets. I wouldn't. This is what I was expecting to see on the minimap. You can see Kakao is actually coming here. They want to harass going away, so he doesn't really get any of the CS at turret because Aurelia's going to pick up almost all of it. But no, Kakao distracted by the Scuttle Crab.
Very distracting. Going. He gets shielded up here so it doesn't take too much harass. That Blade Surge doing a lot of work. Nice Dark Binding going to land, and Going takes about half of his health there as he tries to use that Blade Surge to pick up some creeps. And Kid doing a lot of work up here to try and get that damage down. Rookie again taking a lot of damage in this mid lane, but it's not hindering his ability to farm these creeps. He's sort of using his health as a resource here in this lane.
And given that we've said that these top laners have been the cornerstone of their team in recent games, you have to give the early advantage, and pathing play of IG really very much in their advantage here because they've been so smart in denying Going, and Pokemon relatively is free farming here, tripling Going CS.
Yeah, and Uzi falling behind Kid here as well as this lane situation does unfold. Uzi's made his way back up to the top side here as well. And IG now have an opportunity to just swap back down to that bottom side and have all of the dragon control like you were mentioning.
Absolutely. Counter-swapping OMG to get Going a bit of farm opens up huge dragon control to come out for Corki and Morgana and this IG team. So they've definitely won the first 7 minutes of this game strategically. Not something you can say so often against OMG.
Especially not when Uzi's sitting on this Vayne as well. Normally in these situations you'd say, oh, okay, giving a Vayne a free lane is definitely going to work out, but you can see it's affecting these top laners a lot.
I love to see the early Sheen pickup coming out from Kid. You can see because he has the longsword on top, he did have the gold to go for Phage, but he's just looking for damage to stick on to Going right here. He just wants to make Going's life a misery. And although Phage is so important in a 1v1 situation to orb walk, to trade, picking up the Sheen right here is just more burst damage coming on to Going. They're trying to hold down Going at every turn. He's already had to lane swap again.
Yeah, and not to mention the fact that, with this Sheen as well, they're going to have a lot more damage on that dragon if they do decide to go for it. Having that extra damage, very, very useful, and you don't need a little bit of extra movement speed from a Phage if you're just going to be in a lane swap, because that does help with, trading in a 2v2 situation, which I guess they have now found themselves in.
Yeah, the teleport advantage is significant with Pokemon, so I expect Kakao to start impacting the bottom side of the map, because they will have an advantage in any 3v2 or 4v3 situation, and they should have implied dragon control here with that teleport advantage. That already got the catalyst up, does the Maokai here. Still, we don't know if it's going to be that selfish Rod of Ages and start stacking up for the late game, or the Righteous Glory for the earlier power spike. Given the Corki comp here, you'd assume it's going to be the Righteous Glory pickup here just to get the initiations on, to really start facilitating Rookie with all that extra movement speed coming from the Maokai, but we don't know for sure.
See how they do make that one work out as these regular lanes do unfold. And Uzi, even on CS now with Kid, was behind just a little bit. Has his Bilgewater Cutlass built up, of course, going for that Blade of the Ruined King first. Very standard Vayne play. And we have actually seen Uzi, really utilizing this Vayne Janna lane very, very effectively, even in the early stages. Of course, that shield giving you so much extra AD and allows you to trade so much more effectively. Has a bit of a level advantage here as well, just because Low was not around.
And also worth knowing that by the time they got to the 2v2, he already had a Bilgewater Cutlass, so has a lot more sustain, a lot more safe an option. He has the disengage and engage option of that Bilgewater proc here. So the timings are very good for Vayne to start getting into this 2v2. And you can see Going doing a lot better in this 1v1 up top right here. But Loveling's not far away.
Yeah, Loveling hanging around. Pokemon actually missed his Siege Minion just by aggressing onto Going there just a little bit. It's not something that you want. Of course, those cannon creeps, very, very important.
So I have to stop you there for a second, Alice. Look at this first pickup from Lee Sin. We've seen so many Sightstone boot starts right here. A completed Warrior Enchantment on the jungle item right here. It's so interesting to see him go for purely offensive stats after not doing any sort of trading, any sort of skirmishing, any sort of ganking from the Lee Sin. It's been a very, very passive start, a ganking start. a farming start from Lee Sin. Not something we'd expect, especially compared to Rengar right here, who's actually had more presence in the lanes. But if there is a 2v2 skirmish and they're not able to check that item quick enough, a lot of damage coming out of Kakao.
Yeah, it's good going. He's going to back away, sort of worried about where this Lee Sin might be, but Rookie, he's made his way up here as well, going to be spotted by the pink ward as he heads through that tri-brush. But the dive is on here yet again. Going always the beneficiary of those particular dives, but Pokemon flashes out to safety, and beautiful first blood here coming through for IG.
We see OMG, they're already onto the dragon right here. There are 2 members to contest it, but Lulu's the closest member there. It would be a 4v2 situation. So smart to back away right here. You take the dragon over the kill for sure, but it was a smart dive coming out from Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, it was a well-played dive, but a perfect response coming through from OMG is cool. He's going to get aggressed on here a little bit by Rookie, utilizing that shield that he has there as well. But Cool's Glitterlance really starting to hurt now that he's hit that level 9 stage. Going to have all of the points in that one. This time, of course, the change in flavor as far as the Vayne matchup is concerned, or the Vayne leveling system, is you're going to be leveling that Silver Bolts first up. Make sure that third attack going to be doing plenty of damage. Of course, Tumble was optimal earlier on, but not so much anymore.
I'll come back to the Lee Sin for just a second, just because I'm wondering. It was a surprise to see it picked first. Obviously, it showed a lot of priority put on that champion by IG, despite the fact that they've had quite poor results with it, especially lately. And then to not pick up the Sightstone in a matchup against Loveling's Rengar is so interesting to me, because usually the thing you want to do against Rengar is to get deep wards in so that you can see him popping that Thrill of the Hunt and just have that extra warning to be able to back off the lane and stop him from using that such an important long cooldown he has with the stealth. They don't have any aggressive wards whatsoever in Invictus Gaming here. So given there's been no early skirmishing from Lee Sin to snowball his lanes, this first Rengar gank, if it's successful, could start a very strong mid-game snowball for OMG.
We'll see where he does decide to go, of course. Looking around this mid lane, hasn't been spotted by any wards. Not at risk of being spotted by any pinks up here either. But it is going to be Rookie just heading back. And this has been his sort of playstyle here, not wanting to stay in a lane with a Lulu in order to get sort of poked down. Instead, shoving it out relentlessly. Now has that static shiv as well. So really, really important buy here coming through for Rookie.
He definitely needs the shiv for the counter push there. When we last saw the mid turret, it was so low just from Cool hitting the mid turret with reckless abandon, not looking to match Rookie in his transition to the top lane, just doing to more and more turret damage in the mid lane right here. He really wants to take down this structure just to open up some vision. Of course, OMG, they play so differently once they get their outer ring of turrets down. They're so aggressive in getting the wards into the enemy jungle and starting their pick game, even if they don't have a true pick comp. They have plenty of pick power here today, though, so you know they want to get those turrets down as fast as possible.
Yeah, Pokemon actually trying to push this wave into the turret. And he's got some friends on the way. Rookie's up here as well. A lot of top lane focus here. They know that OMG is all about getting going. And unable to this time. That was such an uncomfortable thing to have to say. I'm not going to lie to you.
And Pokemon, he is going for the Rod of Ages build right here. So he's delaying his power spike for another 10 minutes. But we might see a fight in the mid.
Yeah, Cool got kicked, but wasn't in range for that last breath. And Cacao going to fall down. The Tornado's going to land. Not going to be Rookie going in on that one, as Kitty's going to use that Black Shield to dodge away from the bowler slow. Rookie somehow weaving around that one. Starts the last breath here. There's the Wild Growth to come through, but Loveling's taking so much damage. The Exhaust to come down as well. The Flash in response here as Rookie picks up the kill under Loveling in response. Another Tornado to come round. The E coming through. Kitties is going to fall as Going picks up a teleport kill.
Yeah, 2 kills in the bottom lane at the same time. Also, he has Uzi's managed to take out Kid during all of that FLICKR. Very nice play right here, but Rookie's still fighting against Going.
Yeah, he's landing so many of these Tornadoes as well, as that static shiv is proccing for so much damage. The slow from the Glitterlance, though, turned around here by Going, picks up the kill. Pokemon's here as well, and that ultimate not going to find Going. Cacao's found his way back around. Logan will knock out with that Sonic Wave, and Pokemon, you're definitely dead. Going right back in this game.
And Going needs so much respect for being so smart to quickly trigger that teleport after forcing Maokai to teleport top. They had the numbers advantage there, and Maokai had to actually walk down. So watch the map right here. You can see there that Aurelia starts her teleport right now after there's already been a kill coming down for OMG. Loveling keeps committing right here, and Rookie, he could have backed away. This could have just been a 1-for-0, but Rookie smells blood and he wants to go in for the fight. He knows he has the huge level advantage, even with Lulu around. He knows he'll eventually pick up the kill right here, but this is going already with a Phage and Sheen. So strong at this point. And Maokai's nowhere to be found. You can see on the minimap, he's still slowly walking down to the mid lane right there. So going, making a huge advantage, a huge rotational play, knowing that Maokai's teleport was down, won them a very significant skirmish. And down the bottom lane, Uzi got the kill as well.
Oh, Kakao actually kicking Loveling back into that last breath. Beautifully played. It's cool. Not going to find the glitter lens here, and IG going to clear out some wards. Cool. Looking to put some pressure on because of his range advantage. Going's found his way in here as well. It's a decent wind wall to try and help Rookie out. And Kakao, he's back in here as well. The safeguard can get in the way here, but he's going to die for it. Going is so big, and now with that wild growth as well, Going so strong. They take down Rookie as well as Pokemon gets turned into a little critter, and he's going to have to get out of here because Cool is just assisting in these fights so beautifully.
And the class of Going is shining through in what we call the battle of the top lanes right here. 3, 1, and 2. It doesn't matter that he's 30 CS down. He's made so many significant rotations on the map after a horror early learning phase. And they always say that form is temporary, but class is permanent.
Yes, it definitely is. And in the case of Going as well, after getting dived, getting camped, and now back in this game, most definitely with a vengeance. 3, 1, and 2. On this Aurelia as Cool's trying to clear out this mid wave. Yet again, another wave to crash into this turret. Rod of Ages has been completed by Pokemon here. A little bit later than others that we've seen just recently. But Going now with a red buff has a lot of power up here. And Kakao, he really wants to keep him down.
Well, Kakao has to make this very early Warrior enchantment pay. It looks like they're going to go for a fight in the top lane. Going could be in a lot of trouble.
Going could be in trouble, but that is going to mean another dragon to come through. There's a Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. Going's going to fall, but the dragon has been taken here by OMG. It's a matter of a couple of seconds, and Loveling even sort of ignores it for a bit at the end there as IG, there's nothing that they can do. Second dragon going over to OMG, and they are in so much control despite Going being kept down.
And the item build coming back from Kakao is really holding back IG's game plan right here. We have to remember, this is Kid on Corki. He has his Trinity Force. The mid-game has definitely started for the Corki, but they're already 2 dragons in the hole with a mid-game focused team comp right here. Of course, Rookie will provide a little bit of hyper carry in the flavor in the late game right here, but Rengar, Aurelia, and Vayne will be so strong for OMG in the late game. I'll hand the late game to OMG, and they're winning in terms of neutral snowball in the early game. So IG, they made some smart moves, but I, again, have to come back to these item pickups from Kakao. If he had that early Sightstone and been able to predict the rotations from OMG a bit better, we wouldn't see this 2-dragon hole they're in right now.
And he got this extra damage in the jungle as well. Hasn't really translated that to a creep lead either.
No, he's spent a lot of time farming on Lee Sin. It's just such a surprising pick. After seeing so much success with the Nunu last series, and Nunu being a blocker pick for champions like Rengar, because you get that early Sightstone, you always have early wards down the enemy jungle, and you just have the ability to hold down aggressive junglers with that kind of counter pick in Nunu. Nunu was available this game, not taken by Kakao. So much priority put on this Lee Sin. They could have picked Aurelia first, of course. They were mulling over it. They've got basically nothing out of this Lee Sin pick.
Yeah, and as a first pick as well, as you mentioned. Very interesting. We'll see whether it is going to have the impact later. Of course, those last breaths with the kicks are very, very important. Kakao, a very seasoned Lee Sin player as well. But Pokemon now trying to farm out this top wave. Of course, Going did manage to take down that top outer turret here as well. So the 3rd outer turret now for OMG. And talking about taking turrets, this is the team that you want to discuss because OMG known for their ability to push objectives early on, now with complete dragon control and the outer ring of turrets taken down as well. And Uzi's now rotating around this map as well. This Vayne, he wants to get it out, of course. The Brutalizer's been completed, almost has his couple of purple items to really get himself in this one. Does have a Null Magic Mantle there as well, so wanting to build potentially that QSS very early here.
In the bottom lane, we do see Cool might be caught.
Cool might be in trouble. He is. And he is, in fact, dead. His kid's going to pick up that kill there. Cool. Maybe a little bit of an overextension, but they're going to trade that for an inner turret there in the mid lane, most likely.
Now, Cool was trying to create aggro down bot because we saw the 4-man group was starting to try and get aggressive wards in this top blue side jungle for OMG.
Yeah, Thrill the Hunt has been popped here. Pokemon incredibly tanky with that Rod of Ages coming through, and Kid, He wants to get some rockets into this one. Going's found his way around as well. Uzi's popped the ultimate, but doesn't decide to go too far in as Pokemon try and clear out some wards. Scrying all going to be used just to spot OMG's retreat.
IG do have position on this mid tower here. They should be able to DPS it down before the contest comes in.
Yeah, Cool only just respawning here as well. It didn't have a lot of health, and Invictus Gaming able to pick up their second turret of the game. Outer turret in bot lane, the only one left standing. Dragon not going to be available for the next few minutes. Probably 3 on that one at about this stage. And OMG looking to keep the pressure on here in the mid.
Yeah, OMG's plan earlier, just before Cool died, was to get aggressive wards in the IG blue buff side so they could have Vayne split push. Lulu could split push the bottom, clear waves, and of course Uzi could go top and there'd be no one to counter him, but he's in trouble.
There's a kick onto Uzi coming through as well. The last breath coming down as well. Uzi trying to use that wild growth, but he's going to fall down. Pokemon picks up an instant double kill, answered by Rookie as well as Low falls down. Sonic Wave resonating strike. Cacao with the plays here is Cool. He's going to fall. Kitty splashes on top of him, pops the heal, and this is going to be a clean ace for IG. And with Baron just up, are they going to go for it?
A 5-0 ace. It looks like they'll start the Baron. They'll need to be very smart with the trade tanking, but they do have the Yasuo wind wall to reduce some of the damage right there. And opting into a fight against this Corki, already Trinity Force and the startings of his Blade the Ruin King. So much in terms of mid-game power right there. And the AoE burst coming out of IG between the last, that wonderful flash kick from Cacao. Maybe that validates the Lee Sin pick. He didn't get the early game pressure, but that is a massive turnaround at 20 minutes. We're going to see the replay right here. Actually, we're going to see me. Hello, guys.
Hey, Chris.
But it would have been nice to see a replay, but we do see it on our screen right now. So much fun. The AoE damage, just triple kill instantly right here before anyone can react. The support of Lulu in the background there has used her ultimate, doesn't have any damage to provide whatsoever right here. Kid goes in, gets the last kill right here, and I don't know if we've seen a 5-0 ace in any OMG game this season, so it's a big win for IG.
Yeah, and that was just a demonstration as well of these KT Arrows players, Rookie and Cacao, showing the synergy instantly with that last breath after the kick in exactly the right spot as Uzi's actually getting aggressed on here by Rookie. It's a beautiful wind wall to come in. Catcher's low here, but Uzi's not caught out as Rookie's trying to escape now. The rest of the cavalry has found their way in. Loveling, he wants to finish off the kill. He gets Rookie. Uzi, he's still alive. Loveling gets Wild Growth here as well as OMG. Try to turn this one around. Cacao, he's running away. Loveling just leaping around these brushes, and Pokemon with no damage. Not going to be able to secure anything, and that's 4 dead in the bottom lane for 1.
A 4-for-1 trade, and crucially 4 Baron buffs cancelled out by OMG right there. IG with 2 overzealous. They thought, all right, we've got Yasuo. He can match the split push coming out from Uzi. They did not expect to have the full cavalry coming from OMG right there. And so fast this game turns. The seesaw of yesterday's series, LGD versus IG, we used that term a few times. It's happening once again in this series.
It's so back and forth. Of course, OMG with a lot of power early, but the Dragon just respawning. OMG able to keep their stranglehold on this neutral objective. The Scrying Orb's going to spot them. So that's just going to be basically a TV show here for Invictus Gaming as they watch the Dragon fall.
Yeah, the third Dragon again against a mid-game comp, picking up these 3 dragons, just gets them closer to that snowball. About 12 minutes before theoretically we might see the 5th Dragon coming out. And for a late game comp, to be the first to have the realistic chance at 5 dragons is massive for OMG. IG, they validated the Lee Sin pick, got the 20-minute Baron, which was a huge win for them right there. But that counter throw in the bottom lane, where they gave away 4 kills, gave away their Baron up advantage, has put this game squarely back in OMG's court, despite being 1,000 gold behind.
Yeah, and you really cannot underestimate Uzi on this vein as well. Able to have all of the moves to get away from Rookie and playing that beautifully. Going for what looks like a Last Whisper as his next item here with that pickaxe in his inventory. Not wanting to finish off that Ghost Blade just yet as he's going to protect this inner turret as Kid, of course, the only member of Invictus Gaming with a Baron buff still rotating around it.
And Uzi is the second AD carrier after Def to go for this snowball QSS option right here. Of course, QSS, it had its price reduced. It's down to 1250 gold right here. So very affordable after a team fight win. And it gives you so much security against the Dark Binding linear engage we're seeing right here. We could see the Maokai Flash Twisted Advance, but of course that's on a 5-minute cooldown. The only other real lockdown CC on the side of IG is the Dark Binding, and he now has the QSS available. So this Vayne should be super maneuverable in team fights.
Oh, yeah, not to mention Cool having that wild growth as well. This Raise the Puppy comp is possible here for Uzi. A little bit of a throwback to when he was on Starhorn Royal Club. The focus of the carry.
But if you put all your eyes on Uzi, Going's already shown his smart rotational play in the early game. He's had a very good item timing in terms of Irelia right here. This Irelia is going to be doing very relevant damage in a fight.
Oh yeah, Spectre's Cowl and Glacial Shroud completed, as well as the Ninja Tabi, and completed Trinity Force. And after that Trinity Force, you have to say, all of the tankiness coming on top of Going. He already has the damage necessary in these fights, and he's only going to get more and more difficult to kill. But if you look over the other side, Pokemon definitely doing well. Still has a 20 CS advantage, 3 kills to his name as well as Going, and has that Frozen Heart done as well, and that's going to really help.
So this scenario in a team fight, we've got 2 tanky initiators in the top lane right here. You have to assume it's going to be Trinity Force, Banshee Veil, and Frozen Heart coming through from Going once he gets the gold for those items. Already a very similar flavor, the Road of Ages into Frozen Heart, then some sort of magic resist item coming onto Pokemon. Both of them are going to be going for the enemy AD carry, but there's a significant advantage for Going because he's against a Corki. Corki has a lot of AoEs in his spells, but if you're able to get on top of this Corki, start damaging him, and then just eat all the rockets coming through so no AoE goes onto the back line right there, Corki very much like Sivir struggles to get through a strong frontliner. Whereas Pokemon going on to Vayne, once Vayne QSS is your first CS, obviously that Twisted Advance, he's going to be so able to he's going to be able to get away, be maneuverable. He's a tank buster. That's, of course, Vayne is a tank buster compared to that Sivir. So it's a very big advantage when you compare Vayne and Corki against a very fed front line. So I worry for IG here, unless we see the crazy wombo coming out of Rookie.
Yeah, Rookie really needs to get right on top of Uzi, and he needs to be eliminated instantly, because it's that knock-up, it's that hold that you get from the last breath that isn't QSSable. So as soon as they get that off, they need to destroy Uzi and then win the fight, as we saw demonstrated so beautifully prior. But Invictus Gaming are stretching a gold lead just a little bit, as they do solidify about a 2,500 gold advantage at this stage of the game. And with Rookie, on this Yasuo, Maokai's only going to get more and more difficult to kill. We talk about the late game being in OMG's hands, but IG, they will be able to fight in the late stages.
And a lot does rely on Uzi, and he's gone for a different flavor of Vayne build right here. A build maybe more reminiscent of other champs. He's gone for a very early Last Whisper right here. He understands that he's going to need to get through this front. He's going to need to get through Pokemon and Cacao. And because he has the Lulu ult and because he has Flash available, he has the QSS, he's going to be free hitting during these fights. It's going to be very hard to get the Last Breath ultimate for the further CC on him, just because he's going to CC the first ability and not give the option to be Last Breath right there. So he's going to be he's going to realize he's going to go ahead and need to go for a very tanky, armor-centric front line right here. So he doesn't have the damage modifiers. He doesn't have the Yomas for split push. He doesn't have any critical strike whatsoever right here. It's going to take him a lot of autos, but he will be able to blow through this front line over time.
Yeah, and it's only going to get more and more difficult to deal with as this game goes on as well. And it looks like we're settling in for a bit of a late game stretch. Pokemon going to be answering the split push of Going here, as teleports are available for our top laners, and if any action is to happen, as the Thrill of the Hunt is popped here by Loveling, not going to quite find anyone as Kitties gets a little bit alarmed. He's going to be okay.
Been some very long series this week, Atlas. It's been multiple 45+ minute games right here. The big timer on this game, of course, is the 5 dragons. Already 3 in OMG's pockets. They've got 3-0 in the dragon right here. The next dragon comes at 30 seconds, and Baron has already respawned, of course. It was taken just after that 20-minute mark right here. I'd be surprised to see a swap of objectives, but you have to know that if OMG can secure that 5th dragon after picking up this 4th one, getting the timer on it, being in first position and rotation for the 5th one, they will be very able to close out this game.
Most definitely, but of course, at this stage, you don't want to trade a Baron for a 4th dragon.
No. In terms of wards on the map right here, we don't see a lot of offensive wards coming out from OMG. That's almost always their calling card. Once they have those 3 outer turrets down like they do, they try and get those aggressive wards in. But credit to IG right here. They have a very solid pink ward line here. 2 in their top side jungle, 2 in the bottom side jungle. They are not letting OMG strangle them out of vision in this game. And compared to a lot of other series, it's so competitive compared to OMG blowing away other competition.
Oh, look at these Blade of the Ruin Kings just destroying that dragon. Howling Gale not going to find IG as well. They pick up their first very important 6% statistics for taking that dragon, and no answering Baron, nothing to come from OMG, and I think it was all to do with Uzi coming back from base as that dragon was taken.
That was definitely part of it, but I'm going to come back to vision again just because it's so much the standard story of having so much enemy vision that you can pick up free objectives. Always OMG taking your red, taking your blue, the moment they take out that outer ring of turrets. But IG have been very smart in their warding this game, and the vision denial right here. And it's a 50-50 or worse for OMG at all of these objectives. That's never the case against this team. So IG, they've watched their tape, they've really put their comp together well. And after an interesting start to the game, it's all tied up.
So close. Rookie now only, 4 CS behind Cool, who's been split pushing a lot through. All the hunt has been popped though. Loveling might be in a little bit of trouble here as the wind wall's going to block a lot of these abilities. A little bit of a trade of tornadoes there. Adorably coming through. Invictus Gaming going to take away this red buff as well. Pokemon has successfully pushed out this bottom wave. That is slowly going to push towards OMG. And Uzi going to take the Scuttle Crab for himself.
And while they do get the slow push onto bottom right here, because they didn't have 5 members strong, because going grouped with his team first, they've been able to go and clear out some of the pink wards right here, get the aggressive wards down. And it was actually going in one of his videos during the week, watching the NALCS, talking about how if you're in a split push situation, sometimes the smart move is to group early with your team and go and take down wards and prime an objective rather than going for that split push, just because if you have the vision advantage, it makes team fighting so much easier.
But the beautiful thing here is that Invictus Gaming have slow pushed both of those side waves, and now as soon as Pokemon's come back, they're pushing in. They're going to have to be dealt with. You can see the IG pings going into that bottom lane. OMG has to deal with that gigantic minion wave, and in the meantime have set up complete vision control around this Baron area.
Now, after the crazy team fights of the first 10, 20 minutes of this game, it's been a war of attrition. It's been all about the vision in the last 5 to 6 minutes right here. We haven't seen that first big pick, and if anyone gets picked out at this stage, you have to think it's likely to be OMG, because they're going to need to go in and get this Baron vision soon. You're going to expect this game to start snowballing very quickly.
Yeah, that inner turret actually tanked up that entire wave of minions. No one from OMG deciding to go down there and pick that one up. They want to let it just push back naturally on its own, but that's a lot of resources lost here. Zuzi's going to take away the Krugs there on the top side of the map. Of course, wave pushing out now again for OMG's Cacao. He's looking for the kick onto low. They get the pick that they want. That is Last Breath, though, popped, and it's not going to be Uzi. The triple knock-up to come through here as well, as Pokemon trying to find his way in. This is a gigantic rookie, of course, with a lot of extra armor penetration. Another pick onto Loveling as well, and Invictus Gaming turning it on, and it's all about Cacao and these fantastic kicks with Rookie.
And Invictus Gaming were very smart and understanding. They wanted to pick on anyone. They just wanted to kill anyone. It didn't matter that it was the support, because it forces OMG to make bad decisions. But they've started the Baron right here. It's low, and it looks like they want to finish it off.
Yeah, Pokemon into that front line as well. Cool actually having to blow that flash. The Uzi does get exhausted here as well, as Pokemon's going to pick up that kill. Beautifully played. Invictus Gaming. This is a completely different team. Sidewave manipulation, pick potential, fantastic play coming out of these guys.
Their objective play in Week 4 compared to their previous 6 games is night and day completely right here. They're actually responding to the enemy comp and countering it and making smart decisions. Their vision control, especially this game, has been amazing by their standards, by world standards even, and they're reaping the rewards right here.
They really are. That's a Thornmail on this Maokai as well. Highest kills on his team, 5, 2, and 4. What a monster. He is the immovable tank that we know him to be. And cool, he's going to get caught and eliminated immediately. The inhibitor turret to fall down as well. Loveling copping rockets in the face as the inhibitor falls to these barrened up minions. And Invictus Gaming with such a beautiful passage of play. Now 8,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, 8,000 gold in the lead. Atlas, we thought it was a huge surprise to see them take a 2-0 win over LGD yesterday. The coming of the potential win over OMG here, one of the top teams in the world at this stage, would be a massive result for Invictus Gaming.
And this is a team that's only suffered one tie against the likes of Snake, arguably one of the other top teams next to EDG. And man, OMG really struggling at this stage, but game isn't over yet. It's Invictus Gaming with that Baron, with an inhibitor down, but OMG have a late game comp. They are able to answer back, and we've seen this game go all on its head multiple times already.
Yeah, they've managed to clear out a lot of the pink wards in the bot side jungle here, so Invictus Gaming need to stay away from their red side jungle. They must understand, with no vision right there could be a death bush at any turn. So they're smart here not to enter that bottom brush. Of course, they may be split pushed here and eat a inner turret loss right here, but IG smart here. They're going to where they know they have vision. They're going to where they know the enemy isn't, and trying to push their advantage.
Yeah, Kitty's actually caught out cool here. This is the support versus the mid lane. They're going to get caught by that Soul Shackles. Kakal's around here as well. Wild Growth probably not going to be enough. The Zhonya's, it's available, but the rest of Cool's team not there, and Pokemon picks up himself another kill.
Another smart rotation from Invictus Gaming. It's going to be another outer turret. They're chunking it down like it's nothing.
That's a butter turret right there. Going to be eaten by Invictus Gaming. Rookie and Kid doing so much damage. These Sheen procs. Of course, the Infinity Edge now on Rookie. He has so much damage. 100% critical strike chance, as the Tornado just going to whoosh past OMG. The second inhibitor easily taken down by IG, and they are in so much control.
This is a new Invictus Gaming, Atlas. We saw them the war of words with them in one of their previous series. They clearly weren't all on the same page right here, but they're playing as a team. It's not the Kakao show. It's not even the Kakao and Rookie show. It's been Pokemon and the rest of the team doing so well, and they are playing so smart as a team against one of the best in the world.
Yeah, and it's actually the Stark's Fervor being picked up here by Kitties, or is it a Zeke's Herald?
Zeke's Herald indeed.
Oh
so
my goodness.
A lot of cooldown reduction available right there. When you have this Rookie right here on this Yasuo, of course it helps Corki, but it's going to be the stats that Yasuo so craves in the mid lane.
Yeah, Kakao going to utilize it a little bit as well as his Kid, as you mentioned. So a decent pickup, a little bit of a flavorful one, you have to say. Not one that we normally see. The Infinity Edge almost finished up here from Kid. He's going to go back and grab that item. Has kept up in CS here against Uzi, and Uzi not having the greatest performance here on this Vayne. And not going to have the opportunity in his build either to build up that crit item, the gigantic Infinity Edge, in order to really complement his damage. But this is a Vayne, does rely on those Silver Bolts in order to get that damage down, and wants a Phantom Dancer in order to sneak around these fights and not get creep blocked or anything like that.
And because I was so critical of this Lee Sin pick that, of course, has developed into a really important master stroke for Kakao and IG right here, I'm going to return to the Vayne pick right here. I talked about how Sivir fits this comp to a T just because it helps with the rotations, it helps with going and loving, getting into the backline with all that movement speed right here. If you're going to pick Vayne, you're going to expect split pushing flavor, but because of the smart warding from IG right here, Uzi's been basically neutered. Uzi's had no big plays this game, has never been able to split push away from his team. And this consistent grouping by IG is neutering that Vayne picks perfectly.
Yeah, and look at this Windwall in perfect position. Thrill of the hunt for the last-ditch effort here from OMG, but Pokemon is huge in that front line. The Phosphorus bombs on top of Loveling as well. Cool. So incredibly low. Kakao, he's just happy to tank up this turret as it melts to the power of Invictus Gaming. This last inhibitor going to fall down. There are super creeps streaming into the base of OMG, and this may spell the end. Of course, everyone's still alive on the side of OMG. They have the opportunity to make something happen. Kakao, going so deep in this fight. He's just going to die for free. Pokemon now getting destroyed, but his passive doing so much work. Low getting ripped apart. Rookie's coming in. He gets turned into a critter, and they're turning it around. OMG looking fantastic, but Uzi's going to fall down. Kid's still huge, but Pokemon finds himself the only man alive, and OMG somehow managed to defend.
After such a smart first 38 minutes, Atlas, Kakao had a bit of a brain fade there. He went for the flash kick to proc Rookie's ultimate, but was out of range by mere inches right there after the range nerfs on that ability a few months ago right there. The synergy was not there, and once Kakao died instantly, the rest of his team fell around him. So, of course, we do have three super minion waves pushing in, so OMG will not be able to pick up any counter objectives. But after such a smart, measured 38 minutes, IG cannot afford to make more mistakes like that.
Yeah, it was definitely not what you want to do, and you don't want to give this team a chance to get back in. Of course, with these two inhibitors falling relatively recently. They're going to have a little bit of time where they have to just deal with these minion waves, and IG are going to have entire control of this map. The next 40 seconds is going to be when that Baron is available, and you have to think that IG, after a little bit of a misstep, will want to secure that objective before they go for anything else and let these super creeps do some work on the last remaining turret for OMG.
So we don't have the flashes available on any of their carries right here, so it's going to be that much harder for Pokemon to get into the back line right here. Of course, without the flash, Twisted Advance, that 900 range gap closer, compared to, I believe, the 500 range naturally, they're going to find it difficult to get the picture-perfect Cacao initiation, barring a Miracle Q right here. So Smarter, just wait for this Baron to spawn. OMG might try and contest it, but they haven't had the chance to push up their vision anywhere near the Baron just yet.
Yep, Tormented Soil is down. Loveling's actually going to find Cacao here as the rest of OMG are going to come around. Safeguards over the wall, and they've started up the Baron, but IG, they want to start something going right in that front line, but he's getting destroyed. Beautiful Wild Growth going to be going on to going, but he has to get the heck out of here as Pokemon. He's telling him how to tank as this Maokai goes in, but there is so much damage on both sides of this rift. Cacao finds Uzi, but there's no last breath to come through. Rookie doesn't quite have the damage, the ability to get in here, but he's trying to come through. Pokemon is finally going to fall, but picks up going here as well. Kid's alive. Uzi is as well as Rookie tries to find his way in, but Uzi with a sweet outplay. And Kiddies is trying to get in, trying to get the Dark Binding. Kid just melts Uzi, and that was a little bit anticlimactic, I might have to say.
Atlas, there was so many phases of that team fight. That is the sort of team fight you'd want to watch again and again. The one thing I'll call out before we see the replay is watch the win walls coming through from Rookie White there. Twice that fight, he won the fight for IG. Firstly, countering the engage, just completely splitting all the damage from the enemy team. And the second time around, doing the same thing right there. The win wall, a second win wall on a fight, that tells you how long a fight is, because that ability is on a long cooldown. But that was a wonderful fight, and I have to hope that's the post-game replay, because it was unbelievable play from Rookie and IG right there. And they've done it. They've taken a game off OMG. And realistically, if they play like that, and if OMG allow them to play their game, if they play reactive to IG, this could be a serious loss for OMG.
Yeah, and IG having so much momentum going into the next game as well. I mean, things looking shaky in sections here, but Invictus Gaming showing the team fight prowess and that synergy of that mid and jungle play. Not quite getting the last breaths in the right positions, but in that last team fight, it was just beautifully done as, man, Kid, that guy was doing so much damage. And let's have a look at it again.
So we're going to get the replay right here. It is this last big fight. So OMG realized they're going to hit the go button here. Now watch the first wind wall when it comes in. The first wind wall completely stops 4 members from doing any damage right here. And it lets you know how long this fight is, because they're consistently looking for the last breath. The first Q there is Zonya's by Cool, so he's not able to use the last breath there. Is Rookie right here. Again, Cacao goes for the kick. Again, it's out of range of the last breath right here. So it's a very long, drawn-out fight, but Kid is free hitting at the bottom, doing a lot of AoE damage. No tanks in his face, but that second win wall right there, splitting the team again, spelt death for Uzi and the rest of OMG right here. It's smart outplay attempts by Uzi, but he understands there's nowhere for him to run right here. It's a warded brush. Sad days for him as the 790 damage crit comes in right there. And IG have done it. They've taken one game. It's a big win for them here, but again, it's only one guaranteed point for them here in a long 44-game season. This is not the postseason just yet, but to go from 6-0, a wonderful start to the season, then that 0-6 slump where we start to reevaluate our expectations for IG. They've taken 2 straight games off LGD. Now they've beat OMG, one of the consensus top teams in the world. Exciting to see Invictus Gaming showing new strengths to their play.
Yeah, and we'll see whether Invictus Gaming can give OMG their first series loss as we go to a quick break, but we'll be back with OMG taking on Invictus Gaming right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Atlas, this is Papa Smithy, and we had a massive game. IG just stepping it up against OMG, who have looked fantastic. Only dropped one game, and now they've dropped their second.
Yeah, we've witnessed one of the best games of the first 4 weeks of the LPL right there. Invictus Gaming strategically outplaying OMG. Not a sentence I thought I would be bringing up today, but on the back of their excellent performance yesterday, IG have continued that snowball. They've played so smartly. Their vision's been their strong point. Their team fighting was still immaculate. And as we load into Champion Select right here, OMG are going to be scratching their heads a little bit because they gave it their best shot that game, and it didn't work.
It didn't, and they've decided that it was Pokemon's gigantic performance on that Maokai. They're going to ban that one away, actually. And OMG, so much respect for the IG top laner that honestly copped a bit of flack in the earlier few losses that they received.
And look, when he's behind, and which is what EDG systematically dismantled that tree, all the champions that Pokemon brought out, his Rumble was operating on 4,000 gold less than his opponent. Pokemon did struggle. And maybe he is a confidence player. Maybe he's purely only a tank player. But if he's allowed to go even or ahead in lane, his team fighting is excellent. So I need to see OMG play around that. Play very smartly and decisively against Pokemon. Force him onto a champion he might not be confident on. And then just repeatedly gank him. Because if Pokemon's left unchecked, the rest of IG are doing their roles and Pokemon's playing his to a T.
Yeah, OMG actually waiting until the very last second to choose their final ban. It is going to be Thresh taken off the board. Kitty's not going to have that one. Janna is still available. OMG can lock that one away for low again if they want to, but didn't work out so well in the last game.
And that last pick Vayne came back to haunt them. We never saw the split push Vayne come out that has been so strong from Uzi in their previous times that we've seen him there. The Sivir pick would have really completed their comp, so to see him go for the hyper carry and be punished, you have to think that he won't be allowed to go for kind of the optimistic pick in terms of the hyper carry, the selfish pick there, looking for all the kind of credit for himself. They paid for it team comp-wise there.
Yep, and Gnar is actually going to be the final ban, which leaves Kassadin open. Going to lock that one away immediately. Pokemon instantly responds with that Aurelia being taken away from Going, and Kakao going to lock away that Janna as well. So I like the pickups here, of course. Very contested picks, but the Kassadin going into the hands of Cool, most likely here, is very scary for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, one of the good things you can say from Invictus Gaming, and good things about leaving Kassadin open, of course, we've seen so much decisive Kassadin play in the LPL here, but they are able to pick up the answering Aurelia and kind of force Kassadin into the mid lane. So it does make that flex pick a bit more predictable. You can try for the 1v1 against Aurelia, but with all her mobility, with that Q gap closer, it's such a hard lane. It's basically forcing the Kassadin onto Cool.
Yeah, and again, looking to respond to this Janna pickup by grabbing that Morgana away. Of course, earlier on today, we saw that Morgana in the top lane, so may not necessarily be going into support, but it is highly likely that that's where it's going to be. And Kitties was fantastic on that champion just recently. IG now with their next couple of picks, and this is really going to start rounding out their team comp, and we'll see where they're going to aim. Kid had a brilliant game on Corki, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that one locked in just here.
The Lee Sin is still available right here. Of course, IG first picked that champion the first time it was available in the first game and really took advantage of it here. So not surprising to see it picked up once again here for Kakao.
Yeah, and Rookie looking at a few assassin options here for the mid lane. We'll see what he decides to go with as Kakao. Very certain of that Lee Sin, and it is going to be Ari, of course. 4.21 is the patch. Ari not at her super fun stage where she gets all that movement speed from the Q, incredibly difficult to deal with, but that is going to be the answer of Rookie to a possible Cool Kassadin.
And Ari versus Kassadin, let's assume that's the mid lane matchup here.
Skill matchup.
It is a skill matchup. It's a very punishing matchup for Kassadin. In old days, back when Kassadin had the silence, he could get on top of that Ari, especially if he got a bit of early game snowball. It's much more of a skill matchup right now, but it's still a ranged versus melee matchup. So in the early levels, Kassadin's going to get harassed out a lot. He's going to struggle a little bit there. But if he can get to the late game, it's not the most painful. It's not the Cassiopeia that we've seen picked up a few times against that.
Oh
Kassadin.
My goodness. Okay, Invictus Gaming with a bit of style here, instantly locking in the last pick Vayne for themselves. Kid, he wants to take it to Uzi.
So Uzi was forced onto that rotational Sivir right here, and now it's Kid answering back and saying, all right, I saw what you did with the Vayne. I wasn't that impressed with that first game. He's locking it in right here. Vayne versus Sivir after laning phase. Once that Blade the Ruin King comes out, if we see the successful lane swap coming out from Vayne, Vayne can track down that Sivir and kill Sivir quite happily in a 1v1. So OMG this time is going to have to be on the front foot. They're going to have to be really proactive and ensuring they do not get lane swapped on, and then they never end up in a situation where they can't deal with a split pushing Vayne. I love IG throwing the gambit right here. That little bit of extra flavor. It's not BM, it's just a bit of flair and saying, look, I play Vayne too. I know you're pretty good at it, but it suits the comp. And I think it might be the answer to the OMG comp they've picked here.
Yeah, and the last pick, Vayne, isn't into that sort of Yasuo Lee Sin combination that just has so much lockdown potential. Not quite as much of that, but they do have to deal with the going Kassadin. Of course, this time it's going to be Kassadin in the top side of the map, and Cool going to lock away that LeBlanc as well. So wanting a little bit more assassination potential here against this Ahri. And almost every matchup that you talk about with Ahri, the reason I had a little bit of a giggle about the skill matchup story is the fact that almost every Ahri matchup in the history of matchups is going to be a skill matchup. And let's see how it unfolds as we get onto the Rift. And we're onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, but it is going to be straight into a pause. So we'll just come back and have another conversation here. Has happened a little bit, of course, these players just wanting to make sure everything's just right as they're getting onto this one. But we can continue talking about this because now Pokemon on this Aurelia going to be going up against the Kassadin, and you have to think that this OMG lineup wants to lane swap because I don't think that Going is going to be able to handle that 1v1.
But there's a really interesting flavor of this laning phase. So we said that at the start. When this draft started, we said, all right, it's going to have to be the Kassadin mid because Aurelia versus Kassadin, not a good matchup for Going right there. But then we just finished our thought and said, all right, with that last pick Vayne, you're not really going to want to look into a 2v2 lane with Vayne Janna against that Sivir Morgana. It's not the best lane matchup for Vayne either. So now both teams are kind of priced into a lane swap. Who gains the most here? Is it Vayne getting to that Blade of the Ruin King power spike fastest? Or is it Kassadin getting away from a terrible 1v1 matchup and starting that snowball towards the Rod of Ages and potentially the tier into that late game menace he can be? It almost feels like both teams have something they want to protect, something they want to work on. And whichever one comes up, trumps in the early game, might really be the important factor as we move towards the later stages of this game.
Yeah, so it's going to be the question of do they want an extra strong Vayne or do they want an extra strong Kassadin here, which is going to be very, very troublesome as this game progresses. And Kassadin able to do a lot of work, but I mean, they do have the likes of Kakao on this Lee Sin, of course, looking very comfortable, very maneuverable as well, as is Ahri. A lot of sort of speed and gap close coming from almost every member of Invictus Gaming, even Janna with her movement speed being just generally higher than everyone else, as that Tailwind doing a lot of work. So it's going to be a highly maneuverable Invictus Gaming, and they might just look to out-rotate and out-maneuver OMG around this map.
It's very hard to out-rotate, especially if your bot lane is consistently pushed in. And if we're going to see, if we're going to see Sivir against Vayne, it's going to be inevitably going to be Vayne under a turret. It's going to open up a lot of space for Jarvan and Loveling to go and invade the enemy jungle because predictably that wave is going to be consistently shoved under Vayne's turret right there. So there's a lot of interesting strategy going on right here. If you ask me for complete thought on who would want, whether it's going to be the big early power spike for Vayne or whether allowing Kassadin to get to mid game is more important, I'd probably say Vayne just because that strategic split pushing might be slightly more important to them in terms of their mid game transition, but it's a bit of a wash.
Yeah, it is. But we are going to go to a quick break. The game has had a little bit of trouble, but we'll be back very soon once it's underway. And we are on to the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, with OMG taking on IG for the second matchup here. And Invictus Gaming coming out with a beautiful win first up. Now going to be on the red side as OMG move out of their blue side base. And they look to be grouping up here. There might be some early game action this time.
Yeah, so we see the fan out coming here. We did not see the trademark OMG early invade for Vision last game, and they did lose that game right there. So much more defensive fanning coming right now.
Yeah, OMG actually looking to find Rookie here. The standard goes into the brush. They know that he's going to be alone. FLICKR waiting on the top side as well. They're going to know exactly what's going on here as the invade comes in from Invictus Gaming towards the bottom side of the map. They're going to get some deep vision of their own, and OMG really want to find out where these lanes are going to end up as Kakao takes a few auto attacks from Uzi.
Yeah, the first game, they did not go for this aggressive rotation, and you must say it might have cost them. We were surprised to get the starting lane matchups that we got in the first game. So this time, OMG, they have that insurance of having the very aggressive lane wards right here. They will try and get that lane matchup they're looking for.
You can see they've actually spotted our Kitties here as well as he's heading up the mid lane. Uzi's going to be backing here as they did see him in that ward. And it looks like OMG aggressively wanting to find the lane swap situation that they want.
I mean, both teams, as we explained in the pregame, just before we cut to that break, are kind of priced into a lane swap here, of course. Kassadin definitely wants to avoid the Aurelia matchup, and Vayne wants to at least avoid the very painful early levels against Sivir right here. So lane swap's not the best, not the worst result for either team, but it's so interesting to see two teams with the same goal still fighting at level 1.
Yeah, and cool. Already distorting on top of Rookie here, wanting to make his presence known. Orb of Deception only going to hit once here. As Cool has some smooth footwork to get out of the way. That one, Pokemon going to be heading back to base. He wants to be able to match this split push. I mean, this lane swap on the bottom side. As Uzi just happily freezing out this wave.
Very similar flavor to the first game right here. Uzi has been lane swapping in these Sivir lanes quite significantly. Even in lane matchups, we'd expect him to win, just because it does allow him access to level 6 much earlier. Having access to that ultimate and that team-wide utility, although he won't scale as fast into the late game, accelerating the mid-game push coming out of Sivir can actually be a very smart strategic move, as we see Gogoin doing his best to help with this jungle follow.
Yeah, and Kitty's just being a nuisance in here, throwing a Howling Gale over the top, allowing those puppies to fight back just a little bit. As Low continuing to do the same on the other side. Pokemon's around here, though. They're going to be able to take this red buff. Oh, actually, it's a blue buff. And Low manages to get a Dark Binding down as Pokemon went a little bit aggressive.
There's still a lot of poking around. No big advantages in this early game right here. We still haven't seen the top laners enter lane, so predictably, very low CS values across both Kassadin and Aurelia.
Yeah, not going to have too much. We'll see how it shapes up as we move into this game. Of course, we were talking about the fact that Gogoing did not want that 1v1, but there's also the fact that Uzi probably wanted to get that 2v2 and really utilize the early pressure available to Sivir. But we'll see how it works out.
It has been really interesting to see teams opt out of that 2v2. As I explained before, it does let you hit level 6 earlier, but it removes a potentially very punishing laning phase. And OMG, they're not happy with just pushing in this wave. They sent 4 members here. They want to stop Aurelia getting any farm. And finally, we see Pokemon getting significantly targeted out by OMG.
Yeah, really beautiful warding, though. They're not going to get caught underneath that tower at level 1. And the hard push going to come through from OMG as the freeze continues in the top side. Kid just happily sitting there on his own. Doesn't have a CS advantage here, of course. Uzi able to push out those waves very effectively. Being funneled all of that farm, and look at all these creeps dying to this turret as no experience is going to come in for either of these members of Invictus Gaming. Still stuck at level 1.
And this tactical rotation is actually going to start to snowball into a significant problem for Pokemon here, just because Aurelia does have quite a high gold floor in terms of needing to get items to be relevant in a team fight. Trinity Force is the second most expensive item in the game, and that is the cornerstone of any Aurelia build. So Kassadin being behind, okay, it will delay his Rod of Ages a little bit, but if Aurelia never realistically gets into a point where she has Trinity Force and can transition into some tank items, it's going to be a significant problem for IG.
Yeah, and OMG going for a very early dragon here as well. 5 minutes on the dot. They're going to pick that one up with 3 members as Pokemon now trying to get some farm here. Gogoing does have 3 CS, but that came out of the jungle. most likely, as he was treading around there. Rookie struggling a little bit in this lane. Cool with a lot of pressure. 7 CS is the advantage, but this wave's pushing in, and you have to think that Rookie's going to be able to pick up a few of these.
And the word we said for OMG to honor this game was to be proactive. We expected them to not play the reactive vision and neutral control game that they did in the first game, and they've really stepped out and done a very fast start right here. Already an outer turret and that second objective and picking up the dragon right here. So significantly faster early game play from OMG, and with this important pick coming, they do have the Jarvan LeBlanc and the Sivir rotational strength right here. I expect OMG to keep their foot on the accelerator and try and take this game early, or at least get a lead so significant in dragons that IG will have to make a large outplay to be able to get back in the game.
Oh, yeah. But you do see the Vayne still with that freeze on the top side, able to just sit back and farm very happily. Only has about a 6 CS advantage, but more than happy just to hang out up here. That being said, Uzi already has that BF sword under his belt, that extra gold and income coming through from that tower going down as going. He's going to poke his head out here, and Invictus Gaming, they are prepared for a lot of members to come through. 4 men strong here on the top side, and they're just rotating around, taking this whole outer rung, and there is just no laning phase this game.
Yeah, there's prioritizing the outer turrets, which is the cornerstone of a normal OMG game, and literally rotating 4 members of your team to try and achieve this right there. So much is their advantage in wave pushing that they should be able to get quite a lot of turret damage in here.
Yeah, and with Kid on this Vayne, doesn't have a lot of wave clear. He's going actually going to tank up a turret shot here as well. Kiddy's trying to do some work, shielding up this turret over and over again. Only taking about a third of its health. But Invictus Gaming getting zoned away at this stage, and Kakao, he's going to have to go back.
And that was the reason that we said that we didn't want to see Vayne in a solo lane against Sivir or 2v2 lane against Sivir, was the wave pushing, and Kid might be in trouble.
Yeah, the teleport's actually been popped. Final hours there as well, but Kid's taking a lot of damage, forced to use that heal. The Equilibrium Strike to come down into Loveling, but didn't have the tower damage. Uzi, he's coming back around. Darkbind going to be flashed into by Kiddies. The Boomerang picks up the kill at perfect position. And Uzi, he wants more. The Ricochet to come through at the same time. That was, in fact, first blood as the Ricochet comes down again. But Pokemon, he makes it out alive. The flash to the Boomerang, and he picks up the kill. Beautiful play from Uzi.
Such aggressive play from Uzi, but he does snipe Pokemon with that with the Q right there. They're going to take this second outer turret, and IG are being completely reactive to OMG's play right there. We saw the teleport coming in for Pokemon just to stop a turret dive. He didn't manage to stop that dive. 2 kills picked up for OMG, 2 kills picked up for Uzi, and now 2 massive structures down as well. So across the map, major wins for OMG.
Yeah, and Cool is winning in this mid lane as well. Has a decent CS advantage. And just in general, Invictus Gaming looking like they're floundering just a little bit this time around.
And this is kind of reminiscent of OMG's series against Snake, which they split 1-1. In that series, Snake just surprised them with early rotations in Game 1, and OMG played reactive. We saw it with the endgame stats, with the Lissandra 062 was going right there. And they have struggled with this new lineup when they're forced to play reactive. But when they have a cohesive game plan and play proactively, as we see 4 members being sent to the mid lane right here, OMGs do look wonderful.
They certainly do. The standard to come through here. Kakao takes so much damage, eliminated instantly with the burst of Cool. And you cannot follow those Sonic waves.
And there's just no AoE wave clear barring Rookie's Q to stop them right here. Rookie's going in aggressively, but realistically he's just trying to buy pressure right here because the push is still on.
Yeah, the Boomerang to come through here as well. Breaks through that shield completely. Nice Howling Gale to come over a couple of members, but the damage has been done. Kid comes around, puts down a ward just so that he's not spotted out here. He's going to hide underneath this turret. This blue buff, it belongs to OMG.
Yeah, and most of the map, you have to say, is an OMG's advantage right here. The Darkbind does hit on Kid, but he's level 7. He has significant base stat advantages right here. And look, Pokemon has a massive CS advantage over Go-Going, but that's a completely irrelevant statistic right here. In the previous game, it was actually Go-Going that had the 30 to 40 CS advantage over Pokemon, and that proved nil in the late game right here. So although Aurelia's starting to walk towards her Trinity Force, by the time she hits that 3,500 gold power spike, this game might be over. The second dragon spawns in just over a minute.
Yeah, exactly right. And when a dragon goes down at 5 minutes, I mean, we might yet see, you know, those 12-minute dragons, but that'll be the second instead of the first, as we're used to saying, as Kitty's only level 4 being forced to rotate around and try and get his shields on these turrets that have all gone down so far. The OMG special being employed, and they're going back to their comfort zone, going back to their roots are OMG. And Uzi more than happy to play aggressively here against Kid. The boomerang to come through, and he's got a pickaxe. That is so much extra damage, and here's Cool. Kid is going to be in a lot of trouble. Lands the chains after flashing over that one, and it's all too easy here for OMG.
Yeah, excellent rotation from OMG, but you saw Uzi going aggressive there. We talked about how Siva might struggle in this lane matchup, but we were talking about when Blade the Ruin King was completed. With so much flat AD, Siva still has a massive advantage over Aurelia at this stage, and no more so can you see the global gold advantage that OMG has, the 4,000 gold advantage right here, than on the supports. You look at Lua on the Morgana right here. The boots of mobility, the sidestone, both completed right here. So much gold over his compatriot Kitties.
Oh, most definitely. The chain's going to land here onto Rookie. Cool, able to get off his combo if he wants to. Doesn't quite have that Mimic available. Distortion doesn't land either, as he's just going to get a Q to the face. And Rookie still handling himself in this lane. Hasn't got an opportunity here. The kick onto low, but he gets black shielded. That was beautiful. Rookie comes in, manages to get that one, flashes out of the way of that Cataclysm kick. Lovely going to fall down as well. Cool in a bit of trouble. IG answer back.
The 2 answering kills right here, but Cool's still going.
Oh my goodness, Cacao just gets destroyed. The charm lands as well, though. It's the Rookie show to come in.
Importantly, though, 3-for-1 trade right there, and the key member, of course, Kid was grouped with his team. Uzi had just freshly shopped, already in an Infinity Edge at about 11 minutes into the game, but that huge item swipe means nothing when OMG are fighting so aggressive in the enemy jungle.
Yeah, Transcendent Blade's actually to come down onto Going here on the top side as well. As Pokemon easily getting the better half of that trade. And let's have a look at this fight again.
So we'll go into the replay right here. Rookie goes very deep to get the damage on Morgana, but is able to get away. And of course, Loveling dies because he goes in aggressively thinking he can get the trade kill, not expecting Kid to be there. Cool. He could choose to back away right here, but he just trusts his burst, gets the answering kill. But the second charm is his death sentence right there. And 3-for-1. Important kills for IG, but no objective to pick up. And OMG still in the driver's seat for the second dragon.
Oh my goodness. And this game, we may see the final competitive game to have a DFG in it. One of the final ones, definitely, anyway. Of course, 4.21 is the patch, and Rookie looks to be doing it.
The DFG dream is real here, Atlas. Will it be enough for IG to get back in the game? You'd have to say no, but starting to get the picks in the mid-game, maybe that's the small window into answering some of these objectives, but OMG are backing away here.
Yeah, they were looking for Kid here around the side. They didn't find him. Dragon has reset a little bit as Loveling starts it back up yet again, but IG, they're wanting to go for this. Oh, Loveling actually going in aggressively, but he's very low on health. Rookie, Pokemon actually gets caught there immediately as the Monsoon comes in. They've traded 1-for-1 though. Cacao just gets eliminated, and Uzi, he's going to fall as Kid comes in with all the damage. 3-for-2 so far, and IG looking great.
The flank team fighting from IG was wonderful in that fight. Loveling was doing his best to buy time for going to get a really big teleport into the backlines right there. But he died instantly, and then all the threats on IG split up, so there was no massive force pulse across the members. You see Cool, he's poking his head in here. He wants to steal away the dragon. Will he be able to do it?
No, he won't be able to, of course. That's the distortion down, and Cool just wanting to make it a little bit more difficult, but let's check out this fight again.
So we see the replay. Loveling goes in very aggressively here, trying to buy time for Going to get in the backline, but it's a huge mini stun actually from that Kitty's ultimate, pushing Going against the wall, and then Kid gets the flank onto Uzi, blows him up instantly against the structure right there. Very nice play from Kitty to get the mini stun, hitting the Cassidy against the wall, but Loveling just going a little bit too early, trying to buy time for Going in the backline.
Yeah, Dark Binding not going to quite find Cacao as Blade of the Ruin King and DFG have been finished by each member of Invictus Gaming. So Rookie now has that beautiful item that we're not going to see again. And the Blade of the Ruin King completed here from Kid as well. So he's hit his spike that he's looking for. 3 kills in answer to the 3 of Uzi now as well. Just missing out on those assists a little bit. Going does have his Rod of Ages available. His Pokemon forced to use that flash immediately. Transcendent Blade's going to be used. He wants to get some health back here. Does have a decent amount of movement speed. Look at the distortion damage coming from Cool as well now that that has been maxed out.
OMG, though, are pushing very aggressively onto this inner turret right here. You see Vayne is split pushing down the bottom lane, but Siva, the Uzi, is very smart to opt out of this lane. He wants to group. He wants to get pushing because he knows he can no longer take Kid in a 1v1.
Oh, most definitely not. The split push is on now for Kid, but this inner turret is under fire. The minions streaming in continuously, and that is going to be the inner turret in the top lane, taken down 4 turrets now to 0 in favor of OMG. And Kid, he might be able to answer this with a tower on the bottom side, but they're going to lose a red buff as well. That goes over to Uzi. The red's available here for OMG, but IG, they can't push out because they have no map control.
And the issue with this split push from Vayne, although nobody can go down this bottom lane and 1v1 the Vayne has no AoE wave
the
clear.
DFG, Luo's dead! And Rookie through the exhaust, able to blow him up. The distortion used from Cool. The scrying orbs here, Loveling looking for this one. Kiddies, he gets caught out. That beautiful charm coming in on top of Loveling, and Cool unable to follow the target as well. Kid, he has to be very careful. Final hour flash and heal are available. Pops the ultimate, and that is the lesser of the cooldowns in order to be popped here. And the tower went down. Kid going to be happy with that one, but man, Rookie looking fantastic on this Ahri in the mid game.
But they do get the minimum from that pick there, though, Atlas. I was talking about the lack of AoE wave pushing on Kid right here. Although no one can 1v1 him, it took so long for him to push the turret in right here that they do not get any significant objectives out of that split push right there. He gets the turret he was angling towards, but they get a pick and they get the absolute minimum from it. So they really need the side waves pushing right here, do I do? They need to pay very close attention to ensure that they relieve some pressure, they get some wards in so that Vayne can actually have that split pushing pressure. Because if she's just pushing in slowly and then Uzi groups and they take significant objectives on the other side of the map, it's negating the power of this Vayne pick.
But you have to think that if Invictus Gaming, they group together, they start taking some of these structures, the gold is very similar. Only about 1,000 in it at 17 minutes into this game. And once all of that global gold starts to get snapped up, that standing gold available here for Invictus Gaming, the game could turn around and look very different once this next outer rung of towers goes down on their side.
Absolutely. When the global gold is equaled, it will be IG in a significant advantage.
Cool gets caught by the charm. Rookies. Ahri is ridiculous.
It feels like an ode to DFG like you've built up here, Atlas.
Oh, yeah.
We're not going to see it much more often, but Rookie's getting maximum value out of it this game.
I'm just so happy to see it back. The last hurrah of the DFG, and Rookie is definitely doing it proud so far this game.
I guess the issue I'll bring up is that it's going to be very difficult to take these 4 turrets because the turret siege from IG is quite poor. Even though they have 3 ranged auto attackers here, they don't have a lot of AoE wave here. They're going to be slow getting the minions to the wave, and then there's a lot of potential engage and harass coming out of LeBlanc, the ultimate coming out of Uzi, the dark bindings to dodge from Luo here. So it's going to be difficult for them to get that global gold back, but they've pretty much evened up the game, even 3 turrets in the hole.
Yeah, exactly. And everything is completely square at this stage after that kill went down. And look at this top lane as well. Pokemon stretching this lead against GoGo. We were talking about this not being a great matchup for Cassidy. 30 CS now in the lead for this Aurelia, and Pokemon still looking okay after having a very disappointing start to this match.
Yeah, we cast our eyes to start this game. Remember how many resources, 4 members in fact, OMG put in to denying Pokemon off the creep wave, to ensuring he was behind. He was so low in CS that we thought, all right, it's going to be like a 25-minute Trinity Force. He'll never get tanky. He'll be completely irrelevant this game. But this early Trinity Force has actually come out for Pokemon. He's looking very strong.
Yeah, Equilibrium Strike here has been popped, as well as Kid's ultimate as well. Cool's come in, he gets... the Monsoon, beautifully done. Pokemon does go down because he walks out of it a little bit too quickly. Kid trying to get some tumble damage down, but the chase potential of going is fantastic. He tries to get out of it, flashes over the top, the exhaust down, picks up a 1-for-1 kill, dodges out of the way as well, almost manages to pick that one up, and even though there's 4 members, still managing to pick up a kill.
The Vayne mechanics, not from Uzi, despite it being in a game he's in right here. His wonderful Vayne mechanics get the 1-for-1 for Kid. It was going to be more if potentially Janna was going to be locked down right there, but they'll take the even trade because they've pushed the minion wave aggressively into the bottom lane right here, and Rookie is walking through an unwatered jungle with that DFG.
Yeah, and he's looking for the picks. Loveling, he's built tanky here, but he has no magic resist, and if he goes anywhere near Rookie, he is dead. As is Low, who's moving around here. Rookie looking for the range, actually popping that Foxfire immediately onto Low. There's a last hit DFG, manages to pick up the kill, but he might be in a bit of trouble as he gets knocked up. Cool gets the kill. Cataclysm on the other side. Cacao gets caught by that one. Kitty's in trouble now as well, and he's going to fall down. A little bit of a misplay maybe from Rookie.
Over-aggressive for the pick there was Rookie right there. 2-for-1 trade, not in the favor, but the trades keep coming across the map. Part of the time they're in OMG's favor, part of the time they're in IG's favor, but 2,000 gold right now is the lead for OMG.
But as it all washes off here, Cool now 8-2-1 on this LeBlanc. This guy, we were talking about his KDA, how it's gigantic and continuing to progress in this game.
And you'd have to say, though, that the 5-1-4 Ari is quite comparable in terms of assassination pressure right here. So it's all going to be on which team can get up that pink ward line, that can get up that exclusive vision, because it was Invictus Gaming last game, and it's what kept them in the game when they were behind in the mid game right here. Right now, we look on the minimap, very few pink wards out on the map. The first team to get a really big stranglehold on that vision will probably be able to trade off their massive Fed assassins.
Yeah, Uzi trying to get some damage down onto this inner turret here on the bottom side. There's the Orb of Deception to come through, gets a lot of damage down, clears out those minions, but Rookie takes so much damage from Uzi. He has to watch out as the 2 items of power have come through for this AD carry, and Uzi has smelt blood. He is so angry this game.
Another structure's going to come down here for OMG. 5-2 is the structure score right here. Whenever we see Vayne on the other side of the map from her team is suffering because of the lack of wave clear among the other members right here. They need to engage fights. They need to start getting these objectives because the rotations from OMG are so much more substantial than in the previous game.
Yeah, Kakao trying to be everywhere at once here as well, and it looks like it's going to be on Rookie in order to clear out these waves. All the Transcendent Blades from Pokemon coming through with that ultimate. And that is very dangerous talk here. Is Cool. He's going to be able to clear out this wave as well using that distortion. He wants to clear out this last minion as well, and he will do. Dragon not available for the next few minutes. Baron's up, but probably not going to be a thing that they're going to contest for the next few minutes.
A lot of red wards down on the map here. So many defensive wards respecting the power of LeBlanc right here. You compare LeBlanc and Ari, while they'll both burst down an enemy, it's going to be an instant deletion coming out from Cool, whereas it's going to need a few spell rotations coming out from Ari. So you need to be overwarded relatively because the pressure from this LeBlanc right now is crazy.
Yeah, Rookie might be in a little bit of trouble. Has been spotted out by the other members of OMG as they've walked through here. Loveling going to clear out this ward and more blue vision going to be inserted into the jungle of Invictus Gaming. Kid looking for going, but that Rift Walk very handy for getting out of anything.
Especially with the CDR boots pick up here. A lot of cooldown reduction.
Oh, actually Cool getting kicked out here as Kakao. He's in so much trouble. Kid gets knocked up here as well. Manages to dodge out of the way, but he doesn't have that flash available just yet. It's a beautiful Monsoon, but Kid is dead. That is a lot of the damage down. Rookie now trying to come in, but going is going to be able to finish that kill off. Pokemon able to flash over the wall, and no follow-up available just yet, but it is going to be a 3-for-3 trade. That being said, Uzi's still alive, as is going. The carry's still up for OMG.
It looked like it was going to be an instant team fight win for OMG when Cool got into the backline, did so much damage with the Mimic Distortion right there onto Kid and Rookie, but Pokemon is still very, very strong in this game. 7 kills now on Rookie, so the assassins on both sides are fed out of their minds, and this game is close.
This game is most definitely close, and we'll see who can make the best strategical play based on their team comp as we see the replay coming through.
So we see the repeat here. Kakao dies very early, and the moment that LeBlanc goes in, I thought this was going to be a clear win for OMG, but actually Rookie is doing so much damage as well in the backline, and Pokemon and Rookie, when they're diving in, are very comparable in terms of frontline damage threats right there. So it becomes completely even 3-for-3 as both AD carries were assassinated early.
Oh yeah, the Phantom Dancer now finished from Kid. He's really starting to get into this game, not going for that static shiv that Uzi was looking for in his last match, wanting to have a few more of those raw stats, that 1v1 potential here on this Vayne, making sure that he has all of that in his arsenal.
But it basically commits them completely to team fighting right here, because although he does have the selfish single target damage, there's no more wave clear. There's not even a static shift to at least help them with the wave clear. They're doubling in on team fight damage, but that's all they have here, IG.
Yeah, Rookie actually getting caught by the chains. They're forced to use that ultimate. Dark Binding's going to land on a Pokemon. He's not going to be too worried, but the Boomerang to come through here as well as Loveling gets caught with a Charm. The Ignite's ticking down on him. He's taking a lot of damage. Kakao flies in there as Pokemon's already dead. Kakao so incredibly low, but Rookie picks up a kill. Going now has been caught, but it's going to be Kid falling down. Rookie with yet another kill, but the chains to come in The boomerang comes back, doesn't find him as Rookie runs through. Going picks up that kill. 3 for 2 now in favor of OMG, but these fights are so close.
The mobility of Casson and LeBlanc came up trumps right there as LeBlanc stayed alive, had just enough mana to get a second rotation of spells out, and the amount of AoE damage coming out, that completed 3-item build, the Morellonomicon, the Death Cap, and the Void Staff. Although Rookie's doing a lot of damage, I mean, this LeBlanc is deleting people off the Rift.
Oh, it's terrifying to behold. Another 800 gold until Rookie has that Rabbidan's Death Cap power spike as well. And with, you know, the Morellonomicon and another needlessly large rod item, he's going to have so much ability power on this Ahri. We'll see whether he can do what he needs.
And it's definitely a smart pickup because, of course, more flat AP means more wave clear coming out from those Qs from Ahri right here. You look down the lineup of OMG, no real magic resist items completed barring the Spectre's Cowl on Jarvan right here. So no need to rush that Void stuff and just more flat AP to make up for the lack of wave clear with the Phantom Dancer over Static Shiv pick. So I do like that from Rookie.
Yeah, IG still with a fair bit of vision around this Dragon Pit. Forming a bit of a circle on the bottom side as Pokemon's going to be clearing out this mid lane, wanting to scale up to that gigantic tank, but he's been caught out here. Transcendent Blade's trying to heal up. Dark Binding's not going to land, but he has to walk back into Uzi, who finishes off that kill. No worries.
Yeah, the big potential of Core against any member of IG. Doesn't matter how tanky they might look. They're getting deleted off the map. That's an inner turret down. I believe all outer structures done right here, and they're pushing onto this inhibitor.
Yeah, they are wasting no time here at OMG. So much damage to come in. Of course, the last Whisper being completed by Uzi here as well. Howling Gale not going to find him as Cool's going to come and try and destroy Kid. That Null Magic Mantle doing some work, trying to stop him from dying instantly, but this inhibitor turret is getting decimated, and OMG with such decisive play this game.
And there's still a lot of power on the members of IG, but they've been so well out-rotated by OMG. They set the standard very early, denying Pokemon. Although Pokemon's farmed up, at one point it's having a 40 CS advantage. Now that Gogoing's got a couple of items, he can dive into the backline, then activate that stasis with the Zhonya's. They're very competitive in fights, and they're so far ahead in objectives. They're playing on the front foot. That's the difference between these two series right here. It was IG on the front foot and taking the stranglehold in Game 1, and OMG have never taken the pedal off the accelerator Game 2.
Certainly have it continuing just to destroy turrets left, right, and center. Charm not going to find Cool as he distorts back to his original position, and it's going to be the Dragon taken here for OMG. Their third of the game, looking for that extra movement speed, and that's only going to help as IG actually looking to potentially answer with a Baron.
This is very decisive play, but they kind of feel the pressure of what's happening here. They know that Jarvan's committed, but no, they have to back away right here. There's no way they were going to be able to take that one when the Scrying Orb came in.
Yeah, Scrying Orb came in, but it was OMG backing off that Dragon. Not that IG were aware of it. So they're going to assume that that one's down and head back to base, and Loveling's going to finish this one off for himself. Who's he going to kill a Raptor or two?
I mean, they likely would have kept DPSing down the Baron right there and going for a smite battle just because they feel this game is certainly in a bit of a hole for them right here. But when the Scrying Orb gives the enemy team a pretty precise knowledge of the amount of health Baron's at, you just have less strategic options. You can't back off it so early and go for a pick because you know the enemy can calculate the damage coming onto Baron more accurately right there. So it's smart to back away there as IG, but it leads to a free Dragon for OMG.
Yep, picking up their third of the game, of course. IG managing to pick up one earlier on, so do have that extra 6% statistics. Things going to be okay moving forward, but they are 6,000 gold behind. And Kid yet to go back in a little while. Probably wants to pick up a Last Whisper at some point, but he's looking to pick up a Hex Drinker at some stage. What do you think about that item on Vayne?
I mean, the Hex Drinker makes a lot of sense because Vayne does all her damage in 550 range or less. She's cancelling autos, getting closer and closer to enemies with that tumble, that you're going to end up eating some of this AoE magic damage. It's not a DFG Ahri looking to burst one person. It's a lot of AP doing a lot of damage in an AoE. So given that she's definitely going to be the target right here, she's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, Cool might actually be caught out here. The Sonic Wave's going to land low, going to get kicked back into the team, but Loveling's here. Soul Shackles onto 5 members. Doesn't quite get the stun as the Monsoon comes in here as well. Uzi, he's going to get caught out by Pokemon, but he's going to flash over the wall, going over there as well. Kid, he's free hitting in the backside, but he may have to get out of here. It's the Cataclysm onto Cacao, and the members of IG are just falling over here. As Cool's going to come through, actually gets destroyed by Kid. The 2 carries are actually dead now. Going the only one with damage yet alive. and not going to be able to continue the push. 3 for 2.
Yeah, that last death will finally relieve some pressure for IG, but you see the flavor of what happens if OMG get the initiation they want. The flag and drag over the wall was picture perfect from Loveling, and that led to the first pick. And all this damage coming out, the 11, 4, and 7 LeBlanc right here. The AoE damage coming in is just crazy.
It's just ridiculous. Kid wanting to go back, purchase some items here as well. You can imagine he's sitting on a little bit of gold, wanting to become that big vein for the late game. He might actually want to finish off that QSS. Does have a Brutalizer now and the QSS completed as well, so not going to be locked down quite as easily. No chain's going to be a problem. Soul Shackle's also not going to be an issue for him as well. And that extra magic resist definitely going to be helpful. So he's scaling up.
The risk for OMG here is that a lot of this gold lead is those outer turrets. 4 outer turrets coming down will be a significant amount of gold in IG's pocket, and that is the majority of the lead they've created right here. So if they make a poor pick, or if indeed the charm comes onto LeBlanc and she's instantly burst down, there's a lot of global gold to be easily picked up by IG, whereas OMG, they've got all the easy objectives down. It's only really Baron and the inhibitors they can use to grow their lead right here. So that's why we see 2 pink wards already down around Baron, and IG's job right here is to get as much vision as possible in their side of the jungle.
Yeah, and the key pickup here as well is that Aegis of the Legion now completed by Cacao. A lot of that AoE magic damage going to be negated by some extra magic resist onto every member. That Locket of the Iron Slurry being looked for here is going, not going to quite find it. That was a lovely Dark Binding attempt by Low, but doesn't quite find the mark onto Cacao. Those Moby Boots doing a bit of work.
And Gogoing's already opted into the Needless Large Rods. It's going to be a quite slower Void Staff coming out from him right here. So the 25 magic resist will be very helpful for IG.
Yeah, Loveling actually looking for the engage here. Charm not going to find them. Boomerang also searching for a target. As Cacao looking to try and clear out this vision. Safeguard away from the Dark Binding, and it's all a battle to see what's going on here as Kid doesn't want to move up too far.
I really want to see Pokemon group with his team right here because their #1 objective is to get ward coverage, and it's so much harder in a 4v4. He needs to teleport early, or if the first pick comes in for OMG, this game is over.
Yeah, it's actually Uzi popping his ultimate here as well, as Rookie's going to pop his. Spirit Rush already on cooldown, has been utilized for the first dash. And OMG still looking for the pick. Pokemon, though, he's split pushing on this bottom side. OMG may have to answer for this one, as Gogoing does not have his teleport available. Extra pressure now being put on this bottom side of the map. Huge wave on the top side as OMG. They want to come through. That's a lovely Howling Gale to come in. Cacao has been trapped. OMG's cool, just going to destroy him. And a DFG picked up of his own will secure that kill easily.
I consider it a significant strategic mistake to still be split pushing this long when their major objective is to get wards as close to this Baron as possible. With 4 members there and so much assassination potential coming out from a LeBlanc, it's so hard to stop it.
Yeah, Pokemon engages, but he just gets obliterated. OMG now with so much power. Cool again with another deletion kill. Gogoing gonna pop that one after getting the slow into Kid, and he is on the run now. Is the Charm going to go wide here as well? And OMG, this is just night and day with the previous game.
And while it's fun to have that side wave pushing, while you're putting on a bit of turret pressure, if they have a fed assassin, you know that eventually you're going to have to face check a bush in order to get a ward on this Baron right here. So not having Pokemon there, not being able to even threaten a 5v5, as we see Cacao look for the steal, and LeBlanc just pads her stats again. It's a big problem. You need to teleport in earlier. Try and get the Vision Stranglehold in an even 5v5, because this is the result if you don't. OMG, they finally got that first pick, and it was all downhill from there for IG.
Yeah, Gogoing actually going to Riftwalk on top of Kid here. Takes away half of his health as Uzi's just wanting to crit Kid in the head. And Pokemon, he's just not the tanky Aurelia he wants to be. Uzi's diving this turret as well. A couple of crits. Pokemon's going to get taken down by the Boomerang. And the base has been breached by the Baron minions and OMG. And OMG are furious at that first loss, really fighting back.
Absolutely, they're playing very decisively right here. And just trading on the small positional mistakes being made by IG. It was Pokemon who was their hero in the first game right here. But they needed more clear play calling to be able to get any wards around Baron right there. And now they're suffering.
We'll see whether OMG can close this one out quickly or whether it's going to be the stall out, whether IG are going to have an opportunity to get back in. Of course, once that Frozen Heart gets completed by Pokemon, he's going to have a lot more tankiness. Does have a Banshee's Veil now, but he's going to need so much more magic resistance. Cool. Here's the battle of the assassins, forced to use that flash. There's the flash into the charm, doesn't find its mark here as Rookie just gets destroyed.
The return deletion from Cool right there lets you know just how much damage we're talking about right here. Massive burst right there onto Rookie. He must have thought, all right, I got him so low, I'm going to get in there with the flash, but my goodness, the amount of damage in 1 second was unbelievable.
Yeah, just bloodthirsty was Rookie, wanting to get something back. He's 10-5-5, definitely having a decent game. 5 items now picked up. The Void Staff completed here for Rookie as well, so he has some assassination potential of his own, but cool, that was just a beautiful outplay.
And that 4th dragon puts a timer on this game. We always say it, there's 6 minutes until the 5th dragon is up, but I'd be surprised if this game goes another 6 minutes right here, because Cool is just deleting people left, right, and center. That ultimate is on such a low cooldown with the 40% CDR and all the AP he has available here. The moment a chains hits, someone is dead.
Oh, most definitely, and he's zoning everyone away. Kid actually gets caught here. Oh my gosh, comes in max range on that QR combo with the DFG, and Kid is dead. Pokemon follows as well because there's just no tanking this incredible damage. Rookie, beautiful Howling Gale from Kiddies. A valiant effort there as Cool's just diving turrets. The Ignite not going to be enough. And that is actually going to be the shield coming through from the Locket of the Iron Solari from Kakao to help him out. Uzi spell shielding everything up, and OMG just decimating this game. And they have definitely said, look, you will never do that to us again.
OMG ripped through IG that game. They completely corrected all of their early game mistakes in the previous series. They didn't sit down passively. They went very proactively. They denied Aurelia off a minion wave. And although Aurelia got crept back in the game was being played around Aurelia, almost like it would be played around a Nasus. It's nice that she got her Trinity Force, but by that point, so many neutral objectives and structures had gone down that just the combined power of that OMG team steamrolled IG.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that they just had so much of that standing gold in all of the towers that OMG were pushing down from minute 1 in this game. 5-minute first dragon after taking the outer turret in the bottom lane, zoning IG off that one completely. There was no laning phase, and if OMG are allowed to just team fight you over and over again, things are looking great. But we are going to be going into our next series very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Starhorn Royal Club take on World Elite just after this.
What's up, mate?
And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. We've got our last match of the evening here as Royal Club take on World Elite. I'm Julian Page Stomkar. This is Jake Spawn Tiberi. And it's going to be a great last match here to round out day 2.
Yeah, certainly hope so, Pastry Time. This one has the makings of, I guess, a little bit of a big one because both teams need to get some wins on the board here, and both teams didn't play too fantastically yesterday.
That's true. They did definitely have some up and downs. World Elite, thankfully for their fans, and there are a lot of them in China, have started winning games now in the LPL. They started horribly in the first 3 weeks, and things are slowly picking up. Now, STYZ finally becoming that carry we are sort of expecting to be, and everyone else kind of stepping up as well.
Yeah, and I think a big part of it is Spirit's Jarvan coming through. We've seen when they had most success, it is on his Jarvan games. They're the only ones they've been managing to split with, and I think it's a lot to do with the fact that they go forward as a unit very well. They just don't do much else really well. The communication issues are still there, so getting in on a big, heavy initiator like Jarvan seems to improve their play.
Yeah, Spirit as well also seems at his best for his aggressively counter jungle, just getting in the enemy jungler's face. That was always Spirit's specialization as a jungler, and he started to do a little bit more of that now. We saw his Lee Sin game yesterday was a bit like the old Spirit we were used to, so he's slowly getting the chemistry with his team, but you know that's going to take a few more games until that actually happens.
Yeah, I certainly think so. I think that a lot of what he's done at the start of the season is try and be that carry and try and get himself going. Now we're seeing him go back to the old Spirit, invade, get around the map a lot more. His vision control was much better yesterday, so look for him to try and get STYZ going in that bottom lane and try and get the AD from WE really pumped up and good to go.
Yeah, once STYZ gets unleashed, he's quite potent. And Royal, I guess, on the other hand, for them, we kind of talk about it a lot, but they're basically riding on a free roll right now. They still don't have Name here at this point. I mean, he's going to play eventually, but might miss most, if not almost all of the season. But they're still doing very respectably for themselves. The solo laners have really stepped up.
Yeah, they certainly have. Their top side of the map looks phenomenal. So you cannot go past that. They've had some really good showings. And yeah, once they add Name into the team, things just look up. It's just whether they can hold together enough points to really make that final push at the end of the season.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Maybe Name is just never coming, and they'll just have to play with this lineup. And if that's the case, they're on a really good start right now. They've had some pretty swingy games. Insec especially felt a little polarizing as a player, but we are into our first champ select, so let's see where we're going to go for our last match of the evening. World Elite on the blue side for game 1, Royal Club over on the red. Fizz and Thresh, actually the first 2 bans from World Elite, and Lysandra Cassidy there for Royal Club.
Yeah, I would not be surprised if this is a Janna ban, just taking away a lot of Zero's champion pool, and Corn Fizz, you can't give it to him. It's just too strong.
Yeah, it's true. We didn't see it a whole lot from him in the World Championships. He played a lot of Orianna, but he's starting to play more of those assassins. Obviously, that will change as we shift patches probably as well, but right now on 4.21, Fizz still very strong, and Corn had a great Fizz game yesterday, so last ban is now there from World Elite, and Royal Club can maybe look at the Janna if they want to ban that themselves.
Yeah, maybe try and get that one off the board. Zero does play it very well, so I wouldn't be surprised if they left it up. Interesting ban. Kohler, of course, in the top lane is a beast. Can pick it up very, very easily, but plays a lot of other things as well. The Aurelia, the Jax that can come through. So I don't necessarily think it's a fantastic ban coming through there.
Yeah, Rek'Sai, the last ban there as well for Royal. So World Elite going to get the Jarvan instantly there for a Spirit, which is exactly what we said. That's the winning formula.
Yeah, it's
part of it.
Yeah, it certainly is. But this will be a Janna probably. Oh, actually, maybe Kalista will come through. I'll be more. I think it might be a Lee Sin just to get the double disengage coming through, and I know that they like running that a lot, and it really gives them control over mid-game objectives.
Insec is pandering to some of the fans there potentially, but John is already locked in for Zero, so we can't talk about that. He's a fantastic support player, you know, kind of plagued with Uzi all throughout the last season, and now looking good. I mean, he's probably waiting for Name to come and finally complete that lane, but on his own, Zero's been playing fantastically as well.
Yeah, Zero likes to joke around that he's the best reactionary support in the world because he just had to follow Uzi for a year and really keep that guy safe. He's kind of doing the same thing now, but being a lot more proactive in the role. We get to see him make a lot more plays than we were last year. And his vision control is just second to none.
Yeah, it's really strong. And I like this pickup as well for Royal. Corky's actually there for Well, who's the new AD carry player that's coming here for Royal. So Atrio was playing. He had some pretty strong games also on Corky. Nami, again, still not here yet. So Well, he actually played very well yesterday. I realized I was doing that as it came.
Yeah, no, he's definitely had some good performances. But I think that what we'll see here is they actually hovered Zed for a little bit. So getting that Corky in the mid lane means that you don't necessarily have to have that much magic damage left around the map for it to work out if you go with an AD mid laner. And wow, on the other side, Spirit and Ninja have locked in Braum and Rumble, and that is a massive AoE composition already.
World Elite picking very quickly for those second and third picks as well. So we'll see what they can get done here. We've seen a lot of Rumble comps have issues when they don't have a good front line. Spirit can sort of provide that, but from the jungle going to be a bit squishy. So we'll see what happens here. Royal Club going to consider a few more of their picks as well.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it. And we touched on the pregame how well Spirit is playing this Jarvan. Now we know it is going into the jungle. I'm extremely excited to see whether he can make the same impact that he's been hoping for. But this is exactly what I expected out of Royal Club. This is such a Royal Club composition. They can engage at will, but have the tools to disengage. Because if any team maybe goes overzealous every now and again, it is definitely Royal Club. So having that off button on both Insec as well as Zero will help that.
Yeah, and so Marco at least in the 2 picks there, of course, great champion for Cola, and of course the signature champion there for Insec. And you're right, Insec is definitely, I said polarizing, that's probably the best way to describe his first 3 weeks of LPL.
Yeah, it certainly is. And if he can get things done, he generally will try and jump into the middle of a team. So definitely not afraid to pull the trigger on that. STYZ, it's kind of funny because both these champions being hovered right now are his champions. Looks like he will decide on the Ezreal, and he had some terrific games, particularly around the Demacia Cup where he went off on Ezreal.
Yeah, STYZ actually came into this tournament looking incredible moving into LPL and just has not been on form since then. We have Ezreal Xerath to round out the pick, so an STYZ champion, like you said, and a big champion there in the mid as well.
Yeah, but a huge magic dealing composition coming out of World Elite here. A lot of Wombo, so they need to be able to execute this extremely well. There's a lot of pressure now on Spirit as well as Ninja to really get their spells overlapping and do enough upfront bursts that STYZ can clean up these fights, because Ezreal, not known as the highest damage AD carry, and won't probably go that crit build. More seeing the blue build come out of Ez, so that's a definite high skill cap composition to pull off.
Yeah, very slow and very space control there as well. The last pick, of course, LeBlanc actually for Korn. So playing a lot more Assassins this weekend, it seems like.
Yeah, he certainly is, and I like the Assassin pickup here because the team comp that comes out of World Elite depends on every single one of their member being able to do their job in a team fight. And if you get a LeBlanc fed like we saw last game, you can just take one person off the map and the team fight falls apart.
Yeah, and you said it before, execution heavy is World Elite's comp here. I mean, Spirit can maybe get things snowballing. A lot actually on his shoulders here to make the right moves early, keep the vision up, and of course initiate and disengage when he needs to. So communication from World Elite has not been the best, especially when the games are even or especially when they're behind. So with this sort of comp, it's very risky but very high reward if you can pull it off properly.
Yeah, it certainly is. The one thing I will say about Royal Club's composition is Corki is great as a flex pick if you want to run AD, but kind of bad if you play AP, mid and top. And that is exactly what Royal Club's elected into. So probably see the Blade of the Ruined King's second item into the Infinity Edge, that really expensive build that we see, but he's going to have to do some work as the AD carry to get this going.
Yeah, it's a little snowbally as well, it almost feels like me. Royal Club just trying to win the early and mid game here, but let's find out what happens. And welcome back onto the Rift for the second last time tonight here. World Elite going to take on Super Hot Royal Club in their first game of the day 2 here. World Elite on the blue side, of course. Royal over on the red.
Yeah, it certainly looks like we're having a little bit of a standard side as well, which is very strange out of Royal Club. They're one of the few teams that still like to group up as a unit and kind of push in and get some early vision, but it looks like they're content with standard lanes this time around.
Yeah, I mean, the lanes here seem reasonable for everyone, as we actually do see a lot of people clumping up.
That was a really cute move there from Korn. He actually hopped over the wall at the Dragon Pit to get a very deep ward in without being spotted.
Oh, nice. You can see that just hanging out near the Krugs. It's going to give a lot of early vision there for Royal. So Korn, very clever little play at level 1.
Yeah, a lot of damage also going down into the bottom lane, but now it looks like we've just reset and everything will go standard.
Yep. I mean, again, these lanes seem absolutely fine. STYZ actually a little low, but will make it back to base in time. Doesn't have any extra gold to maybe get a spare potion, but he'll walk back to lane view, feeling safe and be able to meet his creep wave for the first set.
Yeah, it definitely will be. Jungler's actually starting on opposite sides of the map. Insec is pinging out that he wants to start his Gromp. That means that there won't be an early level 2 for Starhorn Royal Club's bottom lane. well, we'll have to go down there level 1, just look to shove against STYZ. This is the one thing about Ezreal that I find very interesting is that he doesn't push well at all at the start of the game. So taking into a Corki matchup, definitely tricky.
Yeah, very ultimate reliant there in that respect. So we'll see what he can get done. Ezreal's certainly reasonable in a lot of lanes, and we are going to break out in the standard lanes finally. Looks like that ward could have spotted a lane swap there from Royal Club, but they're happy to take the 2v2. Insect going to start Grump into blue, and it seems like Spirit's going to do the same.
Yeah, and this ward actually gave them information that STYZ and UJ are doing that. So now in the bottom lane, they'll just be able to send a tornado through that wave or get the E going and really auto-attack that out, and it mitigates a lot of the early experience lead that World Elite would have got otherwise.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they handle that lane. Seems like they're already trying to get it down pretty quickly here. Ninja as well up against Korn. Just kind of moving there to the mid lane, which will be pretty explosive potentially. We saw Cools LeBlanc in the last game. We'll see what Korn can get done here on that particular champion. And kind of the Rumble versus Maokai, pretty interesting, but pretty safe for both of them here.
Yeah, Maokai got the early level 2 because he did manage to take away the little wraiths, the little raptors, sorry, in the new camp. So was able to push a little bit, but now Lucas evened that one up. And it's such a back and forth lane. It really is volatile. Depends on jungle ganks coming through because, of course, the raw damage that comes out of Rumble just so superior. But CC, if you're a jungler, you love ganking for a Maokai.
Yep, usually they're going to get knocked up by the tornado, but a good unbreakable, just going to stop some of that damage coming in. But Corki playing a bit aggressive here in lane, kind of what you expect against Ezreal. And Insect is going to get frisky early on here as Lee Sin walking in towards the red side of World Elite Jungle. In fact, he's just going down the bottom lane.
Yeah, just wants the early gank. They called out where the ward is, and Insect is in behind them.
They're going to go in. The tornado just wide, but UJ could be in trouble. They are going to go in. Good ward hop there from Insect, and the damage actually coming in. They might have enough here. Insect doesn't follow in for the rest of the queue, but UJ will be forced to back.
Yeah, and that's a very early back coming out of Braum. That's going to hurt him not only in experience, it means that his jungler will have to go down there to help STYZ farm out this lane.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit camping is not the worst thing ever, but you're right, it is going to waste some of Spirit's time, and pretty unlikely that they'll be able to get a kill here. Spirit might try for some pressure, like Insect did, just to try and get them off some of the minion waves, but in general, it's going to be fine here for Royal. They'll take the early trade. Yeah,
there are so many caster minions. If Spirit went in there, it would be absolute suicide. And being able to force Jarvan into a lane early is so key.
Yeah, Zero actually going to face check. In fact, I think he knows he's there. Just went in for the auto attack. Must have been A moving through the brush. And Spirit going to stick down here for a little while longer. Royal Club, no trinkets available, so can't like effectively ward that spot. They're going to hug the far left of their lane now.
Yeah, that was very well played by Spirit there. He actually got the lane frozen in a good spot for STYZ. And now that Braum is rejoined, we'll be able to pick up a lot of that experience that he would have otherwise missed out of. So pretty well played by World Elite's bottom lane.
Yeah, and Spirit kind of doing what he needs to do for his team early on as well. UJ does return, like you mentioned, to the bottom lane. And we'll consider things all kind of square here in the bottom lane as well. But I have to say, from Insect's early pressure, I love that. But very funny to see him not go in on that Q.
Yeah, very un-Insect-esque.
Yeah, it was a measured play from Insect. It's not normally the word we have to describe that player.
Yeah, it certainly is not. And we mentioned how polarizing he can be. Maybe just looking to put some early pressure down. Wouldn't be surprised if he visits top after this to just see, poke his head around the map. And wow, Kohler is doing so well in CS so far.
Yeah, I mean, Mako versus Rumble, as you said, very volatile, very complicated matchup. Rumble matchups almost always are because of how Flame Spitter and Heat Power Spikes work. But if you play it correctly, Kohler's got a really solid lead here in that Doran's ring, just making things very breezy up towards the top side.
Yeah, it certainly is. Good vision coming out of Spirit as he took a little bit of a trip through the jungle. I think he was spotted by a ward, however, so they might know where that pink is. He is behind bottom lane. Yeah,
it does use the Raptor Sense buff there. Finds the ward, actually, so going to get a good amount of vision cleared away there. So making good use of that buff there, smiting away the big Raptor. And again, if he wants to return to the bottom lane now for a gank, well, and Zero push pretty far forward.
Yeah, so they're doing a pretty good job early World Elite of controlling the map. We've criticized them for, I guess, the inconsistencies throughout their play, but look like they're shored up this early game nicely, with the exception of top lane going very even across the board.
Yeah, Luca just find he's now catching up in CS again, the very back and forth top lane here. In Spirit, we said it, on Jarvan he looks his most comfortable, and that's definitely demonstrated here. Getting good vision for his team, keeping all the lanes in check, making sure he's checking in, and they'll just farm through to the mid game quite happily.
Yeah, Insect once again returning bottom lane. I like the jungle pickup with the Trailblazer from Spirit, looking to farm up a Storm, have that healthy mix of being able to gank and also, I guess, being able to get into farm his jungle.
Insect being very patient here as well, wants STYZ to commit to an aggressive arcane shift, but Ezreal playing Very safe there against the Gatling gun of Corki. And Insect will actually stay down here and maybe try and bait something out again. He doesn't really want to dodge in further from the brush. He can't with the waves broken there as well. Insect's actually wasted a lot of time in that gank, and it did fail.
Yeah, he certainly did. He cleared out the bottom half of his jungle, however, so there wasn't really much for him to do apart from maybe go back to this blue buff. I think that's what he's trying to do. Maybe he'll take away the Scuttle Crab, then donate that one over to Korn.
Totally fine to get that Scuttle Crab as well. Aluka actually using his ulti, going aggressive on Nicola, but Cola dodging out some of the damage there with Twisted Event. Spirit's up here as well, though, and that's going to force a flash out from Maokai. Again, Aluka and Spirit, great pressure early on.
Yeah, certainly was, and Cola misread that play pretty poorly. Actually went in with a Twisted Advance. If a Rumble just drops an equalizer on you and he hasn't shopped, you can almost guarantee there's a jungler in your lane.
Yeah, that's true. If it's not aimed at the minion wave, you usually have a good bet that the jungler is on the way. And Corn, they pick up the pink ward for World Elite, so that will leave the top side of their jungle there leading in towards the Raptor camp. And Insect not quite level 6, but just leading through. Korn does have his ulti now, so along with Ninja, so mid lane could start to get some pressure there. But it's been a very clean, very passive early game. And for me on World Elite side, if that's what they wanted, full credit to Spirit.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Spirit has got very good scaling lanes. Corki, especially early, is a hard lane for Ezreal to stand up in. To go equal across this board is phenomenal, especially when you look at how much pressure a LeBlanc puts out early, a Corki with a Janna puts out early. Really has done well to get his team through this rough patch, and now they're into, I guess, a level 7, level 8 mark across the board, and they're going to start scaling up nicely with those ultimates.
Yeah, going to look for that first dragon with a Lucas Rumble as well. Haunting Guy, has already been finished, and the blue buff will also get donated over to Ninja. So things, again, going pretty much according to plan for World Elite. Korn also got his blue buff as well, so we'll have that duel in the mid lane in a second. STYZ getting a little down here in the bottom lane, but CSing very well under turret with the help of Brom. And again, if this is their plan, everything going well for World Elite. Yeah,
and we say a lot about tier champions that they have very, very strange curves compared to other AD carries. Corki will hit a much earlier power spike just because of how Trinity Force works and being able to pick that one up. But once that transforms into a Muramana, which generally coincides with your second item, that Iceborne Gauntlet, it can really throw you ahead in the lane. And he's been able to go back and pick up a Manamune outright. So all of his auto attacks are going to start stacking this up. This could be relatively early in the game.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good item purchase there. STYZ's done well to farm early on. And he'll have the Manamune ready to go. Curious to see if he does want to go for a Trinity Force. Still, there is an option you have, but from this point, most Ezreals tend to go for the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, we see the Trinity Force build out of mid Ezreal more nowadays just because it, I guess, allows him a smoother power curve, but Iceborne Gauntlet just keeps you so safe, and the kind of team fight they're playing where it's a long, persistent Xerath and Rumble, Ezreal in there, I think that it would be the blue build that we see come out.
Yeah, I love the team fight control that World Elite can potentially have in their comp, but very high execution like we mentioned in the draft here. The first dragon is very soon, by the way. We're approaching the 10-minute mark here in this game. Usually when the team starts to look at their first dragon here, and World Elite definitely want to contest, especially if Aluka can delay it for a couple minutes and hit level 11. That's a big opportunity for World Elite.
Yeah, it certainly is, and credit to Aluka in this top lane. He's done very well. Wow.
Yeah, well, actually going very deep in there. Zero going to knock him up. That's a good slow as well. A great mini stun with the Monsoon, and STYZ going to get first blooded by Well.
Yeah, what a play coming out of Zero. We say how this guy has turned into a catalyst for his team. No longer having to, I guess, protect that puppy, going very aggressive there in the bottom lane, picking up a kill for his AD.
Yeah, and Zero, one of the few players, I guess one of the Korean supports as well in China that really loves to playmake on Janna, which is kind of a weird champion to playmake on, as Aluka is going to get dived on by Coldus. Insect is here as well, but Aluka knows what's up. He's going to stay safe around his turret.
Yeah, and Rumble actually pushes very poorly even when he wants to push, so that lane probably won't equalize out. And Jarvan having a little bit of a visit bottom lane.
Yeah, Spirit does have his ultimate here. Actually, Insect snuck in here as well, so Aluka might be in a bit of trouble just popping the scrap shield for some heat. Kind of waiting here. Insect's like, yeah, I guess I'm going in. Going to ward up, kick you back. Calder locks him up there as well. A good arcane smash for a lot of CC. Aluka going to turn on the damage. Oh, Insect could be in trouble, but Calder finishes him off.
Yeah, got into the danger zone heating up there, and that Flame Spitter did so much damage. With two members so low, they need to be careful that World Elite don't rotate into this dragon. A lot of pressure now on the bottom lane to force them off.
Yeah, UJ trying to get in there. STYZ wants to get aggressive. Zero will take 2 stacks of the Brawn Pest. The Well will get turned around now as well. Great skill shots actually from STYZ. going to help repel this Corki and Jana back. And if they make enough room here, they'll be able to do the Dragon. In fact, Spirit wants a pick first as well. Dives in onto Zero, who just gets destroyed there by STYZ. Well, does not get tagged with the Winter's Bite, though. Oh, no, he did. Never mind. Braum in there for the auto. A good 3-man Arcane Smash from Kola. And UJ going to dive back in there as well. STYZ is already dead there as Korn is rotated in. And now UJ very low there. Zerathot's a little too far short there. But Alucard's come down. He's burning away Kola. Gets that kill. Now UJ going to take Korn there. Insect down as well. Misses the Q. Ninja's rotated in as well. And as the dust settles, a 3-for-1 for World Elite.
Yeah, World Elite came up huge there, but it could have been much worse. Korn played that picture perfectly. If he had have had anyone there from his team, would have been able to clean that up. Escapes with his life and a kill, but 2 kills to STYZ and a kill to Alucard. They'll take that as a trade, 3-for-1.
Yeah, Royal might take the Dragon for it though as well. And Royal would love to get their hands on the first Dragon here. It's very interesting how the next few Dragons are going to shake out. Seems like Royal will claim this first one as World Elite. Little too slow off the respawn to be able to take, to contest this at least, and that's good news. But again, both these comps have really weird power spikes. Royal, again, feels very mid-game focused.
Yeah, it certainly is a very mid-game snowball. As we take a look at this replay, Zero just goes way too aggressive with Well there, and they get caught out. Unfortunately, the teleport comes through very, very early for Kola, and Alucard just meets it. And if Ninja had have rotated at the same time as Korn, this would have been so much different because there's so much damage coming out of this Rumble at the moment in the overheat with the auto attacks. And this is what I'm talking about. Korn chunks out one person, gets a kill, then chunks out Alucard, nearly picks up another one. Damages Spirit as well. He nearly soloed out 3 people in that fight. If he had someone that could just stick around a little bit longer, it would have been much different.
Yeah, Korn in trouble though again, actually getting very low there. Spirit flashes over for the last order, but Insect claims Ninja, so now the junglers will do battle here in the mid lane. A good slow from Spirit. Insect returns in kind with a Q, and the mid laners will trade.
Yeah, so they trade lives on mid laners. Spirit had the upgraded jungle item, is so cost effective. Just Insect not able to go toe-to-toe with him, so forces him away from the wave as well.
Yeah, Insect does have the Brutalizer. We've seen Kakao do this already as well, where he kind of picks up the double Brutalizer with the Warrior Enchant plus the quick Brutalizer. So that will make Insect do quite a lot of early game damage, but that will taper off quickly once we move through that point.
Yeah, it certainly will. And Insect just looking to clean out wards now. Has to secure this blue buff for his mid lane. And Morel and Omicron finished off on both sides. So once again, Xerath's not really respecting the double AP comp that is coming out of Starhorn Royal Club.
No, I mean, Ninja probably feels pretty safe with the range Xerath, so wants to take, the slightly more effective, slightly greedier item, I guess. But you're right, if Korn ever gets on top of him, he might regret not having an Athenes.
Yeah, and Maokai does a surprising amount of damage if you don't have magic resist. Tapers off very quickly if you pick up any magic resist, because he doesn't really go that pen build, but if not, you can get really surprisingly damaged, especially from that W.
Yeah, would definitely expect a quick lock at there for Spirit if that's the case. So we'll see if that's what he wants to do with his jungle item here. As the game sort of set it up, though, equal on kills there. Actually, good tornado again by Zero. Who's going to get some harassment, but a nice unbreakable for UJ to keep things safe there in the bottom. But equal on kills at 4-4. Only about 1,000 gold ahead for Royal Club.
Yeah, and Alucard in this top lane, still farming up a Storm. Has fallen a little bit behind, but with those double pen items, he would be extremely happy with how this early game has gone so far. With Korn, wow, putting on a clinic.
Yeah, really nice CSing. The Ninja tried to tag him with the stun after Distortion, which was adorable, but couldn't get it done. Swooping Lens will clear out the vision in the mid as well. And these two mid laners have actually been going pretty much at it tooth and nail here in the mid lane. Very close to 130 CS each.
Yeah, they certainly have, and it's interesting to see what the junglers have done to try and augment that. Insect just repetitively visiting with wards, with the sweeper, trying to keep the area as free as possible to allow the 1v1 to go down there. And Spirit wants to get in there, make it a 2v1 and gank this LeBlanc.
I think I might have missed in a Brutalizer, brother, because the Insect only just has the Warrior Enchant up, but it is done now as well. So we'll see if he wants to get even more aggressive with his build, but does have the early Sightstone that we expect here. Spirit, a little low econ on his build right now, does need to spend a bit more gold, but as you said, he's got that Trailblazer already done. He's clearing very efficiently now.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's got about 1,000 gold in his back pocket as well. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes into some quick Moby boots to get himself around the map. Insect is a big fan of the Hex Drinker build, and with the amount of AP damage coming out, I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick that up on his Lee Sin. He does like to go aggressive. However, Locket is such a valuable item against a Rumble Xerath composition.
Yeah, I think most importantly, although STYZ is actually falling pretty far behind on CS, and Well and Zero will group up here and get quite aggressive under this turret, the longer that they can delay Corking, just from backing at this point, because I think he has enough money for his Trinity Force, so it's very close if he doesn't. The longer they can delay that, the more time SDYZ gets to stack up this tier, to stay in the lane, and get to the gauntlet that he really needs.
Yeah, definitely a good point coming through there. However, 30 CS is starting to become a bit of a problem. Well, it looks like he's got a free shop here as well, so we'll be able to get there. And the problem with Ezreal lanes is exactly this. Someone's just gone for a free shop, and you really don't have the tools unless you burn your ultimate to push this lane out and put equal pressure.
Yeah, and you can do that, but then you don't really have other tools if someone comes to gank you. Or it's hard for you to win a 1v1 or a 2v2 when you don't have your ulti because your passive's so important. So S2YZ is going to have a hard time in this lane right now. Pickaxe is done and the Trinity Force gets completed for Corki.
And wow, Pickaxe actually coming through. I would very much shudder to think that is a Last Whisper. Maybe going for the IE as his second item. Maybe, and I actually, thinking about it, it's probably a good pickup because there's not really going to be that much health coming through from the members of World Elite. So Infinity Edge could really get some work done in this early mid game.
Yeah, we'll see what he does. He could have just had the goal for Uzi. Does that a lot in his AD carries. Or he'll just buy whatever he can afford at the time. But in second core now, setting up a pretty sick turret dive here on poor old Ninja.
Yeah, I think they just recognize the Raptors up and trying to get a little bit of a kill through there, but they were spotted out by a very nice placed ward over the edge.
Yeah, Spirit coming in, able to save him there. Poke will come through, and Spirit looks like he'll secure his own Raptor for himself. Insect didn't have smite, so couldn't even check for a ward. There's STYZ. This is the problem that he's going to have, especially if Braum leaves his lane.
Yeah, he just gets bullied around so much. Now Insect's coming in there to clear out wards. They need to be so careful in this lane. There's just a massive spike coming through for Corki with that Trinity Force. And electing for that raw AD over the boots just means that he's going to do so much damage.
Yeah, that rocket narrowly misses there, but that would have really chunked at STYZ. Spirit actually trying to set up the gank here, but well, being very patient and not using his Valkyrie when he doesn't have to. He's got more than enough harass without it, and it's going to force STYZ back into his turret. They'll take it eventually as well.
Yeah, and they're baiting this extremely well because Insect's in there with Zero has been pinged out. So they're just going to brute force them off this turret.
Insect going to move in, could potentially flash kick someone, but going to be patient again. Corn in the mid, takes out Ninja there. And LeBlanc, whenever she's off screen, almost always manages to kill someone.
Yeah, she certainly does just so much damage at this point in the game with the needlessly large rod as well. Able to solo out with the ignite. Has to burn the flash as well, so would have been interesting to see what went down there. But in the end, a solo kill's a solo kill.
I mean, Xerath is kind of immobile when he doesn't have his summoners. If you get caught by a LeBlanc spell, you're going to die very quickly when she pressures you. And Ninja a great job at keeping the lane even and safe, but that's sort of Ninja's thing, and he's not gotten ahead here. Second Dragon now for Royal as well. Things are starting to look up for this team.
Yeah, it certainly has fallen Royal do this a lot to teams. They accelerate quickly through the early game, and they've been able to pick up a couple of dragons in the first turret for themselves. So now they've got a very big advantage. Deathcap coming out on Korn in the mid lane. Rod of Ages is stacking up nicely, and there's even more gold to spend across the board. So look for them to start grouping around objectives and using this Trinity Force Corki to push down turrets.
You saw in the gold, the AD carry gold is very competitive in this game, which is great, but if SDYZ can't successfully navigate this power trough without falling too far behind here with the Western World Elite, then things are going to look very hard for World Elite. And the fact that they have a Rumble here has been doing reasonably well in his lane and haven't been able to contest either Dragon is a big problem.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. The bad thing is it's not Aluka's fault. He hasn't done anything wrong, just both times hasn't been able to even get down there for his team to be able to contest. So Ninja really needs to shore up that mid lane. And STYZ, whilst he's stopped a lot of the bleeding, now that he's picked up that gauntlet, needs to make sure he can make something happen.
Yeah, it's now time for Blue Ezreal to turn it up. His 2-item power spike's really strong as an AD carry, and it's so cost efficient as though you can see him finishing both those items in just under 20 minutes. The transformation hasn't quite happened yet for the Man Immunity, but it can't be too far off at this point as Aluka continuing to see us out from under his turret.
Yeah, Aluka's doing a great job of keeping up in farm. Actually, in the bottom lane, STYZ is only about halfway through to that upgrade, and 4 members coming through trying to push down this turret.
Yeah, 0-0 as well. Luke will actually use his ultimate there, but it's just trying to clear out the wave. Calder will happily tank it on this Maokai, and that's an odd trio to be pushing towers, but they take it out.
Yeah, and they had actually bought well into the top lane as well, and
just didn't need him.
Just didn't need him. I was actually looking for Korn to go aggressive there. Very good job from Ninja to cheat towards the side of his map where he knew he had numbers. STYZ will be able to take this turret in return. And now maybe, well, picked up the Sork boot. So I was going to say now because he didn't have them, would have been regretting it a little bit just because of that Iceborne Gauntlet gives a surprising amount of armor in the early game, but we'll be able to shred through a lot of that with the Gatling gun.
Yep, Spirit here as well. Actually, a really weird zone here by Royal. Korn actually going to go in onto Spirit. That's a good amount of damage on the job, and a great chain lands her zone. Insect's going to come and kicks him in the face for the kill and flashes out towards his team. UJ will miss the ulti there as well. Now well going to dive in there with the Valkyrie. Teleport did also come through for Cole, and that was a great kill by Korn.
Yeah, it certainly was. Nearly soloed him out. Insect goes in there to seal it up, and they're going to get a mid lane turret for it.
There's the Insect we know and love going straight in onto the queue. Actually locked out there is a Luca by Cola, and that could be the killer. Luca very low on health, would not get away from the ignite there, and that's basically 2 kills for Cola, Korn, although Insect did get the first one.
Yeah, and there's just nothing this team can do. They haven't sufficiently leveled up to the point where they can fight these mid-game objectives. And when you take a mid-game team fighting composition like World Elite, having you fall behind early, it is just so hard to dig yourself out of these troughs.
And that was one of the weirdest things about the drops. STYs, he gets blown up by Cola and Korn.
Yeah, and they should expect this because Starhorn Royal Club are running a 2 damage threat composition. So if they're going to win the game, they have to do it right now. So any resources they had, they're going to use to try and snowball an advantage.
And as a result, I love the pickup here from Korn, going for a very fast death cut, knowing that his job is just to deal as much damage as possible for as long as possible.
Yeah, definitely. And people, I guess, make a very good case for DFG on LeBlanc, but there is a lot of work that he needs to do that isn't single target. If he blows up one person, it's good, but he needs to be able to get the second rotation off, and Death Cap is just going to augment the second, third rotation of spells so much better.
Yeah, we've seen so many LeBlancs get aggressive with their Mimic Distortions, especially in recent memory, so that definitely augments that part of the damage. And, you know, DFG is a nice luxury item. It's good against hyper carries if you really need to single them out, but Korn right now very happy where he wants to be.
Yeah, it certainly is. And all of a sudden, this gold leader's got out to about 4,500 gold at only 22 minutes in. There's about 2 minutes on the Dragon. And World Elite, there's a lot of pressure to contest this one. We speak about the third Dragon, the movement speed, and how these pick comps with something like a Maokai that's looking to lock you up, how important they are. They rely on the third Dragon to really get you going. So World Elite, they need to make sure that they get good ward control. Teleport is down for Collar, so they need to push something now when he's not with his team.
Yeah, this would be a great time for World Elite to contest as well. They've got Deathcap done here on Ninja. STYC powering up, got to be close to the transformation now. And Azonia's just got done for a Luca. So if World Elite want to look for a fight, they've picked a very good time to do so.
Yeah, they certainly have. That Zonya's especially, I feel, is just so key. We'll be able to challenge the backline finally.
Spirit just got kicked by Insect, by the way, and looks like the Talisman spot. They're going to go in here, get aggressive. The Spirit actually going in. Insect almost gets chunked out, but Wells able to get him. That's a great equalizer to cut Royal in half there, and Insect trying to dodge ultis. Does not dodge the last bolt, but is okay there with the Janna shield. And they'll reset a little bit here. There's already one kill onto Spirit, and World Elite still fighting with all of their poke.
Yeah, so they need to be careful here because this is the kind of team fight that Xerath and STYZ's Ezreal is going to love. So you see they win the team fight, they have to back away, and now WE might even get a mid turret.
And World Elite making very good use of the item pickups here in their 2 big AP damage dealers here with Rumble and Xerath. You could see all the poke. Spirit did die, but he got so much damage onto a lot of them, set up for Ninja's ulti and the rest of his spells so well. And World Elite, if they get this turret, they're going to look like they're kind of bouncing back a little.
Yeah, and World Elite might not be able to grab it this time, but I guess the good news for them is that they still have the Jarvan Cataclysm and the Braum ultimate as well as Ez, so they didn't really use much to get that fight going.
Not at all. Here's STYZ. He has to be careful. Does get slowed there by Janna, but Arcane shift out of the way. And World Elite maybe just looking at this Dragon now, feeling like, you know what? We have some ultis coming back off cooldown. We can probably just poke you out here. And if you get low enough again, we're more than happy to take a Dragon.
Yeah, and Rumble Ultimate's such a low cooldown now at level 11. That's nearly back up. STYZ actually went for the blue buff steal there with his ultimate, not able to pull it off. So that's on cooldown for a little bit.
Many, many wards being cleared out there as well, as both teams are really trying to contest for vision around the pit. World Elite made it there first, so they'll get the Scuttle Crab if they want it, but they're staying very tightly grouped here, trying to protect the vision that they do have around the Dragon area.
Yeah, and both teams just look hesitant to start anything, really respecting what the other team is bringing to the equation. There's so many weapons on World Elite at the moment. And you feel that a lot of pressure now on Korn and Kola to be able to single out a target and blow them up.
Yeah, Spirit again looking at the Scuttle Crab with the rest of his team. Zero going to pop the Talisman. Kola going to dive in onto the back towards STYZ. And the damage just comes in, but Ezreal's fighting out. Ninja though getting low. Rumble actually killed LeBlanc. That's very important. Now Aluka getting low. Pops his on as well. Picks up STYZ. UJ going low, but there's a double for Corky. Can make it more here as well as he's still going in. And it's a bloodbath here in the Dragon Pit. 4 for 3 there in favor of World Elite.
Ninja came up massive, flashing over that wall, able to get all of his spells down, was completely unharassed throughout the whole fight. Fantastic job from World Elite to, I guess, win that one. I do not understand how Korn and Kola didn't blow up Ninja at the start of that fight. They went so deep into that Dragon Pit, and it looked like Zero might even be in some trouble.
Yeah,
now.
Spirit doesn't have Smite, by the way. So, Zero. Good Monsoon to keep him alive. Maybe Ninja not on a whole lot of mana. Pops a Tornado just to be safe. And Zero tried for the steal. Oh, the ult's coming through for Ezreal. I don't think it's quite going to catch Janna. And no, Zero did juke out of the way. And the support from Royal, as always, playing exceptionally.
Yeah, so in the end, a 3 for 4, and we'll have a look at the replay here. So they go very deep, and Korn and Kola both go into the back. It was actually onto STYZ, and Ninja able to flash the wall right here and get himself out of harm's way and just put down so much damage over that wall. That is absolutely ridiculous for a Xerath to be able to just sit at the back of a team fight. No one anywhere near him and just clean up.
Yeah, really smart use of the terrain there by World Elite. And that line combo as well when they ran into the pit to dive on the carry. The Rumble plus the Rumble Equalizer was insane to lock them up as well. So really aware, very smart play from World Elite. We've talked about it. They've looked a lot more together this weekend.
Yeah, they certainly have. And that's a very well coordinated team fight in a difficult situation. So they definitely look like they're getting it back together. And there are some big items now being finished up on both sides. Some much needed magic resist coming out of Spirit's Jarvan. He's now picked up that Shroud, and more importantly, a Bloodthirster finished up for well.
Yeah, and Corky's getting strong, so I guess the answer was that the pickaxe was just an Uzi buy. He just wanted to spend the gold on it because he needed to be strong around that time of the game. And Corky's got, I guess this is the mid-game build when it comes to Corky builds.
Yeah, it certainly is, and it's a really big sieging build as well, because you get that Bloodthirster up, you're able to get a couple of Bloodthirster shield, you're able to get a couple of autos into the turret with that shield on, so it really does help you with your siege. Corky does lack a little bit of siege throughout the mid-game, so nice pick up there. Looks like he'll go for the last Whisper next.
Yeah, and that's a totally fine build here for Well, who has, again, played exceptionally so far when we've seen him on this weekend. As World Elite still trying to get some vision out in their own jungle here. Insect putting deep wards down as well. And Royal are starting to take over the mid-game a little bit. They've got the superior vision, especially in the bottom side of the jungle. But the gold lead being on the 5,000 is not too bad. And we've seen that World Elite are capable of winning team fights.
Yeah, and I'm just taking a look around the map. The only build I'm really questioning right now is Cola's build in the top lane. We see a lot of junglers at the moment loving that Frozen Heart for the cooldown reduction, but just not very much auto-attack-based champions coming out on World Elite's lineup, so maybe a little bit questionable. And I'm taking a look at the second item, and it looks like he wants to get as much CDR into his build as soon as possible. And Spirit Visage is good for that, but I just think Locket as a top laner is so underrated as of an item. If you're a Maokai, you get a group anyway. Locket gives you 20% CDR and such good team stats, so maybe you could have gone for a Randuin's into a Locket and accomplished the exact same amount of CDR, but just had so much better team fighting presence, able to dive onto the carry, slow them down, and use that Locket of the Iron Solari to really help his team out in these team fights.
We'll see though. Kola pretty tanky still. It looks like a Spirit Wizard, like you mentioned, will be coming through. Rumble as well, also building in towards his Void stuff, so doing a lot of damage actually. Luca has a pretty big impact on these fights, and Korn and Insect getting cute in the Baron. People actually all started up well, also going in. So the 3-man sneaky Baron will be started. Insect is very low already.
Yeah, and there's no ward coverage whatsoever. They're actually getting their tank in there as well. Oh, the ultimate comes through.
Good ulti from Xerath. Ezreal will clip the last one as well, but the bolt's not quite in range to kill Insect. STYZ actually does get the first kill with Baron helping out, but the Baron does go there to Royal, but Spirit gonna dive in on the back. Korn's got nowhere to go. That stun will miss there as well. Well, and Korn will get out of the pit. Kola will be forced to flash as well. One kill for the Baron. I think Royal will take it.
Yeah, they definitely will. That is an absolute steal for Royal Club. That's 2 for 1. Friday's nearly coming through there and able to grab that this point in the game. It's only 30 minutes in. That's a huge win.
Very sneaky there. World Elite, they will counter push now in towards the mid lane. So we're able to take out that turret for themselves and finally fell the outer ring. So a big open area of the map now right in the middle. Both these teams Going to look for that third dragon especially. That movement is so helpful when the map is this open.
Yeah, it certainly is as well. STYZ also takes a blue buff away for himself. Nearly gets caught out though there. Needs to be careful of Korn. And the beautiful thing about that Baron, it was on a perfect time. Even if they had have lost a couple of more members and still got the Baron, the gold is definitely worth it at this point in the game. And they're still back up to fight for the dragon that's up in about a minute and a half.
Yeah, it's a really nice objective play there from Royal. And they've played, again, a pretty measured game here. Insec has not been nearly the crazy Lee Sin that we've used to seeing him. Korn is playing very well in and out of these team fights, weaving in. Kohler, of course, just doing his job as the big front line tank with well, outputting all of the damage. Yes, they do have a mid-game comp. They want to close the game out early, but they're just making sure they keep a lead and it keeps growing, even if it's a little slower than they might like. Insec actually going to catch Spirit. He gets kicked back in well. Going to do the damage, but UJ will dive in on top of him as well. The ulti will just miss. They're hitting onto only 0.
The collapse coming through. This is so bad for World Elite.
Yeah, Kohler going to dive in there. Korn over the top, almost burst Ninja from 100 to 0. And now the kills do come through. STYZ gets one there. UJ getting low as well. Now well fighting here out onto, I think that's someone dead in the dust here as World Elite just get 5-0'd.
Yeah, World Elite really had a brain fade there. They got completely flanked from every side. And when you have a Maokai that he went for a very personal build, as I already discussed, but he is an absolute monster at this point in the game. Korn blew everyone up there, able to pick up probably an inhibitor for this with those Baroned up minions.
Yeah, Baron minions helping so much. And, you know, Baron, more of a siege thing now, but still does give you personal combat stats as well. So Royal able to wipe the floor with World Elite in that team fight. That's going to break the base wide open. And we talked about the mid-game that Royal Club wanted. That was a perfect way to end it.
Yeah, that was... As I said, that was just, I think, World Elite really dropping the ball there. They probably didn't want to fight at that point. They're a controlled team fight. They want to fight with people in front of them so they can poke away and do a lot of consistent damage. Getting collapsed on by a LeBlanc and a really huge Maokai is not a great thing.
And I love the play from Insec as well. So smart to just kick really the only initiator into his team and just pressure him. He can't go back into your backline if he's that low. An easy dragon for Royal, although an attempt by Ninja to steal it will go just slightly wide. And now close to 10,000 gold ahead for Royal Club.
Yeah, and the other thing that Insec did was he made them choose between having to dive past him into his team by joining up with his tank, or I guess, going into the LeBlanc, and they chose to try and cheat towards the LeBlanc side, which just meant that a massive Mimic distortion came through, and there's just so much AoE damage at that point.
Yeah, and Well just has a bevy of items out on Corky. 625, 300 plus CS, about 40 or 50 CS ahead of STYZ, who's had a bit of a rough game on this Ezreal, and the Bloodthirster lost to Trinity Force, and now an extra BF sword as well. All done here for the AD carry of Royal.
Yeah, actually looks like he might be going for a QSS or a Banshee's Veil next. Some defensive stat also coming through. But Bloodthirster finished up on Kohler. Mid lane is absolutely massive as well. Korn's got that Abyssal Scepter. Across the board, Starhorn Royal Club are just probably the strongest that they're going to get all game.
Yeah, and that translates into the massive 9,000 gold lead they have as well. And all that's really left for them is a bit of pageantry and just to push down the last structures and break that nexus. But World Elite, they can maybe hold on. They've got decent wave crew, especially with the Xerath. But with objectives coming back up here and Royal just really having so much pressure, SCYZ is farming pretty aggressively far forward. Has to be very careful.
Yeah, was able to dodge out. Very confident in his Ezreal play coming through there. Just trying to push this wave out. He needs the last Whisper. Otherwise, he cannot deal with Kohler.
Yeah, he's working on it, but until that comes up, as you mentioned, Kohler's just going to be unkillable for this Ezreal, who's not the tank buster AD carry. Grump just gets destroyed there as Kohler picks up credit for that kill, and we'll take the gold away. And look at all the wards here on the top side of the map for Royal. They've swapped their wards over. STYZ, he's got to be careful. Going to get dove in there. The E almost landing would have done a massive amount of damage. And Ezreal's going to get forced back towards his own base.
Yeah, and forces him to not be able to shot before he can go to that turret, and they're just continuing their siege down here. Look at that. Kohler does not care about Xerath's damage, just sitting there tanking it in the face. With no penetration items coming through yet, Last Whisper just picked up. This is a bad time for World Elite.
Yeah, World Elite can't really defend this tier 2 turret, so Royal are going to look to push down more inhibitors and inhibitor turrets as well. They've already got the mid pushing. Super Creeps are well and truly on their way towards the Nexus turrets now as well. And World Elite have some pretty poor choices to make at this point.
Yeah, and they have to choose to send the Ezreal because no one else can really wave clear, but then no one can touch this Maokai. So they're caught between a rock and a hard place, or more importantly, probably a tree and a hard place this time around, and they're going to have to give it up.
Yeah, I mean, they can't defend this turret here. Royal will just swoop in and take it away. Baron back in a minute 40 as well if they want to take that out. But Royal more than happy just to keep this pressure up. It's a bit of a slow siege. Corki's good when on turrets when he can get there. Actually, they're going to start in. And ult there, I think, from Zero, just trying to disperse the rest of Old Elite. And they're going to reset here for a bit of poke. Good damage done there onto Well, but the Baron is done, sorry, but everyone on Royal is just so healthy.
Yeah, and they can shop whenever they want now as wow.
Yeah, Korn just moving in for some poke there. We see this a lot from the Blancs now as well, especially when they hit the level 16 for the rank 3 ulti. You can be very, very frugal, I guess, with the usage of your ultimate under tower.
Yeah, you certainly can. Poke still coming through from Xerath, but maybe not enough. That's another turret going to go down, and Cola's got the fight started.
Yeah, Spirit wants to go in. Zero's going to get dunked there, but a Cataclysm and a decent ult there from Aluka. UJ going to get low, and Korn will take him out. Ninja gets kicked back as well, and he will go down. Insect getting low. STYZ trying to fend them off, but he's just going to get eaten by all the damage, and Royal pick up 2 for 3 there. It's not what they exactly want here. Aluka, we're going to go down. He'll be the 4th kill as well, and that might just be enough here for Royal to close it out.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to end the game. They are only going to have to go through Spirit, who might even get blown up.
Yeah, nothing for him to do. Too much damage on the LeBlanc and Corki. The towers will fall here. Royal will close out their first game here. And again, just looks so comfortable in this match.
Yeah, it just looks like they're able to take it slow, really push the advantage when they had it. And it was all about those mid-game team fights, just getting it started. Very, very, I guess, liberal use of the flashes to get those mid-game team fights going, but once they had that advantage, they weren't going to give it up.
And just so much control from Royal. They were very patient around objectives. They knew the fights that they wanted to look for and to group around, and they never really overextended, which is not normally what I say about Royal Club when they play.
Yeah, they definitely played that one smart, and even the Baron that they were able to sneak through, they actually tactically outplayed the World Elite lineup that we said if they got Jarvan, they had a very good chance.
And they did. The early game again from World Elite looked really good, but that comp was so hard for them to play, and especially when they started falling behind, they just didn't have a mid-game that they could be comfortable with, because again, so hard to play Xerath, Rumble, Blue Ezreal.
Yeah, and 10-8, Korn in the mid lane. We mentioned how every single person in this comp kind of had a job, and if you remove one of those key components, it's not great. And he was just time and time again able to get that pick, get it started, get the flanks off, and really dictated the pace of the game. And when you've got a Jarvan Rumble ultimate combo, you want to dictate the pace of the game.
Yeah, we do have a replay from the last game as well, so we'll get into that and see just how Royal were able to just do so well here.
Yeah, so Insect here actually makes them choose to whether you want to go on me or my backline, and then the flank by this stage is just too strong. They actually cheat towards the LeBlanc, and look at the damage that comes out of here. Korn is just so disgustingly fed at this point in the game, able to chunk out 4 members pretty much by himself, and STYZ does a valiant effort in the back, actually takes out a kill for himself, but they just made them choose between so many poor decisions, and World Elite unfortunately weren't able to come out.
And I think World Elite, again, maybe a bit of a misdraft there. They picked very comfort champions for themselves, but a very greedy draft in terms of what it could accomplish. We saw Ninja, Aluka, and STYZ all on, and Spirit as well, actually, with the job, and all on very comfy champions, but those champions didn't really mesh well together. When you can't defend your Ezreal, it's super awkward.
Yeah, I definitely agree, and it's almost like they were like, we got exactly what we want, and then looked across the rift and went, oh, but it's not going to work. So they definitely had a greedy draft phase, didn't work out, but hey, next time it might.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, guys. Going to be into Game 2 right after this quick break. And welcome back, everyone, to the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. Our last game here for this evening is about to be underway as World Elite take on a Royal Club. And Royal, what a way to win and set themselves up for another potential 2-0.
Yeah, they strategically outplayed that game pretty hard in the end and came up pretty big. And you have to say, when you play a two-threat team comp and you're able to snowball the mid-game, that must give them a lot of confidence to play that again.
And I think maybe the thing for me is that I didn't really feel anything special happen from Royal. They just played very solid.
Yeah, and we talked about that. They got a couple of good flanks and were able to push an advantage, but apart from that, they didn't really show anything else.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to see Con back on some Assassins, as we might see them again. Champs Like has begun here. Royal on the left here. They'll be the blue side for this game. World Elite over on the right. They'll be our red squad. Lissandra band there for Royal. Nah band there for World Elite again. And we'll reset for the game 2 draft.
Yeah, and we mentioned that Spirit, he's looking to grab that J4, of course. He had a fairly decent game, maybe got out-rotated a couple of times by Insect. That kick into the team fight in the mid lane really did cost them the game probably in the end, but STYZ was probably the bright spot for me. In a very bad lane matchup, was able to go fairly even, got himself into a good position, but when your team crumbles around you the way that it happened, it's very hard to carry as a blue Ezreal.
Yeah, we've got Rumble Band there as well, and I actually think that might be beneficial for World Elite. No offense to Aluka, he's a great player, but when Ninja and Aluka get on their comfort champions, it feels like World Elite have to draft around them, and it's just, when you have players that just kind of play safe, you can't really set up your big carries here, which honestly is Spirit and STYZ.
Yeah, exactly right. And you mentioned that if Spirit has to play that tanky initiator, it takes a lot away from his playmaking ability. And when we see mages in the top lane for World Elite, that's exactly what happens. Spirit feels like he has to be the one that starts everything off, and Aluka just wasn't able to get as much work done.
I mean, Aluka, just play Maokai. Maokai's been great today in the LPL, and we saw Cola there in the last game play it as well, looking fantastic. So we'll see what happens here. World Elite definitely need to maybe tighten up some of their drafting. I feel like that's the biggest issue for this team right now. But Fizz has been banned by them for their second ban, and we're waiting on Royal Sturb, and they're actually taking their time this time around.
Yeah, they certainly are looking at what they want to take away. I definitely agree. Like, play the Maokai. At the end of the day, I just want World Elite to play a pick comp. Like, they feel so much better when they are playing from ahead. So set up your early game for a very strong power spike. Be able to take one person off the map, exactly how Starhorn Royal Club did last game, and then just take the game from there. If you build small advantages, you don't need to have a massive wombo combo.
Yeah, absolutely, Kira. The last ban was Jarvan for Royal with Rek'Sai there for World. Pretty standard jungle bans there on this patch. And Royal are going to lock in the Kassadin here, one of the strongest champions on this patch, especially in the LPL.
Yeah, and Spirit needs to be careful here, because if they lock in the Lee Sin, it guarantees that Insect will get Rengar. And Rengar Kassadin is an absolutely terrifying pick comp.
Yeah, great mobility there as well. Just able to pick people off from long range and just be the super mobile carries that they can be, especially Kassadin, who again has seen so much success here in the LPL. I like that we already have the Thresh here as well. That is more of the pick style strategy here, and very curious to see what it is. And it is actually the Lee Sin for Spirit.
Yeah, it's the Lee Sin coming through, so I wouldn't be surprised if we do actually see Rengar, but wow. Insect has swapped over to Ghost, meaning that Olaf pick might actually be legit.
Yeah, we'll have to see. It looks like Zero might get his genre as well, which would be a big takeaway, but I do prefer a champion like Thresh, I think, on a player like UJ, just to be able to make a bit more plays and be proactive for his team. Insect, yeah, could play Olaf. He's definitely played a lot of different junglers in his time, and be curious to see what he wants to pick up here.
Yeah, certainly would be interesting if he did pick Olaf. We've seen him come a little bit more into competitive play, but looks like he's moved away from that one. I do like the fact that World Elite, with those 2 first picks, are guaranteeing a pick comp. When you play a Lee Sin, if you get a hook in there, you are able to kick people in, and wow, Kalista locked in for well.
Yeah, well played fantastically on Kalista yesterday, looking very comfortable in that champion. It is the Rengar there for Insect as well.
Yeah, so I really like the composition that comes out of Starhorn Royal Club here, able to throw a support in there, get all the lockdown CC out of Insect's Rengar and blow up one single target. And from there, the persistent damage that comes out of Kalista means that she suits both sides of the composition well, with the team fight phase and also with the picks.
Yeah, so we'll see what World Elite want to take for their last 2 picks here as well. They've got a pretty interesting core setup so far. You already mentioned the pick comps ready to go here with the Lee Sin and Thresh to start things off. We mentioned Maokai for Aluka, be a fine pick up here, and this will be a very set plan for World Elite, which is what I want to see in their drafting here, and it is going to be Maokai Tristana.
Yeah, so it looks like once again they've got that CC to lock one person down, very mobile carry that can go in and really fend for himself. So I don't mind the lineup through World Elite yet. They do need to tie it together with a good mid laner, looking for something like a LeBlanc to come out to really get that going, although does struggle against the Kassadin mid.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that Ninja just really doesn't play anything other than Xerath. We've seen him, I think, play a bit of Azir as well, but for someone with a name like Ninja, doesn't play Assassins all that often, and Royal are already done. They've got Ezreal and Lulu as their last 2 picks, so very interesting team comp now.
Yeah, so potentially a Lulu support coming through. It will actually be a Lulu support unless they take like Kassadin in there or something. So looking to throw a Lulu into a team and then bounce people up again, that could be a pretty devastating combo coming through. Will be a mid lane Ezreal, and we've seen missed success out of mid lane Ezreal. Does go the tier into Trinity Force build most of the time that we spoke about last game, but there will be a lot of pressure, especially if against a poke heavy mid laner like Xerath again, because Ezreal can't push out a wave, struggles without his ultimate to really clear out those creeps, and does take a while to get going.
And this I would love to see from Ninja, and he does do it. Cassiopeia is the pick that he wants to go over here, and this is much more proactive for Ninja, much more carry potential.
Yeah, it certainly is a lot more carry potential and has the ability to go toe-to-toe and persistent damage with an AD carry mid. So I definitely do like the pickup. Needs to be careful for the first couple of levels, but once he starts ranking up that E, he's going to be terrifying.
Yeah, and Spirit here on Lee Sin, a very strong early pressure-based jungler. He can help support these lanes. Cassiopeia is at her weakest when she's getting ganked by the jungle without her flash in the early levels. On Spirit, if he can keep the level of control that he's known for, especially on a champion like Lee Sin, this is a winning recipe for World Elite.
Yeah, it certainly is. Does need to be careful of Rengar in the mid lane, especially around warding in the brushes. Rengar can really set up some pretty cool ganks in that area. But I agree, they've got the recipes to have a good, solid early game and transition that into the mid game with finally a nice, big, tanky top laner.
Yeah, and STYZ as well. He's playing Tristana, going to have that power trough that he kind of had on Blue Ezreal, but he already did that. And as you said, navigated that lane very well.
Yeah, he certainly did. And I think that they will go for a lane swap here just because of how much better Aluka will be able to deal with it over Cola in the top lane. So I think that plays once again into World Elite's favor. And whilst the team fight and the pick potential that comes out of Royal Club is very good, I think that they've just got a much better, well-rounded team comp.
Is that true also against Kalista, who does struggle a little bit, also scales quite well?
Yeah, I think that they still look for the lane swap in this situation just because of the fact that if you've got a Kassadin, you're not as good as in 2v1.
All right, with that, let's get into our final game. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is our last game for the evening here. Day 2, week 4 of the LPL. Royal Club are up a game here against World Elite. And World Elite, who have struggled to get some points here, are looking at potentially another split.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to get another one on the board here, Pastry Time. And they do have a good team fighting and an early game team to be able to do it. But if Starhorn and Royal Club have anything to say about it, they're probably going for a 2-0.
Yeah, I like that World Elite are putting the eggs in the correct baskets here. Spirit has to come up really big in this game, and so does STYZ on the Triss, but those are the right people to give the champions to, and Ninja as well could also backdoor some big victories with his Cassiopeia.
Yeah, he certainly will be looking to get go early, bully out the AD mid laner, and they're going extremely deep pretty early.
This is what I want to see from World Elite, getting aggressive early on, setting up the level 1, looking for the lane swaps with the late wards here. Great ward from Calder as well, up towards the top side of the map, but World Elite, they're being proactive. That's what's important.
Yeah, it certainly is really important, and I think it will be key in the matchup to see who gets their early game plan. Can they scout out that early 2v1 and be able to get STYZ some free farm and scaling on Tristana, or will Starhorn Royal Club be successful and really be able to bully these lanes?
Yeah, and it really is a battle of the junglers between these two teams. The Korean superstars in Spirit and Insec are pretty much going to go head-to-head indirectly in this particular game.
Yeah, they certainly are, and it will be interesting to see who gets the advantage because Lee Sin in a 1v1 really takes it to Rengar early. However, Rengar, the master of pick comps, lights up mid-game, and if he can get to that level 6 unharassed, can really force things to go in his favor.
And we've talked about Rengar in the LPL, has seen very little success except in the hands of Loveling and Insect, the 2 seasoned Rengar players of the league. So if anyone can make this champion work, it is an Insect favorite.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we've seen him play it very often. Actually, 2v2 lanes here, and I think this is dangerous because Lulu already does a lot of auto attack harass in the early game. You throw a Kalista W passive in on there, and that is a lot for a UJ and STYZ to deal with.
Yeah, great double glitter lance there. STYZ already under pressure with some of that damage coming through as well. That W passive really helping out with the early game harass. And we saw well play Kalista yesterday. She started to pick up speed in the LPL, but I do love this steal from Spirit.
Yeah, that is so smart, going straight away to the enemy buff. He knows that from what happened last game, Insect likes to clear one side of his jungle, get a gank off, or go back to shop and then go to the next. So taking away a buff means that he will get 3 buffed here.
Yeah, Aluka even rotating down as well just to check things out. And I'm curious to see what buff Spirit took in the early game. Did he just take a camp and go level 2?
Yeah, he certainly did just take a camp, go straight to the level 2, so able to pick that one up. Really well played.
Really nice stuff there from Spirit. And again, that's what I want from him, to get in there, get aggressive, and put the pressure on early. But bottom lane is struggling right now in the 2v2 for World Elite.
Yeah, and I mentioned this will happen because they're just so much stronger laning. Lulu's always been a great laner, just suffers from a couple of mana gating issues at the moment. Has actually picked up a mana pot to negate some of that. And Kalista early game, the W passive is... it's ridiculous.
Yeah, because this is level 2, or first 2 levels, I guess. Feels very strong. Definitely gets more into the farm mode later on in the stages of the game. Spirit actually checking for Korn here in the mid lane as well. Ninja playing very safe on the Cass. Pretty smart as well. You don't need to overextend as Cassiopeia if you can. You want to bully the lane, but he's more than happy to last it under turret with Twin Fang.
Yeah, and maybe waiting for that gank was a little bit of an error because it has allowed Insect to move in on the blue buff in return, so he's going to be able to pick that one up. So after a fantastic early jungle pathing, a little bit of mistake coming out of Spirit.
Yeah, so Insect getting a bit of an early strategic outplay there after a great early bit of aggression in the jungle for Spirit. And UJ is very low in this bottom lane. Zero with a great little land snipes him off. STYZ going to get pushed back here as well. The World Elite 2v2 is not going how they planned.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. And Spirit and Insect actually nearly ran into each other there. Surprised Insect didn't stick around and try and wait for Lee Sin after he'd used that Q, but in the end just backs away, and we're going to have some farming, but the bottom lane is definitely a danger zone right now for World Elite.
Yeah, it's actually 2v1 right now for STYZ, who actually could potentially get dived. I think Spirit's almost coming down just to check for Rengar, which is very smart play. But again, the harass continues here. We've seen this from the best Kalista play as well as Insect going to roll in there. Hits the bowler actually. Korn going to follow up with a good amount of damage. A good flash for Ninja to not get bowled again. But that's the flash going for Cassiopeia. That's the danger zone.
Yeah, this is very bad news because now the lane is also reversing and he's going to have to get out of there completely. In the top lane, however, Cola going extremely low.
Yeah, Aluka now turning it up on the Maokai here as well. And we've seen this time and time again from early game Maokai. He is so strong in the start of the game.
Yeah, he definitely is. What you do is you wait for your passive to come up, then you W onto the Kassadin and just punch him repetitively. And it does so much damage. Kassadin, of course, very well equipped to deal with magic damage coming out, but not so much those massive auto attacks from the tree.
Yeah, Maokai has one of the highest base 80s in the game as well, so it's such a smart way to play the early stage of your lane.
Yeah, it certainly is. Looks like Cola will be fine farming up under the turret. Might actually have to use a teleport to get back just because Aluka's got that head start, but overall, not bad. He's going to still scale up nicely into this mid game.
Yeah, Luka walking back to his tower now, so got himself a second Dorrance and a Ruby Crystal. Spirit going to come in, gets a good slow there onto Korn, but can't quite follow up there. That was a very aware play to Arcane Shift early.
Yeah, it certainly was. Just saw that the Cassiopeia was sitting in the middle of a minion wave, and once again, these are little tells that you find out as you go through that you just know that you're probably going to be ganked at that stage.
Yeah, STYs, he actually farmed up nicely. Didn't have to go back with Spirit coming down to babysit him through with UJ back in CS after that starts. Almost a miracle.
Yeah, really well played by STYZ. He's actually come up pretty big in this series so far. As I said, he was probably the shining light for his team last game, and the recurve bow's been picked up in the bottom lane by Well. I don't necessarily like the recurve bow first item. I think you do need a little bit of AD. Otherwise, yeah, your Ren does stack up, but you don't really do much else. And when you're dealing with a tank Maokai that's going to be diving onto you, I actually
like is all here for Well. What do you think about that in general Kalista builds?
Yeah, I like the Hurricane on her because it does a lot of team fighting. I just think that you can get there different ways, and I think that the getting there with the Blade of the Ruined King into the Hurricanes, into the BT, actually gives you a lot of tools to survive the initial burst, and then you can hop around team fights. And she chooses turrets very, very easily to auto-attack. Very rarely as a Kalista are you committed to just auto-attacking a tank.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens here as well. We're all going to back off here. Maybe get some wards down towards the bottom half of the map here. Good sentinel there from Well Zero, looking to ward up the dragon. So Royal might look at that in the next few minutes here. Korn on the way to that Manamune, going aggressive now. It's his time with almost level 6 done on Rengar.
Yeah, it's Ruby Boots and the Chilling Smite puts him in a fantastic position. He'll look towards the mid lane most likely because he's already done half the work there, blowing that. The lane's farming up nice thing in Starhorn Royal Club's favor.
I mean, World Elite will take most of these even lanes, but they have to be very careful around the first dragon that's looking to come out in about 2 to 5 minutes potentially, depending on how aggressive either of these teams want to be around the objective. We check the mid as well. Ninja slightly behind, almost 10 CS. And we'll see what happens then as well. So we do a quick check at the goal, but nothing too major, it seems like.
Yeah, nothing really happening in this early game. And you're right, I think that World Elite will be happy with this. But when they get to that mid game, they need to make sure that they are able to get some work done.
And UJ actually getting aggressive onto Well there. STYZ going very far forward to heal. Gets popped there as well, but Well will flash over. Can he get more Ren stacks in there as well? That's a good play back in this ult, I believe, from STYZ. He gets in the kill now. Zero does flash out from under the rocket jump slow, so nice play there, but Trist definitely won that exchange.
Yeah, it certainly did. Both teleports coming through. First blood over onto a Tristana, and we just saw exactly what happens when you go this Hurricane build. Sure, you can auto attack up and farm very, very nicely, but just no raw damage to be able to go toe-to-toe, even with a Tristana.
Yeah, just a bit unsafe there. And STYC's gone pretty aggressive with his early item purchase as well. Pretty much came back to lane with his BF sword and said, I'm going to fight you now.
Yeah, and exactly, and that's the right call coming through there because Hurricane, no raw stats. We spoke about if you are going to go the Hurricane build, you generally do go, there's a gank coming in bottom.
Yeah, it looks like the ult's going to try and start that off as well, but a good lantern for UJ will keep him safe. Insect did pop his ulti, so he's not going to be able to pick that up. He's actually wrapping around, maybe looking for a dive. Does find the blue buff, actually, that Cassiopeia is doing there with Lee Sin. So Insect can steal. Spirit actually just smites him. The Sentinel will hit with the Wild Growth, already got popped by Zero. And now UJ getting low, has to dodge all of these Qs from Korn. And the blue buff's going to reset for Waterley as well. No one dead, but good pressure by Royal Club.
Yeah, force them away from the blue buff. They're going to look to continue to pressure this so UJ can't go back. And
I believe with the Rend. And they'll take it here as long as they're denying that.
Great ability here from Royal Club. I actually didn't think about the synergy between the mid laner and Kalista here. Giving that extra attack speed for neutral minions is going to be huge. They pick up the first dragon of the game.
And a very strong dragon by Royal. They were looking to, again, get ahead in this mid-game, open up the map by taking out turrets, and then using the Rengar Cassidy to really pick people off. So Waterley will be happy where the farm's going, but not happy to lose the first dragon.
Yeah, definitely not. And we mentioned that they've got that big tanky top laner. They want to be able to fight before Cassidy really scales up and gives STYZ these problems. And STYZ got off to an absolute flyer. So a little bit, I guess, of a back foot. And it's so strange because Tears on both mid laners, so they're kind of going through the same slump at the same time. Catalyst on both top laners, they're kind of in the same slump. STYZ is, at this point, probably one of the stronger members on the map.
Yeah, but Well has just finished up the Hurricane now as well. It was definitely a greedy choice to rush it here, but he's going to get paid off pretty nicely now that he runs down. He doesn't really have to fight STYZ 1v1 if he doesn't want to, and these mini waves are going to melt now.
Yeah, he definitely has good pushing potential, and that will allow him to rotate around the map, I guess, a little bit more. But STYZ, as soon as he hits that Infinity Edge, is going to have an advantage in the lane, and I think that maybe he doesn't have to fight STYZ, but STYZ will try and force.
Yeah, and we goes with his build, and where ahead on TS on this Malco, trying to keep the Cassidy down.
Yep, jungle at the moment. Actually, mid lane just warding out there, so looking to see if they can dive Kola. Difficult task, it's a Cassidy.
Yeah, Insect here as well, so Rengar looking for the counter gank now as well. Kola is low, but Spirit going to be patient. Rengar backs off. Cassidy does the same, and that might just give the lane over here. Waterley, if they knew, could start to fast push, but Spirit's waiting. He wants this gank.
Yeah, he certainly does, and Insect has actually moved in here. Needs to be careful he doesn't get dove.
No, he might be the one that gets ganked, actually. It's a much easier target, and Insect's like, yeah, okay, don't really want this at all. Runs away. Luca proxies the wave now as well, and that could give Waterley them the first turret of the game.
Yeah, it certainly could, and we mentioned how they lost the dragon, but if they pick up the first turret, that is a big gold lead, probably about 2,000 in their favor at this point in the game, so they're in a nice position to start taking.
Malco seems to be the story of the top. And they go in instantly. A great wild growth, though. But Well is so low. And there's the Hurricane. You just can't fight here. Oh, what the earth happened there? Zero disappeared into Kalista Ultimate after he'd already died. STYZ is going to get aggressive, but Will Lantern away. And Zero just can't really do anything else.
Yeah, and 2 kills for STYZ on this Tristana. And once again, I don't think that Kalista has a choice whether she fights or not. The rocket jump can come in for the slow. Buster shot can reposition and continue to force in this bottom lane.
I mean, if you ever get hooked as a Kalista, it probably feels like the worst thing ever with all the hops that you have. But UJ funky Kalista build. Oh, Korn does get tagged, but Spirit doesn't really want to go in onto the Azul. Very slippery team, actually.
Slowly behind. Korn may be the only member still grasping onto any form of a lead, and Insect hasn't really been able to make much happen with this Rengar pick so far.
Yeah, Spirit getting in with a Luca, trying to steal away the blue as well. Ninja will actually come in to try and take it. Korn, though, going to poke them off it with his Qs there as well from the Ezreal. Insect's also already ulted, I believe, and running up the top as well. Now Cola going to dive in. That's a good true shot. Roger Luca going to get jumped, but a great ulti there by Ninja. Insect going to get eaten alive there, and a Luca flashes out there. It's not enough to keep him alive, but Cola's going to go down. A good fight out. Ninja should be safe, but Ninja
One kill, a very close thing, but a clutch Cassiopeia ult. We saw it in full effect there, but
Done now, is going to see a replay.
yeah, so they go in, but it's onto a Luca, and you just see how long he stays alive because of that passive, able to continue to dance around. And meanwhile, in the background, Ninja just doing so much damage. Spirit lives on a slither of health, and once Ninja gets out of there as well, that was a lot blown on a very, very tanky top laner.
Yeah, and as we return to the bottom lane as well, Well has really nothing else apart from his Hurricane, just a measly Doran's Blade on top of it. And STYZ massive right now on this Triss, beating Kalista now in CS here. Static Shiv and the BF sword already done. If STYZ is going to hard carry this game, he's been set up very well to do so.
Yeah, he certainly has. He is in a position to do work. Could have hoped for. They really need to get Insec in there with a very priority target right now to engage upon, and really try and blow them up with that Ezreal ultimate coming through. Looks like it might be a blue Ezreal build. Can't tell, of course, just because it's only been the Sheen picked up. But I would be surprised, just because there's not very many auto attackers coming out apart from that.
STYZ going to try and give it well. Will respond by killing the Trinket Ward there as well. But that tower's going to go down. Wardlet will claim its gold. And they set up very nice here. Actually, a little lead of 3,000 gold.
Yeah, and might actually be able to equalize the Dragons in 15 seconds. So they're in a good position this time round. Once again, a lot of pressure on Starhorn Royal Club to win this 2-0.
Pretty curious about Ninja's item choice here, as I was actually going for a very quick Archangels.
Yeah, it does give the tankiness that you do need as a frontliner. It also doesn't have as much downtime as the roller into the Archangel, so I don't mind the early pickup.
It's just, I mean, right now as it's charging up, it's not the most effective purchase, but he's going to charge it very quickly now, and the first Dragon does go to work. They're navigating their power troughs well, and Aluka has made a very aggressive decision here with his item, but he's got a Righteous Glory.
Yeah, he definitely has, and once again, this is a mid-game spike they're looking for. He has been engaged on.
Yeah, Luca has been found out by Cola and Insec. Insec jumps on top of him, and Luca does not have his flash, so can't really do anything but stand and fight. No one there to maybe help him. Righteous Glory pops, Ninja actually here as well, and Aluka just
Actually healing Aluka nearly with those auto attacks from the passive, so able to survive and kite that one out. And once again, I just don't understand why they're continuing to visit this Maokai in the top lane. He is the hardest member to kill.
I mean, maybe they're just afraid of Ninja. When you go to gank a Cassiopeia lane and get ulted, things go bad very quickly. And Ninja's been given a lot of space here and a lot of respect by Roll. Maybe not enough respect, actually, because he's just free farming now. 150 CS, 17.5 minutes in. Cassiopeia only gets stronger from this point.
Yeah, it certainly does. And the build he's gone will mean that he scales up nicely into the mid-game. Maybe look for a Rylai's Crystal Scepter to even room to move around this map.
Yeah, quick Rylai's is just so good on Cassio. It's so good with their kit, but it solves a lot of her problems. Rylai's just does everything you need it to do, and being very cost efficient at doing so.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of the best items that comes through, as we actually see maybe going for a burst damage from an ult and a couple of E's, as opposed to that consistent Cassiopeia we sometimes see.
I think Ninja might just be doing the arm guard and then getting Rylas. I love this build if that's what he's doing on Cassiopeia. It's super cost efficient. You get your Archangels pretty quickly, and you're able to get very tanky. That armor matters a lot when you're getting aggressive on the front line as Cassio.
Yeah, it certainly does. And the other thing we have to mention is when that, I guess, changes over into the Archangels, the Seraph's Embrace, armor scales multiplicably with health, and those shields definitely do count towards your effective health.
Lead now, so the lead is growing. They're eked up their items here to get quite a, and he's already accelerated his build. So curious to see what Woodlet want to do, but what they're looking to do at least right now is get those outer turrets down and start being much more proactive.
Yeah, they certainly are. I think that they will wait for STYZ to pick up his Infinity Edge before they start a fight. I think he actually has it now, so he's going to back off, grab that one, and from here, they're in the driver's seat for this game. Starhorn Royal Club are the ones that need to force. From now on, World Elite can just coast through to a victory because they've got a very good late-game team comp.
Yeah, Kohler did pick up some items. Casting will scale up here also. Need to see Large Rod done along with the Rod of Ages, which has been done for a couple of minutes, I think. So probably there'll still be the second item there for well. So fairly standard stuff to accompany the Hurricane build. And Korn is in a bit of a power slump right now, but he'll power up pretty soon and go for either his Sheen or his Iceborne Gauntlet. Sorry, yeah. Trinity Force or Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yeah, he's sitting on about 1,700 gold, so we'll be looking to pick up the next component relatively soon. Both of the mid laners actually very close on their tiers as well coming through. We just check in. Ninja has actually got about 609.
Terms of charging them up, it takes significantly less time when you do get the secondary version of the item, and there's going to be big spikes for both Korn and Ninja, so we'll see if that affects maybe the next big fight here, which could be around a Dragon or just around a turret. World Elite, their one goal right now has to be that mid lane turret that's still standing for Royal.
Yeah, and a very admirable job for Royal to be able to defend this one, because we mentioned they don't necessarily have the best wave clear coming out, apart from that Ezreal that we're seeing repetitively fired down the mid lane.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep this turret up for as long as possible. Dragon's back in a minute 50 or just under, and it is going to be the Trinity Force here for Conso Royal. They've got to hold on for a couple more minutes of farming, but they're going to power up very quickly at about 23 minutes.
Yeah, they certainly are, and also the Boots of the Lucidity to join that as well, getting some cooldown reduction, very much respecting a Luca, I feel, with that pickup as they're going for an engage.
Yeah, they are going to go in there. Ninja actually does nail the ulti there onto Insac, and now STYC going to move in there. Aluka spotted in already, pops the righteous glory, goes in onto well, and he just gets eaten by STYC's damage. Now Korn going to get hopped on as well. He's going to go down as well. Going to get the resets. There's the double. STYC going back in again, wants a triple here, and Waterley just wiped the floor with Royal Club.
Yeah, forcing onto Ninja, gets a good ultimate around on Insect. Nothing else happens there, and the teleport in from Aluka was absolutely from start to finish for Starhorn Royal Club. They've gone for something a little bit, I guess, more difficult to pull off and just been countered at every situation.
I mean, they scaled a little too heavily in this comp. They didn't have the mid-game strength that Royal did in the last game, and STYC was set up so well. World Lead have played very well around their carries this particular game, and Spirit nailed that flash kick as well.
Yeah, it certainly did. Was able to get in there, and this might actually mean that they pick up a Dragon off the back of it, because they're going to get a recall in good time. 30 seconds, they will be able to make it back in time to contest this one.
Yeah, big 2-item power spike done. Oh my god, a BF sword extra for STYZ. Forget about the power trophy if it's just done. STYZ is just all go all the time.
Yeah, he is absolutely massive. Nearly 50 CS in the lead and 4-0-0 compared to a 0-3-0. Yeah, once again, he's the biggest person on the map at the moment.
And STYZ hasn't really put on the carry pants like we saw in the preseason from him, but this game is certainly set up their carry so effectively. Righteous Glory Maokai, by the way, doesn't have to work with the mid-game choice.
Yeah. As a standalone item, means that Maokai can't really split push and hold waves back. But when you're with a Cassiopeia, able to get her into the middle of the fight is so important.
Yeah, he's going to be the Rylads for Ninja, it seems like, with a blasting one spare as well. Did finish the arm guard. Seraph's now up as well, so big spike there for Cass second. Cola seems to be pressuring off screen and towards the top. Will take out the tower there in that particular lane, but World Leader kind of interested in the tier 2 turrets now.
Yeah, and with STYZ powering up nicely the way he is, not going to be much they can do to defend this one. It's going to maybe fall on the next minion wave, and they don't really want to dive onto Ninja. His ult's back up.
No, it doesn't need much more than this. No teleports up anywhere for either top laner as well. So Colas are going to stick in, went back, and now moving in towards the rest of his team. Aluka just casually going to push the waves back in the top side for himself as well.
Definitely are, and this is danger to Cassiopeia takes Baron quicker than anyone in the game. So if they try and stall too much, World Elite just turn around, take Baron, and siege up.
Yeah, I mean, we just look at the 2-item power spikes here. Really, Triss the only one with enough gold to actually have multiple items. Just that World Elite might spend a little bit more gold now as well. As we can see, just a decent amount of gold on some of the members. Most of the 80 carries for both teams have that going, but Royal are finishing their next major item, and World Elite are well and truly on the way to 2 or maybe even 3 items as well.
Yeah, and if we flick across to the gold, there's about a 6,000 gold lead for World Elite at this point, and 3,000 of that is on the AD carry.
And that's the best place the gold can be. STYZ wanted to have a smooth game here and carry hard, and he's set up to do so on this Triss. So we'll see what the next objective here for World Elite is like. I like the aggressive vision clearing around the Baron by Royal. They know how easy that Baron could be for World Elite if they're able to free hit on it. Insect does not get caught. Oh my god, that sweeper was close.
Yeah, that
doesn't
was
reveal champion, sadly.
That was a very... maybe not tanky enough at this point to take it without taking enough damage, but give it another 5 minutes and they certainly will be.
Yeah, Lucas still finishing his Randu and Zero as well, but he's pretty close to having that done. He's going to be real tanky, real fast here in this particular game. Items still coming through for everyone. Trinity Force done for Korn now, so 2 items there for Ezreal, but I don't know if it's soon enough here for World Elite, and they're already onto the Baron. Yeah. Takes way too much damage. Insect gets the bad news. Spirit's going to dive in over the top of him and try and take him out. But Insect actually going to fight his STYC going aggressive. They want the jungle. He flashes over the Krugs. And now Wordley a little bit scattered, going to regroup it. No one here from Royal to even contest it. STYC chases Anger up towards the top lane and just gets the kill that he wanted.
Yeah, and this is nearly game over. Wow.
Good poke there from Ninja. Good zonies from Cole. But Aluka is in the front lane just zoning out both carries. A great wild growth comes in there as well to try and protect well. but no kills yet are going to land in here. Ninja getting low, Cola diving back in, and Korn finally snaps him with the ulti, but well, trying to dive back. That's so many Ren stacks onto Aluka, but well, can't quite finish it. Just dead, and a couple kills there for Royal. That's not too bad.
Yeah, in a hole though, and the fact that they were able to do that well and that they're in a very bad way. Korn will be able to pick up his blue. They cannot go anywhere near this World Elite lineup.
No, and Ninja has tricked me, by the way. He's actually going for a quick Rabadons, it seems like. Potentially could go for a Zonas as well. Definitely mixing things up in the build. I can see your face there. You're not too impressed, apparently.
Yeah, he's just trying to get as much raw AP as he can at this point, I think. But what he needs to realize is that there is a lot of damage that still comes out of the Ezreal on someone that doesn't have that much armor. So he needs to be careful that he doesn't blow up and cost his team a team.
As he can right now. If World Elite have had issues, it's been, maybe drafting, playing together. Both of those things look a lot better here. But I think closing out games is World Elite's other thing they've not been that good at.
Yeah, I think that if yesterday taught us anything, it was definitely that they're getting much better this time. Baron buff is definitely going to help in the range on Tristana. And
Inside can dive in as well, gets hooked at the Lulu ultimate, and a good kick back to under Zero. Spirit just wants a free kill for his team. Cola coming in with his Zon. Is Lulu still alive? Actually got Kalista also back, and Ninja going to go down there to Cola way now, trying to do the damage, but STYZ is massive on this Trist.
yeah, STYZ is the saving grace here. 7-0-1. Able to put his team on his back, will be able to pick up a turret, and everything went right there for Starhorn Royal Club, but they're just not tanky enough.
Yeah, and Tristana just far too massive. Had the bloodthirst to finish for that fight. 7-0-1 is World Elite's carry player. 256 CS in 20 minutes. Tristana's shoulder's going to be pretty sore after this game, but World Elite looking to close it out.
Yeah, definitely going to wake up sore tomorrow morning is STYZ, but he looks like he has nearly done the miracle of being able to carry his team through this one. Still, if these last whispers can come through, it's the more of the ability to get that more 5-man knockups that we saw twice in that team fight, the Wild Growth and then the Kalista ultimate coming through. These games can really spin on a dime. We've seen it happen, and they're getting towards that point where they'll start once again being able to do damage.
And STYZ would hate to lose a game where he was this far ahead. Looks like Ninja, by the way, did go for a Zonies as his next item. So still has a blasting one for either Void Stuff or Rylai's, depending on where he wants to go. And a very safe build here from Ninja, which I guess is what I should have expected. Third Dragon as well does go to World Elite. So looking strong here about 29 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and Zhonya's is a much better pickup because we did see that he took a lot of upfront burst damage in that fight. I think that you can never underestimate how much damage Ezreal's ult does if it doesn't hit minions. It just does so much, and he was definitely frontlining that fight. Did maybe overcommit for it because STYZ was getting a lot of free auto attacks off, but in the end it will be a good build and keep him alive for a lot longer.
I mean, the other thing as well with Cassio, she's such a short range mage that you need some sort of defensive stat, whether it's the health, really say, no, I don't want to get targeted for a few seconds. You need something as Cassiopeia because when you do damage, you got to get really far into the enemy team.
Yeah, and the other thing about Zhonya's against the double AD comp is because of how consistent the damage is, you can really time it to bait people into attacking you, especially because there's no crit on this lineup yet. There's only maybe the Trinity Force, and that doesn't give that much.
From what I want to see from them, they've done a lot here to impress everyone here. They've played a very solid game. Their early games across the board have looked really strong. But again, if it's one thing that looks a little shaky, it is the late game. And World Elite, if they're going to do anything in this game, just close it out cleanly. Your Trist is so...
With the Rengar in there, they just need to, as exactly what you said, rotate around the map, get waves pushing in their favor, and try and close this one out.
Yeah, we do pop back into the game. World Elite looking to close this one out here. Do have 3 dragons. Just got it before the pause. And that's going to give actually really strong stats to Cassiopeia and Tristana especially.
Yeah, it definitely is. And they've done exactly as we've asked. They're grouped in the bottom lane, looking to take down another turret. Maokai will go push out the top lane, but has the teleport available so can join whenever he would like.
Yeah, and again, another Frozen Heart here spawn. Seems to be very popular among the top laners today.
Yeah, it certainly is. I don't mind it so much against a Kalista who does rely on that attack speed to get things going, but Maokai, I just think that they undervalue Randuin Omen a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, Randuin's coming through presumably for a Luca as well as his next item, although no, that's not how that works. Not anymore. It could be a Sunfire then? That would be not very exciting.
No, it wouldn't be very exciting. Maybe a Thornmail coming through for Aluka, just trying to deal with the double auto attack damage carries coming through. And he's really pushed that lane up a lot quicker than I would expect. Those levels really coming up big for Aluka at this point. And maybe even looking for a pick on Cola.
It's funny that you mentioned the Thornmail as well, because we've seen this build today. Gonna dive in, gets a big STYZ going straight in and out with the reset.
Yeah, I'm sure Zero would have loved to have Polymorph there because that could have really thrown a chink in the mail there. Aluka tanky enough to go that deep, forcing into the base. That will mean the first turret, and I don't think they can fight here.
It solves all of the armor that Aluka. Plenty of damage here to follow, and Tristana's level 15, so good range there with the draw bead passive, and 15 inhibitors going down. Waterloo just cannot defend.
Yeah, they could do anything at this point in the game, still probably win, as Kohler going a little bit aggressive, but they're just that much stronger at this point. 10,000. Unless something goes seriously wrong, and it nearly did go seriously wrong then, and it still looked completely fine. Starhorn Royal Club just too far behind.
And SDYZ has ascended the Trist, so I mean, it's what, level 18, and maybe if you want to get greedy, another item away to get really strong. But SDYZ, he had a fantastic early game. His team led him so, and he played it fantastically in the 2v2 where he needed to, despite getting down early, and he's been rewarded here. He is so strong on this Tristana.
Yeah, and I guess he's a beneficiary of a lot of good plays from UJ early. He was able to land. That's why SDYZ had a fantastic solo game last time round, and this time was joined by one member, and it was probably...
This is my favorite thing about Cassio ult.
Yeah, exactly right. It's just so hard to engage onto a Cassio ult. We talk about putting together a good team fight, but then
is any sort of aggression in Wardley. It's going to hang around the Baron pit. True Top Raj will actually launch in there. Does find Spirit, so they know the Baron's being contested. Teleport coming in from Aluka. That's a good spot there for that. They're going to try and clear the Baron. Insect does steal a wild growth and flashes out. But now Wardley are going to try and get him for the kill. They'll take the kills if they can get a Callista ult, though. Steals 0 away. And Insect may have gotten away with that. Oh my god.
Yeah, how did they pull that off without losing anyone? Starhorn Royal Club coming up with the clutch play, and it's all off the back of their jungler. Insect not having a great game, but that nearly makes up for it.
Yeah, Waddle's vision was pretty very greedy to commit to a 50-50.
Yeah, they definitely did commit to the 50-50, and they had Aluka behind the enemy team. If they had it just peeled off, they would have been able to force a fight. In the end, Insect gets in and out. Nice drive by Steel.
Yeah, really nice. Then we'll see it again.
Yeah, so he just runs in here. He has, he doesn't even have the Lulu speed up. Gets it on the way out, actually, I believe, and just able to throw a couple of bowlers behind him. So really nicely played.
Yeah, I mean, Royal going to stay in this game. No, you said that, silly things would have to happen, and that was arguably a silly thing there. Things are going very well for Wardley, except for the end of this game, and a few things have gone wrong. Wardley haven't been heavily punished yet for that happening, but if this game, in 10 minutes time, if that's still happening to World Elite, they're going to lose a lot more than just a Baron buff.
Yeah, definitely agree, and the problem here is that STYZ, he's nearly got 6 items. He's not getting any stronger apart from that passive, whereas you look over the other side of the rift, and you cannot say the same for Callista. Now picked up the last Whisper on both carries, going to be doing a lot more.
And we'll see what Roy can do there. He's just to hold on for a little while longer. I think about 10 more minutes is the time where we look back and see that the goal difference probably doesn't mean as much as it does now. Woodley's still got a very strong lead, and Royal have almost no towers to speak of, but the goal difference at this point is just most of those structures, and apart from the fact that, you need to get to the Nexus and win the game, the structures aren't that important right now.
Yeah, they definitely aren't, and the scary thing is there's so many more on the side of Starhorn Royal Club that now that they've got this Baron buff lead back in their favor.
They do as well. STYs are going to clear out the minions very efficiently there on Triss level 16, so almost up to that max range there as well. Spirit looking for initiation. I like that he's being aggressive around the flank, trying to kick somebody in. He's had some great kicks so far. That's a good hook onto Kohler, but they won't follow in. Spirit just cues in for a bit of a message. And Royal will continue their siege with the Baron buff.
Yeah, so they're trying to trade a Dragon here for as much map pressure as they can get. Actually, Insect going in. This might be a dangerous fight.
This, still, they don't really want the 4 Dragons important. They do take him at Waterloo. Get turned in. Kohler gets hooked up. Aluka goes on top as well. The Zombies and the Wild Growth gets hooked up there as well. Now Zero going to get chased down and can't get Callista ulted. SDYZ going nuts in the back line. Korn has nowhere really good to run. No one's even chasing him anyway. Waterloo, 3 clean kills.
Yeah, and that's just a horrible play coming out of Starhorn Royal Club. They did not have to fight that at all. Was not the 5th. A tiny bit of false hope, but World Elite probably going to be able to push in for a win.
I mean, they'll push in aggressively here. They'll see what they can take. Death time is still fair. Kohler 0 back in 5 there as well. And he will go back down. So nicely time push there from World Elite. Can't get too much more. Side over in the top actually pushing very aggressively in Royal's favor there as well. But the 5th Dragon now is the threat. Royal Club have no dragons left to give away.
Yeah, they certainly don't. I really have to question what Aluka was doing there. He Nexus turrets probably could have got a little bit more for that one, but they are setting up a pick.
This is pretty adorable here for World Elite. They know how strong they are. Aluka pops the Righteous Glory. Who's the target? It's Kohler getting jumped on. The Spirit's going to follow in there as well. SDYZ going straight in with the rocket jump. The Lantern is actually not enough, but the Buster Shot, I think, saved Kohler there in combination with the Wild Growth.
Yeah, certainly able to get back over that wall with the flash, so good job there. Insec actually deciding that he wants to split push top lane, actually now recalling, so he doesn't want to give anything away. And once again, Ninja is so squishy. That was 1 Q and an ultimate, and he's at half health.
I mean, Insect's kind of playing around here, counter jungling, just trying to get something going here and kind of taunt World Leaf out from the mid. STY's actually going to find his own buff. Might see Insect as well, but does not want to chase in there. And World Leaf, they're going to go back and spend some of their gold. They might try and wait it out to the last Dragon here to really win, because they are playing very scared for a team that's this far ahead.
Yeah, they definitely are, and it's almost baiting Starhorn Royal Club into trying to take fights that they just shouldn't be taking at this point in the game. It's kind of a crazy game to watch because Starhorn Royal Club don't have an off button.
Absolutely is, and has those 50 away. They could probably just pressure some of these side lanes. Their side wave control, by the way, probably not been ideal.
Yeah, it definitely has not been. And if you're able to send 2 people bot lane that far out and there's just no ward coverage to really catch people, and there's not really even that much pressure being put anywhere on the map, it's definitely not great in that position. They really need to get the bottom lanes pushing. I guess the fact that there's still a turret down, the first tier turret this late in the game, is a very big blessing because it means they haven't been punished for how poor their side lane control has been.
I mean, World Leader have just been playing so far forward for the last 10-20 minutes or so that they've really just not lost a whole lot here, but they've struggled to close up here. But this last 50 minutes
right now, they can't afford to let 2 inhibitors go down, but looks like they're just giving this one up.
I mean, they can't fight STYs. He's using the Thresh Lantern very well there to... Zephyr Ninja STYs going to come in as well, and they'll just try and get Cole. He does not get flayed, but he's going to go absolutely ulted by the Cassiopeia, and there's the double kill actually for Ninja. Now Korn in trouble. STYs going absolutely deep there. Zero, going to get obliterated. Well, going to be the last kill here as well. Tristana firing on all cylinders, and Waterleap will finally clean out the game.
Yeah, and what a game from STYZ. 11-0-6, doing work in the backline the whole way through. UJ, his support, 1-0-15. Those two guys, 16 of 19 kills, have been absolutely fantastic this game.
Yeah, and the Waterloo bottom lane does it big here. Took them a little while longer than they'd like, but they claim the game 2 and the point they want there as well. So Waterloo starting to pick up some momentum, but it almost feels like every game something new happens where they have to just be like, man, I got to deal with this now.
Yeah, and they won't be happy because they don't have any form of consistency. You just see it even throughout an individual game. Moments of brilliance where they come up absolutely huge, but then some absolutely shocking plays. And I guess the same could be said across the map. Royal Club really look confused at times.
And I mean, these are sort of the 2 most inconsistent teams, so I guess it's funny that we had a split, given that both these teams, I guess Royal at least, haven't had that many splits going, but we do have a replay from the game as well, so some of the gameplay.
Yeah, so if we just see this is the last team fight and World Elite just bully their way into the base, maybe left it a little bit too late to go, and Kohler thinks he sees an entrance onto Ninja, but that's just a fantastic bait getting the Zhonya's Hourglass fight. Aluka literally is sitting in the between 2 AD carries. Played in the end by STYZ in the top laner, but they took a long time to get there.
That they really did, and that was the thing for me that maybe was a bit awkward for World Elite. They've had really strong moments. They've had great early games, almost across the board in the last 2 weeks at least, but man, do they look a bit sloppy sometimes when they're trying to close out these games, and that's not going to win them games, especially against top teams.
Guess they will take the point, and they're starting to turn it around.
Yeah, they'll absolutely take it. And with that, we're done for day 2 of the English coverage of the LPL. It's been a fantastic day as always. On behalf of myself, Spawn, Atlas, and Papa Smithy, we will see you tomorrow.